guys. Checking audio.
What's up, guys?
All right. Hey, welcome to the 2023 TV Shootout. It's our, we can't say super. It is our it's got sensory. This is our TV championship. What you're seeing is the judges given the directions about the ballot, SDR, HDR, what all that means. During Davis and Classy is answering your questions, right? And most importantly, your hosts, Stop the FOMO, and
Brian at Brian's Tech Therapy. What's up, crew?
hey guys.
What's the status? How's everybody doing?
Yep. So as soon as Caleb is ready to start, after the judges have given the directions, then we're going to start training content, judges, interviews, right? It's going to go for several hours.
Yep.
Caleb Dennison is our MC.
Audio sounds muffled. Okay.
Let's see if that's better.
Hello.
Is that better?
Is it this mic?
It is. It should be. Check. Yeah. Is this mic better? Let me check. See, this is what we're doing this as well. Is we got to check the audio. Check. Should be good. Is it too low? Nope. All right. Let me raise the audio.
Are we good at this? Oh, we are whispering. That's why.
Yeah. So mic is better. So let me turn up the sensitivity.
We actually are whispering. That's why. He's like, sounds like you're whispering.
We
Actually were whispering. What's up, Dwayne? What's up, Bush Green? What's up, Tom? Tristan Blaze. What's up, baby? Tristan is in the house.
Okay. This should be better. I increased the sensitivity.
Hey, we're using a microphone. Professional.
Yeah, we are. Whisper status is.
I am whispering, Brooklyn Blaze. Come on, baby.
Well, actually, hold it. Since we are whispering, because we have to respect the judges asking questions. Now, as soon as Caleb is done, then we can speak a little bit louder.
Well, Paul, we can't check the audio until we go live, pal.
The mic is better. Yeah, we just got.
We have to go live.
It has to be intimate now.
Yeah. What's up? Brooklyn Blaze, what's up? What's up, Spotted Tweety? What's up, X? How's everybody doing? Don, what's happening?
Everything.
I mean, try to come at me with the audio already. We just started. Relax yourself.
At least Lisa's not here to say, I can't hear anything. Oh,
She's got that mute. So we're here right now. Right now they're going over judges.
Okay, fish eye effect. How does my shoulder
I'm down about 45 pounds.
I was telling Brian that since this has a fish eye effect, if I edge closer to the edge, my muscles look bigger. Do I look like linebacker?
I got you.
Hey, can we get these guys a round of applause? These guys
I might have to give the mic to Caleb. So 1 second.
last year, we had a close play there, but this year's yes. I personally cannot call at this point. Like I said, everything up here is excellent. Well, I should say that. This is excellent. These,
The other mic's picking us
I'm not
up.
sure. I'll leave that to you.
So the LCDs are on the top.
Yeah, LCD, that's another thing, sorry.
It follows the ballot. It follows the ballot.
It follows the ballot number one, so there's no confusion, but also, it ensures that you're not, being impacted by the off-axis viewing of LED LCD technology.
Yeah, those ones definitely need to be straight on as well.
Yeah, you have to be dead on in some of these.
Yeah.
Yes.
Depends how tall you are as well.
All right, any other questions? Sweet, gentlemen, have a seat. I gotta call an audible because we have a lot to get through today. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Caleb Dennison. I come from Digital Trends. I'm your MC for the day. That does not mean I have all of the answers, but if you do have a question, please feel free to come ask me, ask aloud, raise your hand, get my attention. If I don't know the answer, I will get it for you. I am thrilled to be here. I'm going to hand the mic over to our sponsors first, and then we'll get a word from Robert. But before we do that, I just want to express that I'm thrilled that everybody has made the time to come out here and do this. I'd like to thank all of the brands and the folks who represent them who've come here, and I'd like to extend some appreciation for all the work that's gone into making these displays year after year after year, increasing the quality, taking adherence to creators' intent seriously, and just trying to make a really excellent display so that we can have a shootout like this. And I hope that the fact that these TVs are even here, it goes recognized that that puts them above the rest of what is available on the market. So I'm really excited to see all of these here. Mr. Chris Boylan, yes, sir.
Caleb Denson, for those who don't have valid information, could you just identify each monitor?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're about to hand out the ballots here shortly, and I will be identifying all the TVs before we actually get into the judging. I just wanted to make some opening remarks and get the opening stuff taken care of. Just for grids, I added up all of the different test patterns and movie clips that have been prepared to show you today. And there are 101 of them. I suspect that we have somewhere between 300 and 330 minutes total. That's if we take about an hour out for lunch. So you can imagine, if you do the math, that we don't have a ton of time to dwell on each clip. It's entirely possible we won't get through every single clip. But I want to say thanks to the organizers for coming up with such a comprehensive amount of content to show on the TV. There is something for just about every aspect of picture performance that we could possibly want. But it does mean that we kind of keep things moving. So I hope that if you see me interject or ask somebody to sit down or whatever, you understand it's all in the interest of keeping this event moving so that we can get through everything. And also, so no eyes glaze over. That's one of the last things that you would want at a TV shootout is for your eyes to glaze over. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Tony, who is going to welcome some of our sponsors. Very important. None of us would be here if it weren't for our sponsors. So please.
Thank you, Caleb. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the New Portland, New York City. Robert, I want to thank you for our partnership. This is our 19th shootout. We're looking forward to the 20th. Bigger and better things are ahead. So I know we've already spoken about some of them. So I think next year is going to be exciting. I would like to introduce a couple of our sponsors that will not be speaking. Austere, of course, is one of our sponsors. They gave us the cleaning stuff, the power strips and all of that. So we're very grateful to them. IFA, who's our parent company. I'm the group publisher of Dealerscope and Connected Design. So without them and you guys' support, we wouldn't exist. So I want to thank you. And now I want to introduce some of our sponsors that will speak. So first up, I would love to have Bruce Fairchild from Hisense.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, everybody. Really excited to be here. I want to thank Robert, Value Electronics, Tony at Dealerscope for putting this together. It's been a couple of years since Hisense has been here with a display. We'll be involved in the next one in November with ultra short throw. And so we're excited to do that as well. Just a couple of quick questions, and to Caleb's point, we'll keep this a couple of quick points to keep this moving. Hisense reached a milestone last year. We're the #2 global shipper of televisions by units. And so that was a tremendous milestone for us to reach. It just shows you that the consumers worldwide are accepting Hisense as a television. And we stand on 3 pillars and have and will continue to stand on those 3 pillars. And that is performance, quality, and value. So we like to design TVs with a consumer in mind to give them the greatest performance that we can, utilizing some of the latest technologies available. This year, we're taking mini LED mainstream. We introduced this year 3 lines of mini LED in our ULED series of television sets, from our U6, U7, and today you'll see the U8 series TV here, which we think is a tremendous performing television, and also creates a great value for the consumer. So very excited to be here. And I want to thank everybody for putting this together, and I look forward to your comments and voting. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Hisense, for supporting us. Next person I'd like to bring up is Jim from Samsung.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Robert. Great to be here. Good to see everybody. Some colleagues and former colleagues. Sorry, I got to be on my phone. Maybe not. Let's see how this works. So this is our second year of having OLEDs TVs. We have 2 lineups this year: the S90C, S95C. Picture improvements in 2 areas: processor and the panels. For the processor, we've really expanded and developed our neural quantum processor 4K engine. The biggest is probably in the IntelliSense AI algorithm, second version of that. Basically, we enabled most advanced algorithms with 20 layer neural networks, AI-powered processors, and image analysis for better brightness and detail. It automatically adjusts the brightness, amplifies the contrast, upscales whatever you are viewing. Quantum HDR OLED Plus is an advanced pixel optimization algorithm, uses deep learning and the neural quantum processor, analyzes and fine-tunes brightness pixel by pixel. This all leads to a very bright and colorful picture, validated by Pantone, industry standard for color accuracy. The panel's also been improved this year. Improved efficiency in the blue EL layer allows for 15% improvement. Reformulation of RGB elements by adding heavy hydrogen. Optimization and encapsulation methods have enabled a lot brightness and more efficiency within the panel. New quantum dot application techniques. We also reduced power consumption this year, which is very important. Moving on to the Neo QLED lineup. The 65QN95C is here. It's our brightest backlit TV. As a very famous One Connect box people seem to love. Also benefits from the new processor and the neural networks that we share with the OLED lineup. There's auto HDR remastering that boosts SDR content. 14-bit color processing. It's given us finer level of control for contrast. Panels also been improved. Quantum matrix technology, smaller LEDs, more efficient backlight units. Shape adaptive light puts the brightness where it should be, so you see less blooming, better contrast. And our world famous ultra viewing angle anti-reflective coatings that make the TV a little bit easier to view in bright rooms and off axis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the bar open yet?
They will be later on. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Samsung. Our next sponsor is someone new to Shootout. We're very excited to have him. Peter Weefalt, Senior Vice President.
You want me to talk speeds and feeds at the speed of sound, or you want me to tell you why we're standing here today? And I'll tell you why we're standing here is we're going to let the judges, which we're so excited about. We thank Robert, who I've known for many, many years, and we thank Tony. We thank all of you for being here on a very rainy Saturday. I was looking at the news and it said, it's the end of the world in New York. Everyone's drowning, subways, canoes. And Robert kindly, thank you, said come a little bit later this morning. So let me tell you why we're here. You know Sharp. In the year 2001, we launched LCD TV, and we were a massive player in LCD TV. 2007, we launched Quatron, Sharp Aquas Quatron, a fourth color, as you recall, the yellow, which was a really big hit product. And then between 2015 and 2018, we launched the world's first 60, 70, 80, 90 in technology. We did launch 8K, the first and world's first 8K 85-inch TV. in 2012. And just 3 years ago, I stood and delivered on the floor of CES with not only 8K technology and products for some of you that were there, but also the entire infrastructure. We had servers for 8K because you know how fat those files are. We had a variety of displays. We had applications. So the great news for us is we went away for a little while. We haven't been in TV in the United States of America for 7 years. We're still a leader in Japan. We have about 43% of the market share, but we're excited to be here. Now that I got that out, let me tell you why we're really excited to be here. We don't sell, none of us who are on the brand side, Robert, don't be shocked by this. We don't sell the cold steel of the plastic and the glass to consumers. We sell the dream to watch Pirates of the Caribbean as if you were actually one of the pirates swinging in your den. We actually sell the emotional capital of watching a football game and saying, thank God I didn't spend $1,200. This is a much better picture and higher quality. So that's what we do. That's what we do for a living. And Sharp is excited. We have 3 new lines we're bringing to the marketplace. Mainstream, which is a basic 4K, 4 different models, 50 up to 75. We have 2 Sharp OLED TVs, which are not here today, a 55 and 65. So good and better, and as we describe it. And then best for Sharp, xled, where we're putting mini LEDs on 65 and 75-inch panels that we'll find out today. That's this baby right here, how we're doing and bringing it back. Last data point, and I'll be quiet. Our perspective at Sharp, Simply Better Living, is that brands do not make products. Products make brands. And we're so excited to be in a room with the best of breed manufacturers and brands on the planet Earth, locally, globally, across all these retail shops. So trust me, we're honored and energized, but our job is to have products from Sharp, again, that build our brand to a formidable position, because as you know, whether it's the technology, whether it's the channel, whether it's the marketing, the advertising, where we are, a brand is a metal, M-E-T-T-L-E. You must shine every day. Today and tomorrow, we're going to get to see how well we shine and what we need to clean up and what we need to do better in order to address and earn the right of consumers across America. So we're fired up to be here. We appreciate everything, Robert, Tony, and all of the judges. And we also appreciate being in a room with the best of breed leaders of brands and manufacturing worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Those are really good points. And then finally, our last sponsor, Sony, Robert Brennan. Yes. You have to show off your fancy haircut again.
Yeah, let's go with that. I appreciate the ego stroking. It's so nice to be back. I hope you're all excited. You've had thanks from everyone else, so I'm not going to. You've had enough thanks, right? But it's very exciting to be back here in New York for the TV Shootout. This is something we look forward to every year to get that feedback from people in the industry, from the peers, ultimately people we make the televisions for. How are we doing? And what else can we continue to work on in the future? At Sony, what we really think about when it comes to television is the accurate representation or recreation of the creative intent, at home. Because Sony makes movies and TV shows and video games, and so it's kind of this self-fulfilling kind of prophecy. We make the content, we ultimately help companies master it, whether it's Sony Pictures or other production houses, and then we build products that enable customers to have that emotional connection with their favorite movies or TV shows or video games in the home. And I know this year has been a fantastic year for Sony. There's been a wildly positive feedback on the entire lineup, but there's been this piece missing. There's been this one model that hasn't quite made it out of the gate yet, so we're very happy that we're finally able to unveil publicly the A95L, our new Master Series for this year. So really get the first chance to see it. Caleb is our MC. Also, as you know, he reviews televisions. He's getting his scent like next week, but you're getting the chance to get into it first. So he's going to be green with envy. And this really is an exciting time to ultimately be able to show what Sony has on offer for our customers this year. So that's all I'm going to say. Again, want to thank you all for your time coming out and joining us on this wonderful rainy afternoon, and look forward to the results for today and tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Sony. So a couple of things. We will have a panel in here during lunch, so you're welcome to bring your food in here and watch the panel discussion led by our editor, Mike Burns. Raise your hand. Mike is also going to be available to do interviews and videos throughout the next 2 days. So if you like your brand interviewed by Dealer Scope, out to Mike. Vicky, where are you? Vicky, if you need anything logistically, ask Vicky or myself. We'll be here the whole time. And then tonight there is a reception after we announce the winners. And then tomorrow we do this again for AK. So please come back tomorrow as well. Robert, thank you again. Leanne, there you are. I want to give a shout out to Metra for providing the cables. Thank you. Ethereal. Again. You have to.
Ethereal again. We started as Ethereal.
And FOMO for doing all the streaming. Thank you so much. Share the link on your websites and your social as well. We'll be doing the same. And have a wonderful shootout. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Brian. All right, we're going to have a word from Mr. Robert Zohn here in just a moment. But before we do that, I want to introduce the judges who are making the determinations today and get the ballots passed out to them as we do that. First of all, I want to say that I have a tremendous amount of respect for all of the people on the judging panel. We have some pretty excellent judges here. I'm even starstruck to meet some of them. The first is a gentleman that I had the honor of meeting for the first time last year at last year's TV Shootout. He has a long and storied history in Hollywood and is currently the Director of Encoding Services at Warner Brothers Discovery. He's also ISF Level 3 certified, as are most of our judges. Please welcome Mr. David Medina. I mentioned being a little bit starstruck. That's because I didn't realize I was in the company of this gentleman whose content I have been using through YouTube streaming intentionally that way, although I would love to get access to some of the source files. Guy doesn't like to return my emails, though. Anyway, really, his New York City flyover, just the technical background on what went into making that video is just absolutely fascinating. If you're any kind of a camera nerd or content production nerd, please welcome Mr. Phil Holland. You're going to return my emails now, aren't you? I mean, I'll do what I got to do, guys. Also had the opportunity to meet this gentleman for the first time last year. He is level 3 ISF calibrator. He's got 30 plus years in the AV game and more credits than I could possibly rattle off here right now. Mr. Kenneth Mestica. I hope I did not butcher your last name. All right, a fellow creator in the AV space. I am a big fan of this gentleman's content. He puts out just some amazing stuff, and I don't think anybody grinds harder at industry events than this guy. He's absolutely fantastic. Please welcome Mr. Brian Stout. Yay. Gentleman that I've had the opportunity to rub shoulders with more times than I can count, many dinners at CESs and CEDIAs and IFAs and you name it. He's a 40-year veteran journalist and, with HD Guru right now. Please welcome Mr. Greg Tarr. We have another writer, director, editor, man of many talents, and somebody with whom I'm going to need to become more familiar because I have not had an opportunity to meet this gentleman yet, Mr. Richard Drutman. Drutman. And then finally, you've met him already because he was heavily responsible in getting all of this actually set up and functioning. And he has authored many of the titles that we're going to be using, the actual, Hollywood movie titles that we're using in today's presentation, as well as authoring the Spears and Munsell disc, which is just kind of the industry standard. All the reviewers use it. Everybody uses it. And it's better this year than it's ever been in the past. Please welcome CEO of Fidelity in Motion, Mr. David McKenzie. That is our list of judges. We got to keep it moving, folks. We're going to have Mr. Robert Zohn here speak in just a moment. But before we do, I just want to make sure that we all understand which TV is which. Those of you who have ballots, it is indicated on the ballot which TV is which, but I'm going to go ahead and point them all out to you. At the top left, we have the Samsung QN95C. Here in the middle, we have the Sharp. We're going to have to talk about your model names, my friend. The 4TC65FV1U. We'll just call it the Sharp. Over here, we have the Hisense U8K. Then starting back on the bottom left, this would be the Samsung S95C OLED. In the middle, we have the Sony A95L OLED. And on the bottom right, we have the LG G3 Gallery Series OLED. So yeah, we have the OLEDs on the bottom and the LCDs on the top. And we are about to get cracking here. But before we do, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Robert Zohn, creator of the Value Electronics TV Shootout, to officially welcome you and kick this thing off.
Caleb, thank you, Caleb. You know, I didn't prepare anything, and I'm going to speak very, very briefly so we can move along. But the biggest thanks I have is to this incredible panel of expert judges we have. You guys are the awesome kings of doing reviews like this, even though that's not your normal careers. So thank you very much. As well as amazing calibrators. We had 4 of the world's top calibrators. I mean, the top calibrators in the world work on all of these TVs all week together to tune it up. We also met with every single manufacturer's top engineers to confirm that we picked good samples and that they're happy with the samples we selected and that we calibrated them to their best capabilities. This has been my lifetime passion. I started when I was about 12 years old with a serious interest in photography, and I shot lots of 16mm film with beautiful 16mm cameras, and I shot black and white, and I got for Christmas one year a high-end black and white darkroom. And I lived for photography and cinematography as a young, early teenager, even before I was a teenager. I became a TV broadcast engineer 50 years ago and did that until the I worked on the inner circle of the transition from analog TV to digital HD TV. When I saw Rec 709 color, and when I saw 1080 resolution, and when I saw 8-bit, 1096 steps of illumination, I said, I'm going to leave TV broadcast engineering and open up a high-end integration company because I can build movie theaters in people's homes because we have HD TV now. I was so impressed with the picture quality that I wanted to be in the premium high-end TV and projection business. And that was 28 years ago when my wife and I founded Value Electronics and brought our very young, beautiful daughter in with us to manage this company and be part of our succession plan. In TV broadcasting is where I got the idea to do the TV Shootout. Because when I worked in TV broadcasting, we wanted to know which were the best reference monitors, which were the best cameras. So we would go outside, we would look at what we see, we would shoot it on multiple different cameras, show it on multiple different monitors, and we would say, what looks like really life? What looks like life? And we did a shootout comparison. I took that theory and that idea and brought it to this category. And then we added reference monitors so we know what's right, what the content should look like. And a reference monitor shows you exactly what the content should look like. And that's why we use it. This is what Hollywood uses to master the content for Blu-ray discs, for movie theaters, for streaming content. This is what they use. So this is what they see, and it's what they've agreed is correct. So this is the reference. And other than that, I think we're going to I have a lot to say, but I think we're going to cut this very, very short and just move on to the work that we have to do here today. So Caleb, can I give this back to you?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Robert. Everybody give Robert a hand. All right. I just need to shout out 3 more people before we get moving on because they are so integral to this whole process. Behind the scenes, the Wizard of Oz, Jason Dustall, is the one who is responsible for getting all of the content. Get back in your hole. He's responsible for getting all the content up here, and the job is, I do not envy that gentleman right now because it is a complicated situation. And you know, tell him how to do his job. Give him some feedback. I'm sure he would appreciate that. Also, can't see them because they're behind an 85-inch TV right now. But we have 2 gentlemen running the live stream so that the folks outside of this room can actually peek in and see what's happening here and follow along. We have Stop the FOMO and Brian of Brian's Tech Therapy running the live stream all day today and tomorrow. They'll be having judges and myself and some other participants in for interviews here and there. But they're really responsible for hyping this event up to those who don't get to attend it. And I think that is extremely valuable to let people in on what's happening here and actually add some meaning to it. So quick thanks to those gentlemen right now. And then finally, I want to thank for all the press members who have come out here today. I also am part of the press, I suppose, but I am not functioning in that capacity. Thank you for being here and reporting on what's happening and getting the word out to folks who want to know what's happening. With that, I think we're ready to get started. Would we agree with that? Yes? Okay, one more comment.
And that is that being a sponsor is not required to be participating in this event. And not every TV here is a sponsor. I pick the TVs. Whether they pay for sponsorship or not, the selection of TVs is all on me. And not every brand represented here is a sponsor. So sponsorship is not at all required. It's performance that's required. We have an evaluation to see if they're worthy to compete in the event. And those are the TVs that are here right now.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. All right. I think it's time to kick this off. We have a lot of content to get up on the TVs and the reference monitors, and we should get going with that. Judges, are you all outfitted with your forms and something to write with as well, I hope? Yes? Good. Fantastic. Also, if, I'm going to try and insert breaks where it feels like, it'd be good to take a break, for bathroom breaks and refreshment, what have you. But if I'm letting it go a little bit long in between breaks, please just let me know. And we can keep those breaks nice and short and do more of them, or we can take fewer of them and take a little bit longer, whatever you like. All right, Jason, I think you're up here, buddy. Lights are going out. It's about to get real dark in here for a while. And if anybody feels like hopping on the mic, I definitely do not necessarily need to be a mic hog for this event. Yeah, thank you, David. Thank you very much. So this entire first section, and we will be taking a big break between the SDR portion and the HDR portion. But this first section is all SDR. And if I heard correctly, everything's been calibrated for a 100 nit peak brightness. Is that correct? Okay. Perfect. Everybody hear that? Oh, got it. Yes, which I cannot see. So the first thing we're doing is the Spears and Munsell Luma wedge. Yeah, sorry. I honestly cannot see that. So now, just to clarify, native motion means no motion smoothing, no motion interpolation has been engaged. All right, so this is just what the TV can do with motion.
There is no zero.
And would you mind if I just install it as well after this?
I mean, I believe, yeah, stock ticker is the next one. So
Explicit clarity, this is native motion SDR.
Correct. Yeah. Native motion, SDR.
And feel free to.
Oh, sorry.
Can you just double check, Jason? You set the source direct there. Correct.
I made a note earlier about the reference display not necessarily being the best performer in some of these categories.
Correct.
And I would definitely say this is one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Dwayne,
Yes.
do you want to take a little bit of a moment to talk about, when we're looking at this particular pattern, what kind of things are we looking for?
Well, essentially what we're looking for is as the pattern rotates in a circle, we want to ensure there's no artifacts in the actual wedges themselves. If you get closer to the screen, you will see that some of the displays might have jaggies or create, diamond shapes or things like that as they rotate around in the native panel form setup right now. So that's what they're looking for. What we are also seeing is that the BVM monitors, which are the references, are not perfect also on this. This is a real torture test.
So we're not looking at the out.
Whose mic is on?
Dwayne.
Oh, I'll repeat it. No, there's nothing coming over the house sound. Yeah, that's correct. There isn't any. So I'm going to have to speak extra loud. Yes. What?
Yeah, so this is, I made a. This is one category.
Of it going.
Right. So, folks, for the live streamers, I had a quick word with Dwayne and Cecil. But what we're looking for here is, as the patterns move around in a circle on the screen, we're looking for things like jagged edges and moire patterns. And specifically, when we talk about how the BVMs, the reference monitors, are not perfect, we do see some moire coming from those. But the idea is that the less moire we see, the better. And for those who are unaware, moire is sort of that swirly, sort of circular motion within the lines of each of those triangular wedges.
Oh. That's the.
Dun, 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 dun. I should also point out too that part of the delivery of this particular pattern, you may see the occasional hiccup of the pattern, but that's the pattern delivery itself. It's not related to the TV. It's just basically restarting. The disc is starting over, or the track.
I'm going to get this green light up.
All right, has everybody had a chance to get a good look at this? Anybody need more time on this particular pattern? Okay. Also, Brian and FOMO, if you need me to shut up or come back there or whatever, please let me know.
Yeah.
Come and join us.
You want to come hang out? Come hang out.
I will. I think I'm going to get the next pattern up and running first, and then I'll duck back there with you fellas.
Hey, Robert. Go forward this way. Okay, okay.
Okay, guys, we're gonna switch to another pattern.
So this will be the stock ticker, again, from the Spears and Munsell disc, and this is under the same category. So this is yet another test pattern for native motion in SDR. Also, judges, if you at any point feel like you didn't get quite enough time on a pattern, but we have to move on in the interest of time, please make a note of it, and we'll see if we can come back to it later.
Frame rates of these patterns,
23.98. Very revealing pattern.
Officially October 5th.
Can they hear you when you're whispering like that?
I whisper loudly.
Is that why they call you whisper status?
Whisper, yeah, they bust me when I whisper. What's up, brother?
What's up, dude? I'm doing good.
How long are you running each pattern?
Well, you know, that's the question. It's got to play balance between keeping things timed well, so that we don't go too long on any one pattern, but also giving the judges ample time. I mean, already the first pattern, you know, judges asked for a little more time on that first wedge, and we should have moved on a little bit sooner than we did. So, you know, it's a careful balancing act, but the fact of the matter is we have a lot here.
So you guys hear that? If it runs too long, comment. You're gonna blame Caleb. I have no control.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't.
Caleb ran under the bus.
Yeah, that bus feels good. All right, I'm gonna go back out there.
So we can actually.
Oh, look at that. Can you guys hear us if we whisper like this? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Oh, get it.
John Hooper from Vienna in the house. What's up, guys? Let me know if the audio is decent on this mic. Can you guys hear the audio off this mic? Yes. All right, nice. So I want you guys to see how
All right, we're. Oh, go ahead.
close the judges look at everything.
Yeah. Okay, we're still moving in the native motion category. We're just going to switch up the content a little bit. And at this point, Brian and FOMO, you want to switch the cameras if you haven't already, just to avoid
Give us 1 second.
copyright stuff.
1 minute.
It's switched. All right, great. Jason, you can move on to the next one. And just for the folks who are watching the live streams at home, we will occasionally have to turn the cameras away from the displays themselves, just to make sure that we stay on the right side of copyright law.
Nice job. I'm like, guys, microphone. The free cat's blocking the camera. You should be the camera.
Okay, guys. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us whispering? Can you hear us whispering?
All right, guys, how is the audio from this mic right here? Are we good at this volume?
Yeah, just making sure you guys can hear us. We brought the microphone slightly closer.
So you want to be able to read what's on the support sheet?
Yeah. Okay, super.
All right, so guys, real quick, let me know how the audio is. Good? All right. Let's go for SDR. We're looking at grayscale, uniformity, shadow detail, black level, color accuracy, native motion, then HD resolution. For HDR, same thing. That's for SDR, HDR. Preference judging, that's when broadcast monitor will be off. We have motion processing, SDR max brightness, SDR color fidelity, SDR sports overall, panel uniformity, which would be DSC, off-angle viewing, HDR highlight impact, HDR highlight detail, HDR shadow detail, HDR color fidelity, and streaming a little bigger content. The preference judging part of it has been added simply so it's not basically a calibration only thing to give the brighter TVs a better shot. So they added this particular, the preference judging is.
So folks, we didn't have quite the right portion of this queued up. We're actually moving to the correct
You like Rob's haircut?
sequence right now
Do I speak English?
as they walk through the restaurant here.
Legend.
All right, so right now we have Legend, Tom Hardy.
Right about there, yeah.
This is walking through the diner scene.
So we saw a little bit of slow panning in the first bit that we saw, but this one is going to show quite a bit more motion. And thank you to whomever muted the television.
My whisper's kind of weird, very distracting.
There we go.
We don't need to, guys. We don't need to.
Yeah, there's plenty to see there, especially with the lights. Both the floor lamps and the wall lamps, table lamps, gold lamps.
So again, first is Legend 1080p. Walking through the diner. We will then move on to Baby Driver. That's right. I'll be talking in between the host. Don't worry.
So here we go. Good question, Ron. First shootout, a lot of people don't know how this works. All these TVs are being compared to a reference monitor. Now, as soon as the movie content is done, I'll switch the camera so you could see the spurs and muscle content and the patterns. But what they're doing is seeing which TV comes closest to the reference monitor in terms of color, grayscale, black levels, all the qualities that are important to production studios and color graders. And the reference monitor is what's used by Hollywood to grade movies. So when you see movies made in the last 10 years, most of them were graded on a Sony BVM, which is what we have today. The Sony BVM is a 32-inch LCD, super bright reference monitor, goes up to 1,000 nits.
That's correct. Yeah, it's one score. We're just per category. Yeah.
And so we're showing both patterns that you saw earlier and movie content. A lot of these judges, they either graded the actual movies themselves or are so familiar with what's expected in the Hollywood industry in terms of what it should look like on the reference. They could then compare it to the TV.
Yeah, so just a clarification, it's one score per category.
Match the reference.
And in this particular case, we have 4 different samples for this category. So you don't want to mark your score until you've seen all of the examples. And I'll try and give you a heads up that we have 3 clips for this section or 4 clips for you to weigh in on. And we're on to the final clip. Now, this is a solid 3-minute clip from a movie. So we're only going to play it once, but there's plenty to gather there. So hopefully between the Luma wedge and the stock ticker and that diner scene and now this final clip, you'll have a good feel for the motion.
So sorry about that. I didn't realize I was talking over Caleb. So as soon as the judges get a feel which TV matches that reference monitor best, that TV will get the high score, and then the next TV and so forth, right? And by the end, with each category, for example, here we have color accuracy, native motion, HD resolution upscaling, shadow detail, uniformity. The TVs that best match the reference monitor will get the higher scores. And at the end, you add that up, but we have different sections. So this is SDR. In HDR, similar categories. And at the end, you add everything up. But that's just against the reference TV. Oh, they're on Baby Driver right now. That's why it's so bright. And at the end, before we add up all the scoring, we also have a preference section where the reference monitor is turned off, because the reference monitor cannot go above 1,000 nits. And on some of this content, it's all above 1,000 nits, or the room is on.
There we go.
The light in the room is on.
Nicely
When the
done,
light in the room
Jason.
is on, reference monitor doesn't work, right? Because the reference monitor is only used when the light is off.
Cecil, do we have you
a lot
to
of
thank
people
for this one?
How does the TV look with the lights on? How good does it show the accuracy? We're going to have that as well, but without a reference monitor. So the judges have to determine their own preference. And that's my favorite because it's most usable to use. What are your thoughts, Fly?
Right now, the scene is Baby Driver. And what it is, it's a motion panning scene. I think at the
Right.
beginning of the film,
Cecil was just pointing out there's a lot of graffiti and text. There's even signage on some of the postage. It'll get blurry as things move around. It's a challenge for the motion resolution. So that's something to keep an eye on. Things that are up on the walls of the buildings and signage and stuff. Again, let the reference monitor be your reference.
Started watching Baby Driver. What's that? Watching Baby Driver from day one.
So the Baby Driver 1080p. It's almost right. It's from motion, but it's a very long panning shot that when he starts, he's walking through the street, and then the music's with him, and then he turns in the room.
So go ahead and explain to them what you're looking for in that scene in Baby Driver.
So you're looking for motion handling. See if there's any artifacting, but in a shot like that, to pan across as he's walking, it gets behind him. You get the audience in the back, and then I think when they bring in the other characters, does it pan or stutter or judder on any of the other characters that are in it? If it has poor movement, it'll jump. And it's only actually 1080p, so I'm matching upscale.
I'm going to take a look.
Yeah, go ahead. So that's where things like upscaling become part of the conversation. So grayscale, uniformity, shadow detail. Camera can't be in front of the TVs, guys. It's copyright material. So what we do is we turn them away. Once we get back into Spears and Munson, we'll go back. It was just something that we had to keep off for this stream.
All right, thus concludes the native motion portion. So at this point, hopefully you've got yourself some scores for that particular category.
Next category is HD resolution.
So next up is going to be grayscale and panel uniformity.
Are we switching back to Spears and Muscle?
Yeah, we're switching back to Spears and Munsell. First, we're going to do some full field slides. Oh, they're on the generator, sorry. The Meridio 7G 8K generator, if I'm not mistaken.
Uniformity across the banding, tinting.
Okay. So really, we're using gray slides to expose any potential issues that we see in, okay.
I'm putting the camera back on the TV.
Yeah, that's perfect. And I'll give you guys a heads up when we're moving back to the copyrighted
Thank you
content.
guys for being here. We have 500 in the chat. Please hit like. Let's give my guy FOMO a round of applause. Not easy to orchestrate all of this. Much love.
There's a few different shades of gray to cycle through, so.
This is uniform.
He's petting the cat, bro.
It's okay. I did announce it. Just to be fair, I did announce it. Yeah, and I understand that you guys have a lot to talk about. So apologies if you didn't hear me. We are moving on to it's marked grayscale and panel uniformity. We're using grayscale slides of various different luminances in order to show panel uniformity. So we're looking for banding, tinting, splotches, shading, and vignetting, that kind of thing.
I guess the local living algorithm is too aggressive and it's cutting it off.
What luminance level is this?
This is 3.
Can you press like the info button on the remote to pick up in the top middle?
I'm on the generator.
It's got, can we like change the volume or something?
We just do like 3 on 3. Correct.
Okay.
TCL is not in the shootout. They were invited though.
You guys give me a cue to change.
So you're gonna see the camera on the TVs again.
It's not true.
Oh, that was
The rating.
TCL was invited as well as hisense. Hisense agreed. TCL did not. It's not that they dropped out; they just didn't agree to come in, so it's okay. Yeah, the S90C is not here. It is 5.
I mean, this particular section is not intended for gauging black level performance, but some of the initial slides are extremely low level luminance.
Turn the lights on.
No. Our screen's not, the sharp screen's not. You can't just try to figure it out. If you turn the lights on.
Oh, it's on. It is. So what's happening right now, somebody correct me if I'm mistaken here, but my understanding with the Sharp is that the input stimulus is so low. This is what, a 3 on the IRE scale. The input stimulus is so low that the Sharp's local dimming algorithm is not illuminating the backlight.
It's too aggressive on the low. That's
Right. So this is, is there anything lower than 3 that you could even put up? No, I'm not asking for you to do so. I'm just wondering if it is even possible. Oh, okay.
We can go all the way down to 0.5 if necessary.
Right. But you know, we will be looking at black level performance, low luminance performance later. There will be an opportunity to see how it behaves there as well, right?
This level right here is very similar to all of the complaints on some of the modern House of Dragon things where they're complaining about low light and all that.
Right.
But case in point, man. Case in point.
Okay, we're moving up a level, but yeah.
But case in point, if it doesn't do it right on this level, then you won't be able to properly see that particular content.
Right. So for
I have no right to it.
Yeah.
That's hard as intended, and that's what they want.
Yeah, there's no judgment there. It's just, it's math. Okay, we're up to 4% now.
one white pixel on it to wait this.
Mhm.
Probably.
Well, we can put that up a little bit later. But just for the folks who are watching at home, if I may, gentlemen, right now what we've got up on the screen is extremely low luminance grayscale slides. And we started at a level at which some of the TVs basically just went fully to black. Or in the case of the OLEDs, it was a little bit lower than what we saw from the LED screens. And Dwayne brought up a good point. You know, some of the House of Dragon content is intentionally low luminance, which, you know, you need a TV that can handle that correctly in order for you to really see it. Ironically, though, we're not actually trying to judge black level performance. This is a panel uniformity test.
All right, guys, let's change level. Level 5.
And just to be clear, we're judging panel uniformity here. We're not judging how exactly. We're not judging how it reproduces the tone. We're looking for anomalies in the uniformity. Yeah, but I believe we have tests for that a little bit later, if I'm not mistaken. So we're looking for banding, we're looking for splotches, vignetting, blobs. I like blobs.
Right now you're 5.
This is the problem with being a display and a content expert is it's hard to just restrict your analysis to one particular thing at a time. Am I right, David?
All right, we're gonna go to the next level, which is 10.
Showing up pretty well.
Oof.
Now the sharp just couldn't get lower than one scene. It's been
Oh,
for
sorry.
else.
Jason, you look like you're busy, but
Next level.
yeah, please.
It's gonna be 15. The next level is going to be 25. You still need a few more seconds. Let me know now. All right. Are we going to move on to 50?
Excuse me.
All right, we're gonna go with 75. And 100.
There we go. Wow, really seeing some stuff I did not expect to see.
That's the brightest level, by the way, guys. Any more levels?
I think that's good, Jason. All right, we're staying in the panel uniformity category, moving on to a Spears and Munsell clip of the snowy mountain scene. Buffaloes.
Buffaloes.
I mean,
Horses.
like, especially for us YouTubers, like, we live on this thing. We live on this scene. Is that right, FOMO? Like, come on.
We live with the horses in the light snow.
Yeah, I thought it was horses. This says buffalo. Has there ever been a buffalo in this? There's the bison, but the bison is in a yellow field of flowers. It's not. Okay, horses later.
Buffalo in front of those fences all these years?
Maybe they are buffalo. They just look like horses.
It's horse gloves.
Yeah. Horse buffalo.
Horse buffalo.
Bison.
Snuffleupagus.
I think they, when they're done today, I think they're buying you.
Oh, okay.
Are we gonna run some regular content later?
Yeah, it's all HDMI related, not the cables, but like the handshaking and the standard and whatnot. Right.
Bottom left.
Bottom left. The old one here.
Some of these TVs might dim when it's sitting still, so somebody can wake them up. Thank you, Dwayne.
Is this the scene, Jason?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll go to the bottom seat next.
Okay.
Are we good for time on this one?
We just settled the far left display, so let's give it another moment. And just a reminder to the judges, we're not just testing the panel uniformity, we're also judging grayscale here as well.
Take a look. You
And we
the gloves.
Thank you, Dwayne. I said thank you.
Caleb, just holler at me real quick.
Yeah, I think we're about there.
Yeah, a little bit of eyeball break.
I mean, that's one way of putting.
One more Spears and Munsell.
Yep. Yep. Thanks, dude. We're moving on to another clip from Spears and Munsell. This will have the buffalo in it.
On the screen.
Can't wait for the horses.
Was that Chris Boylan?
Okay, here we go.
Yes, it was.
All right. Buffalo, New York or Buffalo, Indiana?
Buffalo Soldier. Please stand by. That will not be the last time we say that today. Okay, I am sorry about that. I knew I was going to hit this thing at some point. Not there yet.
All right, guys. How are we doing so far? Almost busy typing over here. I know visually it's not easy, but that's why context is so important for what we're talking about. But I will say that for the end of the year, this is our major TV event. Almost seeing these TVs in the room.
There we go.
Compared this way is awesome.
Are we on for different?
Seeing them like
This is we're still in panel uniformity and grayscale here, and if I understand correctly, Cecil was mentioning that if we're going to see some oddball tinting, we would see it in this scene. In the grass.
Shout out to Caleb.
How you doing, Jason?
And by the way, they asked if we wanted to do that, and Brian's like, hell no.
I'll put my check.
Mhm,
My check.
We gotta be
Yeah, yeah. Let's hang out with you guys. No. We'll light it up once they on their break. We'll start doing our
We like our live streams. I like our fun live streams.
Anyway, do more live streams.
That's what we do.
What's up, baby? Caleb's
What's going on, guys?
doing a good job, brother.
I want to tell more jokes. I want to do some limericks. You know, there once was a man from Nantucket. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. All right, I think we're moving on to content that is copywritten, and so we would want to.
Right. All right.
Yeah, we're about to.
switch?
We're about to.
Just wait for me to switch.
Right.
Jason, let me know when we switch, Jeff.
Ready?
Hold on.
We're gonna switch here in a moment.
1 second. YouTubers, let's do it. Unite.
I want to switch it. You want to switch camera? We're gonna switch over. Change camera.
Three more clips for grayscale and panel uniformity before we move on.
Camera's off, Jack.
Yep, they're good to go, and you may switch.
Camera's off, brother.
Is that normal? Mm. You guys are, well, it's Spirit and Muscle, right? Oh, okay.
Is there a black and white movie on there?
It is now, but it's not supposed to be. And we'll,
Should be black and white movie.
it is not.
So
We're still on Spirit and Muscle.
All right, let me swap.
That's what I was trying to,
All right. So I'll show the TVs right now then.
wouldn't go much longer. He's switching to connection.
Okay, so on the Spirits and Muscle were Canyon, the red canyons, primes. Tell them what they missed.
Still back in Spears and Muscle.
Which one did they like on the canyons though?
I'm like, this movie. I don't even know which TVs are which at this point. That's the same.
So read my ticket, right? Your ticket. Samsung's on the left. Right.
There we go.
i5 in the middle. On the bottom. All the OLEDs are on the bottom. Samsung.
Yeah.
LG3 on the top.
Like I said, I don't envy your job, man.
Q195,
All LCDs 295
XLED,
XLED.
There it is.
Hisense.
Hisense UAK. You're welcome, Ron.
It's gone now. The menu, not the picture.
What's up, guys? I would say 85 is hard to beat. Hard. The old Muppets in the balcony, Matt.
Panel uniformity and grayscale. Here, I feel like the reference monitors are extra key. I'd just like to mention that while not an official sponsor, I, as MC, am very much sponsored by Starbucks Mocha
Get that deep voice.
right now.
Ready to switch scenes?
And yeah, if anybody wants to send me some Starbucks bucks, I mean, I'm not going to turn it down. You know, I also enjoy coffee cake, berry scones, and long walks on the beach.
Be afraid.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
No shame.
Full thanks.
Look at that deep voice.
Wait till I get to my deep face.
Whose head is that? Is that Fomo's head?
No, it's on the other side. Who's that? Sassy?
So if I'm not mistaken, we have 3 different clips from this movie. Yeah, and so it's just slow-mo of 3 different scenes. Still more, plenty of opportunity to continue judging along the same lines. I mean, in the interest of time, I feel like we do need to advance to the next scene. Yeah, we really got to. Yeah, if it were dramatically different content, you know, I think we might want to dwell a little bit more, but. Taste the biscuit. Should I sing the biscuit song?
Sing it.
Would that be inappropriate? Any comments for me?
Yeah. They gave 10. I'm not going to share it with you.
No, I know you're not. That's fine. You gotta pay your mortgage.
Well,
That's
Kitty
fine.
G man does want to say that this entire.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I know I'm killing it over there. I'm just joking.
We're just back.
I appreciate the love.
What's that? Almost always hot, unless it's over 95 degrees outside, in which case I'll go iced. But yeah.
So I appreciate the love. It's the first time I mentioned it.
What?
Usually I'm the silent majority.
Brian needs to be mentioned more.
You mentioned once. I was like every other
I
word.
did. I gave you guys the shout out.
I never get the shout out. Caleb.
I'm on
I'm
it.
your neighbor. Caleb gave it to me. Why didn't you ask him? That's what's important.
Okay, so let me do this quick explanation. How does this look? So HDR is only HDR10. There's no Dolby Vision. With HDR, we have to turn off the reference monitor unless the HDR we know is way under 1,000 nits. So we'll let you know when that happens. But the reality is HDR impact above 1,000 nits, the reference monitor is not relevant. So the judges will then subjectively decide which has the best impact to them. And that's very subjective. And I like that because each judge brings their own biases to this. And when I say bias, it's the context of it's the context of what they believe HDR is. So hopefully clear things out. It will be in a dark room and a bright room.
So I think now would be a really crucial time to mention that all of the stuff that we're putting up on the screen here is in 1080p. And so upscaling is being performed on all of these clips. So I guess in the back of your head, kind of keep in mind upscaling. We do have an upscaling section that's at the very end of this SDR segment, but if you want to keep upscaling performance in the back of your mind as we evaluate some other bits here, that would be great. And this will be the last of the 3 movie scenes for this category. Yes, sir. This is the last pattern for that particular category.
He's not even watching.
No blood. Hey, judges, just as an FYI, when you guys are rating this, LCDs, please make sure you're on access to the LCDs. But if the slide is off, you're gonna have some skewing of perception.
Thank you, G-Man. HDR 10, just the content isn't as supported. Amazon Prime is HDR 10 plus. HDR 10 plus even Dolby Vision HDR 10 is pretty much rocket.
What?
So you said drink Bud Light. Man. There's a hater right here. Sasquatch hater. That's all right, bro. That's all right. He's like Bud Light. I know what you're saying. I like it. So, Bud Light is the most.
All right, YouTubers. That's you guys.
Yes.
You're YouTubers.
We are.
Let's say that in the most condescending way possible. Yes. So we're switching back to a Spears Munsell pattern. We can go back on the displays if you like. However, we are eliminating one of the 2 Spears Munsell patterns. So this will be the only one before we go back to content. So, yeah.
Ready.
Guys, we're moving on to the next category now. This is the this is shadow detail and low luma color saturation. Again, that's shadow detail and low luma color saturation. We're starting with the Spears and Munsell disc dynamic range low pattern. And it is critical we keep the door shut and the lights off because this is already a very challenging thing to see in the first place. Yeah. Guys, we're going to have to go dark on the stream just briefly. Sorry.
No problem.
But this is one of those patterns where, any light source in the room is really going to make the evaluation a little more. Yes, that's great. Thank you. And again, I hate to beat a dead horse, but being on axis with the LCDs is pretty critical for this particular section.
Yeah, Classy was definitely involved with calibrations. That's a big part of what happened this year. So we have the lights out just for this particular test. So we just showed off with this one scene. So as far as 8K, we only have one new competitor, 900C.
Oh, all right. For anybody watching the live stream at home, everything is fine.
Yeah.
We're not experiencing technical difficulties. We've just had to turn off every light because we're at one of the more challenging patterns.
Yep.
Also, I just stubbed my knee and my toe at the same time. So I'm very happy to bring you this entertainment.
So Tom, we do have that section, which you're gonna see.
Look through a few different things, and depending on the local things, there's like this.
What that's called is the preference judging. So that'll be with the reference monitor will be shut off, and then you will basically see more of what you guys are used to seeing, where you see our impact, things of that nature. Prism disc is here. We're seeing on camera right now. So it's the pattern's very low.
All right, I'm putting a hard stop on this door. For everybody, you get 60 completely uninterrupted seconds of that pattern, and that's that. Anybody who needs in, get in now. All right, you're all locked in. Nobody in or out.
See who he thinks is winning.
So
Okay.
that section was added.
I will, but right now
Real
I'm
world
guarding the store.
scenarios versus just
Nobody's in or
calibration,
out.
Things over 1,000 nets, more HDR impact. That nature.
What's that? No, being a bouncer did not. Will you? Okay. Nobody. I want another solid 60 seconds, please. Hey, John. How you doing, man? So, keep your voice low because we don't want to skew anybody's thoughts. But do you feel like we're moving toward a winner yet?
You know, it's a real horse race. I'm really surprised how the TVs are performing like super excellent. And at least among the OLEDs, they're really neck and neck.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that, I mean, this is not a loaded question, but do you think that we can really be making determinations so early when we haven't even gotten to HDR content yet?
Not yet.
Yeah.
It's just a very, very early impression.
Yeah.
Everything's running really smooth. Patterns are good. The content's good.
Mm-hmm.
And really pleased that TVs are performing the way we thought they would, you know.
Yeah.
Which is important, you know. They're showing what we want the categories to represent.
Yeah. Well, thanks, John. Cecil wants my attention, so we're going to see what's up. What's up, Classy? Yeah.
Color.
Yeah. Brian and
Yes.
FOMO, we're moving to real content again, so we're going to want to switch off of the TV facing cameras.
He's a switch the camera.
Okay. Jason, just a
Jason,
few
not
more
yet.
minutes, just a couple more seconds here, bud.
Can I put the light back on?
I think it's going to be fine once we move away from this pattern.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, as soon as,
Yeah, I saw which camera. Hold on.
where's FOMO? FOMO, can you switch
Yeah,
the
switch
cameras,
cameras,
please?
Give me 1 minute. Switching cameras. Movies.
Light back on. Wait,
Let me know when we're clear.
Oh, we're clear.
please. Okay, we're clear, Jason. All right, and judges, we're just switching over to some real content here. Not that patterns aren't real content, but, and I just wanted to reiterate that we're going to be looking at both shadow detail and low luminance color performance here. So there's a couple of things to look at: shadow detail and low luminance color. And off we go.
So, which TV do you like in the buffaloes with the yellow grass and stuff? I like the A95 personally. I've liked it because it feels like the contrast pops. The question though, is it accurate? And that's what they're grading to. So this is something that I think consumers don't realize is just because we like it more doesn't necessarily mean it matches the reference monitor. That's all.
So we're going to movies now.
Yeah, we're on to movies. So we're checking movies here. Because what I saw, for example, in 1917, that dark scene where it's dark and you see him lying on the ground, on the A95 film, his coat appeared to pop a little bit more. However, on the reference monitor, it didn't pop as much. So clearly the Sony is doing a little bit of contrast enhancement, right? It's just a
that's an interesting section.
But the reference monitor on, is that a good thing? Is Sony going to be graded down for that? Now, the color is accurate, but there's a slight pop. The G3 didn't have it because it matched the monitor exactly. But Sony is saying, wait a minute, we think we could do better. And that's something for you to decide as consumers, because you're not grading movies, you're watching it. I like it, but you need to know that there is a slight difference. Sony is color aside, grayscales aside. They're actually adding a bit of that three-dimensional
What's
pop
that?
many of you asked for.
We're in shadow detail and low luminance color.
Here's a good question for you. How are the LEDs holding up?
Well, it's the problem with the LEDs is you need to be dead center. The LEDs are doing fine. The challenge is the judges need to make sure they're dead center on each one. So we've reiterated a few times that they need to be dead up on.
Right. So there's
Challenge
also
with LEDs
upscaling being performed here as well.
is we're not doing bright room performance, which would help fill the three of them. But it's hard to compete with not just WRGB OLEDs, but hard to compete with A95L, A95C, and G3. What guy? What guy did you say that? Did this guy? Is that me? I didn't say that.
Can we go to the next one?
The reason you hear me whispering is that the judges are on either side of the TV. If you want to know which TVs are which, look at the bottom ticker.
Door definitely has.
Okay. So folks, we've already moved on to the next clip. Again, we've got four
They have been
different
positioned.
clips for this particular section. So if you feel like you didn't get.
I'm sorry. Go to the very last shot. Okay, very last. Of the one we just played. Yeah.
So again, the judges have been instructed to look LED straight on, so they are moving from TV to TV.
Wow, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yes, the LEDs have probably been more chest level to be dead on.
Kingsman. Yeah. That one?
I'll have to have Pomo check that when he comes back.
Is this the king guy?
No. Until 1917. No change.
The ticker is not accurate. Right? Pomo? The ticker is accurate, right? What TVs are at the bottom?
Yes, all the OLEDs are on the bottom.
Yeah, so you have S95C, A95L, and G3 is on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, G3 is on the right. Then we have Q95C, XLED, and then UAK is on the right. Correct? Yeah, UAK top
Tell
right.
me when to pause, guys.
So top right is UAK.
We're
bottom
still on the
right
same
is
scene.
G3.
Yeah.
Travis, the G2 is probably just as good. We can't change the camera angle right now simply because we have.
Would it be
copyrighted
easier to just
material
play
on the
this clip
screen.
through and then return to the,
He's gonna move the next one because it's two players.
oh, okay.
Why do I even put up the ticker for you guys?
It's the thing going across the bottom of the screen. All right, guys, we got 520 in the chat. Good like.
Well, yeah, click like some more. Could check out this shootout. Shootout's only going to go on for a few more hours, guys.
Sorry, I've already switched this. Sorry. It's on pause.
I don't know what we're looking for, so.
So I can go get possibly the very last shot. I think it was right around here. It's just like a single close up. Let's check. This is normal when it's all separated.
Yeah. The next clip will be as well.
They're probably up there.
There.
I was about to say, what in the world is this right here?
Now, I would say, guys, looking at these scenes, top 3 LEDs, the challenge
Yeah, so
is
you're good.
the peak brightness of all 3 LEDs isn't effective in the scenes that we're looking at.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
They're kind of
What time is lunch ready?
Contrast ratio, my contrast ratio.
Oh.
This was really-
Okay.
So they almost look faded in comparison, even though they probably do well on their own, which is safe. You see LEDs really compared to OLEDs in a very dark room during certain scenes. It's very tough for the LEDs. Yeah.
What? Oh, yeah, we stopped. Sorry. I have to change the pin because they're saying that the actual pin has the wrong TVs, but the ticker is correct.
We're distracted.
Oh, there's the comments. Okay.
We'll do a review video of the shootout only a few days later, and so we'll get together. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll do a reaction video.
Yeah.
And we'll bring in some judges to see who's
Absolutely. As I mentioned to you guys, it'll be very hard for the LEDs to compete in what we're showing right now. All right, guys, 500 in the chat. Thank you for being here and joining us today.
There we go.
Thank you, David. I heard 2 of these, just never have to do them. Oh, yeah, they will go with me till the end.
You guys are mighty quiet over there.
Well, talk, hang on.
Of course I do.
Oh, wait,
Just, can I?
It's Caleb.
That is Caleb.
Yeah.
We have a question for you, Caleb.
Okay.
Come here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember, but someone's asking you, what was Caleb referring to when he said he saw something he didn't expect during the uniformity test? Do you remember?
Oh gosh. No, I don't. You know what? Let me go look again and see if it my
You
memory
guys
is
with your
refreshed.
hard-hitting questions.
No, that's a good question. I do remember making that comment. What was it? Oh. Yeah, I remember now. So it was a super low luminance scene, and I want to make sure that I'm not coloring other judges' analysis here, but I noticed the QN95C, the grays were purplish.
Purplish?
Mhm.
Yeah. And that's the thing is,
And then I'm not singling that one TV out. I think that was starting to happen with some
And you're
others,
not
but
yeah.
I mean, as I walked by at that particular moment, that's what I noticed. I was like,
So,
oh,
two things, right? You're not
Mhm.
imagining it. And also, you notice you're a little off angle. It introduces color shift. And then you go on angle. Goes, wait, I thought I just saw purple.
yeah, where I'm standing for most of this event is a tough place to be because the entire top row of TVs,
But we saw that last year with the 900B, the 8K.
Mhm.
Yeah, it moved off angle and it lost contrast.
Yeah.
In this case, there's some color shifting on the QN95C.
Yeah.
So guys, you'll see us get a little more lively as soon as we're on.
So this is maybe the most torturous test that we'll have today. I mean, it's just ridiculously hard. Okay, I lied. What I just experienced was no. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but yeah, this is really, really difficult. So just keep that in mind. We would expect to see some variance from the LED-based televisions in this particular scene.
I'm ready, Caleb.
We are definitely going to have to pick up the pace, though, or we will not make it.
Pull out the whip, Caleb. You got a lightning rod, my friend.
Mm-hmm. What do we have? 2 more clips for this section? All right. Oh, my sweet mercy.
Give me the dark shades.
Shadow detail and low luminance color. All right. I think we've got him.
Ready when you are.
Hold on one few more seconds. Once it gets to the window, it'll fade to dark and then brighten up.
Mm.
And then we'll pull it.
So judging operating systems, good question, but it's so preferential, subjective.
No stuff.
I don't like lag, so as easy as Sony's Google
No,
TV is,
1080p. Yeah.
it has latency. It's annoying. I could live with it. Some of you can't. I also like Tizen.
And it's gonna
How
light
easy
back
it
up.
is
Oh,
to find channels, Samsung Plus. What are your thoughts on operating systems?
Well, Tizen would be better if it wasn't for the. If you could navigate through Tizen without double tapping everything.
What scene
Most
is
people
this?
Actually prefer Tizen that aren't enthusiasts. Would you agree? Tizen's very popular.
I like Tizen.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
parents,
it's time.
they love the
Oh,
easy
too
channel
late.
planning. Wife and kids like Tizen, and they don't do anything special with Tizen. It's just, oh, I like that. Boom, you
Yeah.
click on it.
The problem with Tizen for us is the inputs, the settings, or double tapping things. For I think most people just using the smart features, it's the preferred.
Are they still in movies?
We're
Because New Guy wants to
still,
know.
yeah, we've got, what, two
Oh,
more
yeah, we're
clips
still
for
doing copyrighted
low?
material, but we will once we get back.
Okay. Yeah, all right, moving on then. I love that. Thank you so much. The judges have spoken. Okay. That being the case, we're moving to color accuracy, which, Fomo and Brian, I know this involves a Toy Story loop.
Okay.
But it starts with basic color images. So I'm not sure how we want to handle that.
Yeah.
This is where we're switching to, because you get that, you break out your eyes. Wait.
Oh, can't show?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Okay. So we're still on judges right now.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So,
We're still holding on
so just
judges.
keep it that way. Is that the?
Yep.
That's the word. Ooh, that's real milk. Yes, that's lunch.
I saw something.
Is it ASMR?
Exactly. Such a channel gets so big. It's my mistake. I crackle so much.
This was taking a minute.
Got it. It just went dark.
Then I got a lock that player. I've got a lock that player.
Good question, Ahmad. Ahmad asks, thanks for the super chat. Is the X95L out of the box accuracy and motion processing on par with 895L? The motion processing, I'd say yes. However, the image accuracy, right? The issue is qdoled has a wider color gamut with better specular highlights in terms of dynamic range. The X95L will have slightly lifted blacks in some scenes, and the contrast will not match OLED. So if those two things are important to you, then clearly the image quality is a step behind simply by nature of being an LCD technology. OLED is just incomparable, or self-emissive is incomparable incomparable in contrast, and you see it readily.
So Sony's Rob Brandon had talked about that the clarity with the A80L and A95L would be due to XR clear in tandem with micro contrast. So no matter how good the X95 is or any LED from Sony's lineup, it just won't have that extra level of clarity that the OLEDs can provide. So it's in tandem with XR clear, their processor, and micro contrast. So there's no comparison. It just can't really compete. And we've seen a lot of these scenes too, from where the LED's brightness isn't really effective in a lot of the scenes, normal TV scenes. So the lack of contrast makes them look pale by comparison.
Yeah.
You know, if they were by themselves, I'm sure it wouldn't be as noticeable. But in comparison to three OLEDs, not WRGB OLEDs, but MLA OLEDs and qdoled, it just really is very.
I just got
probably
the.
more so than
I just got the. What is it? UGP 9000 or what? It's the high-end magnetar, and it is heavier than some of the AV receivers that I have in the house. But I mean that group. I mean it. What is it? Revon or Revo or I can't remember. It's the same. It's the same company basically. I mean, you know, my back's not great, but it's not that bad. It's a monster. But it also has, you know, balanced XLR outputs for all audio channels. So if you're trying to go, I mean, I actually think that the higher end player is more targeted towards audio files than video files, if I'm honest. And they have two different DACs. They have a one for two channel and then one for multi-channel. And yeah, if you're a dork like me with a big SACD and DVD audio collection.
For barely a year, but it kept them burning in and burning out because
the OLED.
And it is the best.
Yeah.
But they couldn't afford to buy them.
I mean, it
they
begs
literally
to
bought one for
magnetar.
And guys, when you talk about these reference monitors, they are about a foot thick. And the amount of connections on them and the circuitry in them, it would not be practical. Not only would you not want to pay for it, but they are for what they are. They're something you want in your house. Most going to pay a couple $100,000.
And West Phoenix at Best Buy, nothing is calibrated. It's always out of the box.
So, Jason, just kind of playing around here, like, is this the kind of a technical issue where maybe everybody can go take a quick little 5 or 6 minute bathroom break?
Well, one of the discs with the clip on it is scratched or something.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep.
We're just going to move on? Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
I've seen the problem with physical media scratches. Damn.
I know.
Human biology ceases to exist at the Value Electronics TV Shootout.
I'm like, I love physical media. The minute it starts pixelating, I'm like, damn, I gotta get clean it.
So the stream can show this. It's very simple.
Okay, YouTubers.
Yes.
I'm still sorry. I can't help it anymore. This is showable.
You two sound like a bunch of skaters over here.
So can I switch over? What is that? S&M?
Are we switching back, Caleb? What do you got?
You're safe to show what's being shown right now.
Switch because they've been
Because we've moved past the Disney disc has a little bit of a scratch, and so we're moving on to
Let's do it.
the Spears and Munsell skin tone models.
Skin tones, baby.
So this is an excellent test.
Yes.
Let me change the exposure.
Yeah, lower. We're gonna lower the exposure a bit so you guys can get a feel for it. So if you guys, with the Spears and Munsell disc, definitely think about purchasing that. Run these tests on your TVs. It's worth it just for the demo material, the star field, and the skin tones. The cameras, these discs, or these TVs?
Which one?
Well, I'll tell them that I had those guys on. for an hour and a half.
Wow. The only way that could.
You got the new one? Yeah, when you saw that squirrel, you're like, oh my God, that's squirrel. As soon as the beaver came on, you're like,
On their website, on credit cards.
yeah, absolutely. Repurchase. Yep, exactly.
It's pretty good. So the white point differences are really due to panel technology differences. If you notice, the QD-OLEDs on the bottom, Samsung and the Sony, which you can see, very similar white points. But the top TVs are LCD TVs, so there's a slight difference.
I don't think
The real.
So Giddy, quick question. What makes the reference accurate? Not just because it's 25,000. It's accurate because the color, whatever color you have,
What
that's
was
on
being
there.
said behind the camera to where you-
The pure color luminescence.
She worked, if I'm not mistaken, she was working at Sony. She was recommended from Taylor. She had amazing skin, like up close, it's even weirder. Like in terms of sort of like all that.
Mhm.
And that was what I thought.
Mhm.
So, this is probably the best I've seen in that skin ever. A lot of, yeah.
What, up top? I'll let you get in so you can actually see it.
No, it's actually. That's a panel.
Oh.
That's weird. What's awesome, this is canvas. This is from the first months. No. Watch her for. That great.
So it seems like you guys are watching this. This is where the reference monitor just blows away everything. That's where you like to look at it in scenes like this, in tones, accuracy, very little.
Do you see it on
Craig,
any
I'm
of the
actually
other
trying to get
displays?
Jennifer to do some content for next year specifically for this. So I'm gonna have her design it. I just need to give her more notice and get her to do something that's an HDR10 instead of Dolby Vision.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Just a couple more.
This is color accuracy?
Yeah, it's specific to skin tones.
Sorry, Pedro. I don't see your question. Ask again.
Always remember, guys, when you're comparing to media.
I mean, if we could use but I mean, if it's here, it's not. But yeah.
Gotta love it.
Okay. I can't please you people. It's like, Fumo, go get yourself a $25,000 camera.
You know, be happy. We'll take all donations to buy better equipment.
No.
Equipment at home is
And after that, he's like, well, but now he has a blue tint.
yeah, exactly. $100,000 camera. I'm sure your equipment at home is much better, my friend. Yeah, you made it off.
Okay.
Give me a minute. Give me
Just
one
remember,
minute.
the longer we spend on this one, the less time we spend on the next one.
All right, you can go ahead.
Yeah, that's what all.
That again?
It's a bubble. Is there any shot that we can wrap up SDR in 20 minutes?
We're talking some of the same stuff.
Okay. That's perfect. Yeah, that's excellent. That's perfect. So yeah, perfect. We're gonna use right there. Awesome. Thank you so much.
No, up or down, it's not getting then yeah. Maybe.
Well, it's Java.
I was about to say like.
All right, so guys,
Make a disc.
nobody gave you the heads up. You're off the TVs, right?
Yeah, we're off.
Okay. Sorry.
No
I'm
problem.
trying to manage that.
Just yell YouTubers.
Huh?
Just yell YouTubers.
YouTuber.
I feel like a skater back here. Yeah, YouTuber. Generalizing. Like we're 12, we're like 12 years old.
He's coming. Just a reminder, we're still in color. And we're still upscaling from 1080p, correct? Yeah, okay.
We'll have 3 more colors saved after this one.
Okay. Okay. Sweet. Are we paused on purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, so I think there's something rather important that we really need to talk about. What? I mean, I really don't know how else to say this. What do you guys think is for lunch?
Well, there are some kids that get coffee and only coffee.
They want coffee for you since I heard.
I mean,
Right.
someone tried to feed you, and I said, he's like a cheetah. He works better start.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I just need some caffeine and I'll be fine.
That's right. And then once it's all done, then, you know, give them a carrot.
I do have to say, I don't know what, there's a situation here and I'm not sure what to do about it. So one of the kind,
Are you talking about the attractive lady that's
no. I mean, I could, but I feel that would not be appropriate. Somebody was very kind and went and got me a mocha. But unfortunately, I did not know that they were going to do that. And it has real dairy milk in it. Let me tell you what, if I were to drink that thing, this is all over. This is over for everyone.
This is why there's 3 of us. One of us accidentally gets a mocha with dairy, got 2 left. Another one eats. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I'm in the bathroom.
are either of you lactose intolerant or vegan?
Lactose intolerant. We have gluten intolerant. Tofu intolerance, right? Soy intolerance. So between the 3 of us, we're working out.
Yeah, if all of us were one person, we would just die.
Sabotage. Who was that person that gave you the mocha?
I love pizza. Like, what does one do? Oh, we have to eat pizza.
I think it's the anger.
I pretty much had to give up pizza.
You got yourself a saboteur.
What about cauliflower crust pizza though?
Why tease me?
I mean,
cauliflower crust.
West Haven? I mean, fair. I love 30 minutes. I don't even don't see pizza places that often. Dude, I love some parties, man. That's often.
Wait. Michael Hill wants you to know. Some of these comments. This is why he doesn't take his kids to work.
What are people saying? I want to know.
They're serious.
What are the people saying? No, I'll just peer it over your shoulder. Isn't that more comfortable?
This is reflective of our discussion. Some of these comments remind me of why we don't take our kids to work.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This is why.
What, the comments are us, the commentary? Why? Did I say something inappropriate?
You know, humor.
Well, guys, that was all implied. There was nothing explicit. What's for what? You know what? Well, I don't know. That's what I was trying to, that's how this started.
That's how it started. You know, you are the intrepid journalist. Let's cut this down, and maybe you can get back with an answer before the next set of scenes.
About what's for lunch.
Well, I hope it's not.
Do you, yeah, after all that, yeah, we're in trouble. We are in New York, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I might run a mission to find out.
Do. And you could take the microphone with you just a little bit.
Sorry, I was reading some of the comments.
There we go. Are we going to see a dark horse emerge today? Oh, so is there going to be a surprise winner?
There could be an upset.
Could be an upset.
There could be an upset.
There could be an upset.
I'm just saying. Well, it depends on how you qualify the upset.
If it's not,
Hold on just a second. I'm being stolen away. What's up?
Giddy G man.
Okay. That's after lunch. Okay.
So Giddy G man, it looks like there could be an upset.
Okay, so
There is a
here,
dark horse.
qualify an upset. So saying that, when I say that because I think there could be a widespread presumption that there is one TV in particular that is just the slam dunk winner. And I'm just saying it's possible that's not the case. I'm being called. On my way. Sorry, what? We're still on 1080p content, yes. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. TVs.
When you judge the upscaling, keep all of these scenes in mind.
Yeah.
We're not going to play them again.
Is everything even out there, bro?
Is everything after this 4K?
Good job, brother.
When we get to HDR,
Yeah. Yeah, so just to be clear, we're getting towards the end of the SDR testing, which also means we're getting towards the end of the 1080p content that is being upscaled. So your last chance at making a determination on upscaling is happening right now. Yes.
Yeah, we're going to use different modes. I'll be saying.
So do we call that a straight
Excuse me.
Yeah, we still want these.
How many more color-related clips are there?
Next one, just two more.
Two more? Okay. This is a really interesting one.
PMI, I'd pick the denim because Oral 3D as well as Dolby Atmos and the denim is consistent across the board in terms of just reliability. It's a proven platform. I just like everything that makes the denim work. Now, they've recently,
do you know what they shot this with?
Yeah, the 8500, even though it's slightly older, I prefer it for the power. I mean, it's just solid.
Right.
Onkyo,
That's right.
it still needs to prove itself as far as durability.
It's
It
so
has a lot of
interesting
good
to hear
features,
from
but
people
denim
who
just works.
are
And
on
I
that
think
side of the
it
camera.
continues for me to be the go-to.
I mean, these are
if you don't have any
these are
preference, start
things
with
that,
it. Now, if
like,
you have a preference,
you know,
certain
even
needs, whatever. Do what you
there's
need to
a
do
difference
for your
between
lifestyle.
being a
But I
picture
think
quality person and
denim
an
consistently
image expert. You know what I mean?
delivers what most people.
So fascinating.
Let me know what you end up getting.
There's a lot of ways of doing content, but when you're working on a feature film like this, let's just say it's $100 million. A scene like this, watch several thousand times before it goes to air.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to a theater, goes to homes, wherever.
Mm-hmm.
And you make observations, but a lot of content is not made that way. All that brain effect.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to go.
Yep.
That's a hard shot.
That is tough. mean, I don't even know what I'm talking about, and I can tell that's tough. Wow. What? Are we playing Nintendo now? Oh,
One quarter, Cecil?
Wow.
I know, right? What's that? This is from the. Yeah. Because it explores part of the challenge. They're very specific saturation. Squirreling away my sandwich.
Have to. Yeah, tell me there's more.
These are going to be popular.
I know, I just get to bring more out.
Yeah, definitely. Except those.
Yeah, I can switch whenever. A few more seconds. Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, crossing ahead.
So Bush, will a TV the year be one TV from 8K, one from 4K? So
Plenty to see in terms of upscaling there.
So there's one King.
All right. Got to call it. Next, please. This is our final color, or this is the last SDR. Anything? Okay. All right. It's a purpose color or upscaling? Okay, yeah.
When it comes to the upscaling, it's everything we've seen so far, plus the fabrication. I'm glad we did not choose to use Barbie.
Why would that have been bad, Dwayne? Why not use Barbie?
Wasn't in a room watching Barbie.
Oh, okay. So it's an optics. Understood. I mean, I watched it. I also have a 14-year-old daughter, so.
No, I have this 18 and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so did I. That is the truth.
Yeah.
It's the last, yeah, I spent $30 on that movie. It was 25 to rent and 30 to own. So now I own Barbie. Yeah, I'm the one. I'm the one. I'm the stats. We're almost there. How's the stream going, fellas?
Great.
Fantastic.
Great.
So we're
Well,
coming up
mention
on the lunch break. We've got one upscaling pattern coming up, and we're done with the SDR, and we're going to take a break for lunch. I can confirm that eggplant is involved. That's all I'm saying.
Hopefully it's not eggplant parmigiana.
It is not. There may be some harissa.
Harissa.
Or harissa, depending on how it's accurately pronounced. I don't really know.
Thanks, Brad, for the super chat. Oh, this is some real questions.
Yes, sir. I get the feeling like the judges are still pondering the meaning of the purple on this.
Hey, Brian, what are they looking at? What are they looking at? All right, Brian's going to check in. Sometimes the movie content moves a bit quickly, but Brian will let you know. What the showman? Greatest Showman, which is probably color accuracy. Let's see. Greatest Showman. Let's see what the Greatest Showman does. Yes, Greatest Showman is color accuracy. And right before Greatest Showman was La La Land.
Rubbing alcohol.
And before that was Mario Brothers. And before Mario Brothers was John Wick.
Yes, it just did.
In this group of movies that they were watching, right? For color accuracy, it was John Wick 4, Mario movie, La La Land, and The Greatest Showman. But again, this is SDR, not HDR content.
Yeah, we're into the ballet area, so we're definitely.
So guys, the next scene is the next category, and this pattern I'm about to show you. You might want to cover your eyes or look down.
For anybody who didn't hear Jason, it's about to get real bright in here, so maybe look down or look away, avert your eyes for just a second so you can adjust is the word I was looking for. Here we go. There we go. All right, so this is our final pattern. This would be very specific to upscaling. Yes, this is, we can switch back.
We can switch it now?
Yeah.
All right.
And this will be the last pattern for the SDR portion of today's festivities. Just Spears, Munsell had nothing to do with it?
Thanks for the super chat, Ron D. Ron says, for your hard work and steering me to Robert and Electronics. All right, let me check it out.
one? The
Checking.
Check it out.
I'm going to give away a bad joke that I'm going to make later.
I thought you were doing a giveaway.
No. Well, I'm giving away a bad joke. There's no real, no, but I feel like I'm going to say this later, but I feel like the real winner of this shootout is Hugh Jackman. That dude's getting all kinds of FaceTime.
He's getting divorced.
Oh, okay, maybe he's not he's the real winner of the shootout, and maybe not as much of a winner of life.
That's his movie, right?
Yeah. But yeah, there's been plenty of Hugh Jackman. A little Hemsworth. But Hemsworth is in a train scene on something that we have in the HDR section.
Gotcha.
And then Keanu. I mean, you know.
Ready now?
Yep.
Lisa.
That's Lisa. Yep, we see her around.
Lisa, you're watching? I thought you were way up.
You know, she's that celebrity that we're celebrating.
Please. We're back. Thank you, bro. Lisa.
So we're tossing one more in. Do I understand correctly? Because Mr. McKenzie, the man says zone plate, you get a zone plate.
What's up, everyone? How we doing? Once they break for lunch, we'll be able to really chat.
I mean, does anything do it well?
Right on. I know you're not used to us being so quiet.
The main thing you don't want to see is the images go. Right. None of those. Yeah. But also this test in nature UHD is well, listen to you. This
Thank you, Dio. Thanks for paying attention to detail. Starbucks fulfillment and brand.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Trust me, we need it.
I know you guys aren't used to us being so quiet, but I apologize that we're not.
Part of,
Do we need to take it off?
we'll talk about audio.
yes.
All right.
As you hear, so celebrate life, Lisa. We got love, much love for you, my friend. I know you're probably driving, you're not watching, so we're thinking about it.
Just listen, you know.
Kind of whisper, baby. Yeah. Only problem with us being back here is I have a hard time being able to see what we're looking at.
I know.
So you guys will find what's interesting is that and the Sony team remarked on this. We have an X95 pellet 85 inches in front of us. He's like, can't you get a cheaper light blocker? $5,000.
Hey, Norbert. So personally, I like the
What did you guys want to see again?
I like the G3 for its warranty as well. I mean, it is the only one for 5-year panel warranty. For most consumers, that's the most important thing because the image quality is so close, right? That whatever minor color differences, whatever processing, this is against a rough spot. You bring this home, your TV fails in 3 years because of a quality issue. Only LG is going to
Back by popular
and
request.
that includes burn.
Well, the G3 is also still very good.
HD scaling.
It's just not this year. Not
This is 1080p.
I know you guys game at SDR. Louise, your brother-in-law, we said hi.
So Buddy Love just got bad. What did Buddy Love miss?
Buddy Love, they just been 15.
You know what he missed? He missed
the winner.
He missed
That's the winner.
Caleb's dietary restrictions.
Caleb's dropping knowledge on this.
What? What I do? I hear my name being raked over the coals back here. What I do?
We missed our dietary restrictions.
So you missed Caleb's dietary restrictions.
He's like, oh, Terry, no point, no.
Yeah, I mean,
You missed what's for lunch.
I wasn't ready for that information to be released publicly, but it just kind of happened, didn't it?
With a microphone.
Yeah.
Dude, I got you. He's been a meeting.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I was like,
That's real milk.
okay, there's something.
And hey, thanks, G-Man, for the super chat. Brian, I was expecting Jennifer Geller
Yeah.
to show up. She was
It's,
invited. But it was
it's
too last
lunchtime.
minute.
In fact, I need to go announce that. So, if I see, never mind. I'm going to keep that to myself.
Are you buying the? You'll just review the mac and cheese driver. Right?
I did.
Did you return it or finish it?
I returned it. I had to. Yeah. I mean, I would have kept it around for a little bit longer if they allowed me to, but I had to send it back. Yeah. I mean, it is impressive. It's really ambitious what they did with it.
You've been in the audio, right? You know speakers. For 3,500, you can also go discrete, maybe maybe a 5.1.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you would have to. You would be going with a lower powered receiver. You'd be going with lower quality speakers.
So we said about the Caleb, price or something like that. Quality speakers are down, so the separates do suffer if you're going the same price point, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I think you would end up going with much smaller speakers, and you run into the difficulty of coming up with any upfiring Atmos drivers. It's really difficult to do at that price point. I mean, it's a very unique kind of device, and it's a kind of a unique proposition. And I think part of the reason why it was so interesting to look at is just because Nakamichi had sort of a cult following with all their shockwave soundbars all this time, and the Dragon was just like they threw the kitchen sink at it. You know what I mean? They went hardcore with every aspect of it, and there's nothing else like it that really exists. So it being kind of a unique thing makes it fun to look at, you know. And it was impressive, you know, but also kind of crazy. The what now?
XLED, the Sharp.
I
guess my question is the mix of the Sharp. Fan of that yourself, as far
on the TVs?
Yeah, the XLEDs.
I mean, I haven't taken a good look at the speakers on the Sharp. Honestly, I don't remember. I mean, obviously, I'll be seeing it up close and personal soon, but I don't remember the speakers on the UX. Like, I know, but did they? I can't remember. Did they add those after they showed the prototype off or whatever? I'm gonna have to go back to my old footage when hisense during its event, and I do not remember that being a factor. Like, clearly, the retail model has it. Like, I'm not debating that. I just don't remember those being there on the early prototypes that we saw. But I mean, you know, it reminds me Sony went through that phase at one point where they had the big speakers on the sides. I think it was a 4K set by that point, but sounded great. But you know, people don't like seeing that. They want their TVs to kind of stand alone. So
I think the TV made the TV square versus frames a little too much.
yeah. Yeah, it goes back a ways. Well, people are still looking at things, but I'm going to go make it known that now it's because we need a very clear time to come back. I mean, I'm assuming an hour. Yeah, we're done.
When if I could talk to them and get there
During the lunch hour?
during the lunch hour.
Okay.
We'll let them also eat.
Drift in and out.
Yeah.
Let them have their food first, and then if you can drift over to us, that'd be great.
Folks, you probably could figure this out for yourself, but it is now officially lunchtime. Lunch is served. Please help yourself. And also, if any of the judges would be so kind as during the lunch hour to maybe stop by the live stream and chat with FOMO and Brian, it would be very much appreciated. Definitely feed yourself, but if you feel so inclined, stop by and do that. We'll break for, I think it's an hour. nobody has told me specifically how long lunch goes for, but we're all here for the same thing. So we will reconvene soon. In the meantime, enjoy lunch. And thanks everybody for getting through the SDR portion of today's events. Mike?
Oh, you can.
You're welcome.
You want to put on your Jennifer Geller?
Hey,
talk to Jason.
Yeah. I'm so glad.
Okay. Let me hit your questions. Let me hit your questions, my friends. And we'll take care of this. Let me see. I'm trying to be. There is a bit of room noise. I have a lav mic. I think we will do the lav mic, and that should be better. So let's check audio. I'm going to switch to lav mic, guys, for these interviews. It will take out some of the room noise, and it will also allow us to hear the guests. And then I'll switch back later.
Hey, quick question.
Yes.
So are you going to be filming the panel discussion too?
Yes, I will.
Would it be possible for me to use just the camera footage, like from you on our site?
Absolutely. So yeah. We'll panel. Remind me, and we'll get it done. Okay. So we're ready. Jennifer, or the material was not protected. Go for it. Go for it. What's the Wi-Fi? I don't know, but ask. Yeah. Checking, can you guys hear? Checking. So I am now on bad audio. Oh, that's check. Is the audio still bad? Checking. Is it too low? Is it too high? Oh, yeah, bad audio. Okay, let me fix it right now. Actually, it should work right now. Okay, sounds good. Audio is good, right? Okay. All right, we can start getting new guests. I said, this is the guest room. Have it here. Attached. And they can. You're in the middle. We'll hear you talk to the guests with me. Turn it to audio. Okay, guys. So I'll answer questions in the meantime. Audio is on. What do you want? Whatever judges will cover. Samsung, LG, Sony reps. They heard Rob Brennan between you and I. What are you? Samsung or LG reps? And also, so I know who's fished. Yeah. I got it. And as soon as you get, are you going to switch to YouTube? Let's wait for Jason. He'll come back. Okay. So yes, once Jason comes out, you guys see. Okay. All right. Let's get this done, my friends. So I'm going to try to catch up on some questions you guys had earlier, and hopefully you guys understand. A lot of people complain, why is this TV this extreme green tint? You do have a touch of green, or a touch of blue, or a touch of desaturation. Unfortunately, all camera sensors are sensitive to something. Like a Sony sensor, if it's a WOLED, it's just a blue. Even though there may be a touch, or even if it isn't a touch of blue, it's got to be blue lighter. It should be, right? Should you open it? The business smarter. I don't see as much of a problem. So if they look like the OLED matches better. Oh, yeah. Wait, my audio's choppy. Let me switch back to the other one. I'll switch to this one. Oh, there's gonna be a panel discussion? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna have a panel discussion. All right. I just switched back to my normal mic. Yeah, and I saw that fading in and out, so let me double check. Okay, so this sounds a little bit better. All right. Is this better? Better? Okay. So, I'm gonna switch to panel camera. So what are we doing? So you're gonna go where? What's up, guys? So we're gonna move into the panel discussion. Mic check, mic check. You guys hear me? What's up, Michael? Mic check, mic check. All right. KG, what's up, brother? This one's not gonna work, so we're good to go. So what are we on the panel discussion? Are we gonna listen to that, or we have to? No. Let me know when it starts. Okay, so we're gonna have a panel discussion. What's up, KG? What's up, guys? What's up, Dr. J? Hi. Norbert, what's up? Hurry up, I need to. Lovely. KG, where you at? Come on, bro. Stay at my place. KG, you doing CES this year? Terry, what's up, bro? Pedro, what's going on? Yeah, I've been here the whole time. Unfortunately, what we've had go on is because of the copyright material, we have to turn the camera away. And we're hoping that if we do a good job with this next year, we'll be able to actually show it. Because in years past, what ended up happening was you're supposed to turn the camera away and they would just keep it on. So it's not really copyright as much as there's other reasons why they don't want their content out there in fair use. So Renzo, Truth, what's going on? Fluff, Buddy, what's happening? Yes. Right, hold on one second.
Okay, we're live.
Oh, okay.
Zohn thing is unscripted. The Fairfield 37.
We're ready to start.
Street.
Yeah.
All right, check, 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 check. Mike, check, 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 check. All right, let's rock.
All right. So you can talk.
Is that better, guys? Are we back? Back. All right, guys, how we doing? 450 in the chat. Please hit like. We had to switch batteries real quick. So we'll have the panel, and we're going to be speaking while the panel speaks as well. What's up, Michael? What's up, Terry? What's up, C. McGrath? Getty G-Man? KG in the house. KG, come on, baby. Got the best carpets in the business over here. Falk, you too. What's up? Ron D, what's happening? Chris Solo, how are you? Ahmed, how are you? Thank you guys for watching today. What do you guys think of the coverage so far? I know it's difficult, dark room, multiple cameras, and hopefully, again, if we're successful this year, we may be able to show you more of the content. Actually, the camera was moved across the room. That's why I think he changed the battery on it. That's a great jacket, by the way. Like, oh yeah, heck yeah. I mean, it looks better on you. I can't rock that, but I mean, but I'll tell you, it looks good. Dude, like a You had a jacket from Street Fighter just walked by. That was amazing. All right. Are we filming them or no?
No, we're filming ourselves because they'll see that, but you'll hear this audio because I don't think they want to hear that.
Okay.
Unless they want to.
Do you guys want to hear the panel discussion? Let us know. And we will flip it over to them if you want. Would you hear the panel discussion instead? We can always put that on.
I was just thinking.
Now the mouse is not working.
We had some people.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you guys have the Value Electronics TV Shootout logo on any of these slides?
I need the answer.
But only like at 40.
All right, guys. Oh, it's over here. There we go.
Video analyze version.
I know, I'm trying to bring that logo to the 22nd century.
Yes, please.
There we go. So, yeah, no QMA this year. They were invited. TCL was invited. I mean, audio is hard, Hamza. We got several microphones, several cameras. We don't have results yet. This is just the first half. If you guys want the panel, we can turn that on. But just let me know if you want the panel. You guys want the panel? Badzilla, happy birthday, brother. Brandon, I don't know where Brandon's coaching the kids a lot, I think, these days. So I think he's got a full schedule.
No deep breaths.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you say? What is it? What's what everyone say? Test, 1, 2, 3.
Almost checking it now.
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Also testing.
Almost checking it right now, guys. Then we'll switch over to it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Test, 1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. That's like tells me follow the directions. Test.
All right, let me wait for it, and then we'll have them switch it over to the panel once the audio is set. All right.
Good.
A95L, I'm guessing.
Do the thing. So 3, 2, 1. Recording. Anytime you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to the 19th annual Value Electronics TV Shootout.
1 second, we'll switch over to it in a minute.
Talk about TVs, what consumers should know about them before buying one, trends in the industry, and a little bit of showcasing of what has been going on here today during the event. My name is Mike Burns. I am the social media editor of Taylor Scope Magazine, and I am honored to be the moderator of this conversation for the next 6 minutes. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to allow everyone to introduce themselves here on this great panel that we have.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. And as everybody might know, I'm Robert from Value Electronics, and I created TV Shootout 20 years. We are authorized online dealers for every major brand of audio and video. We select. So we sell nationwide throughout the U.S.
And I'm Rob Brennan with Sony Electronics. I am the technology and trading manager for our home entertainment and South Division supporting all consumer. So this has been going on for 19 years, and he locks me in the basement and brings me out once every year. So it's great to be here again.
All true.
Jason Dustin with AV Pro Global. We have a few different brands. AV Pro Edge, we're using major switches to run the system here. Meridian for all of our test equipment. Woled Train for all our HDMI cables, and newly acquired audio control.
Hi, I'm Bruce Fairchild with hisense product marketing for television. Excited to be here. This has been a great event so far. Look forward to the next time.
Names keep changing all the time. Paramount Records. And yeah, just extremely happy to be here with all of this.
Yeah, hi, I'm Peter Weefall. I'm with Sharp Electronics, Sharp Consumer Electronics. And we're fired up to be here, Robert. It's going to be a great rest of the day and tomorrow. And mostly we're back to say Sharp is back. And we're back in fury with HGTV and with xled, MiniLED.
The quantum dot.
Whoa, correction, quantum dot LEDs, right? So let's talk about the brightness.
So quantum dot is how it generates the colors. Well, and it does that by changing the frequency of the color. It doesn't filter it. So there's no degradation of the color or the luminance. And you have full color volume and full color saturation. It's one of the advantages of quantum dot versus red, green, blue color. Sorry about that too.
Well, so we just listened to you.
You're in sales, you said?
I'm in engineering.
Clear.
I'm not a good sales.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, everybody. Let's just kind of jump right into it. What are some trends that consumers should be aware of going into maybe buying a new TV in the 2023 season?
Well, I'll kick it off. And I will say that I think that Robert just said is very relevant to what I'll say. I think the best engineers, the people who build the entire structure, are the best salespeople. Because the consumers have learned. They're so confused. They don't know the difference between all these different flavors. So talking to them about how important brightness is an example. You want a nice bright TV so you can see everything. And the darkness, right? The rich darkness. The other thing that's great is this availability of bringing people in. There's so many flavors. The price of these units are absolutely unbelievable. As an example, we're talking about quantum dot MiniLED. Well, you can buy a quantum dot MiniLED with only 200 zones, all the way up to Sharp, of course, 2,300 quantum dot dimming zones on our CD that really pushing back in the marketplace. But also, I want to mention what my friend Ken said at the he's a good Paramount. I love content. I'd love to be working with Paramount. He's like, it's a really tough business. I said, TV's a really tough business. The other two is to match and conjure with what Hollywood and TV and content is doing, so that it matches the speeds and needs and the reality of the TV. For example, we found out that Dolby Vision is actually used by Netflix, Apple TV. On streaming. And the second one is Dolby Atmos. Sound. We're not talking sound today. I'm sorry about that. You know, I'm the doctor sound. But Dolby Atmos is actually being promulgated on the top 10 streaming shows globally. So if you take the power of Dolby Vision and the power of Dolby Atmos and the brightness, and you decide which portability and the darkness, that's how consumers need to look at it. So it's really important to really study. So I'm taking too much time. I'll pass it on to the next one. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Peter. So from the trend standpoint, you're seeing a mini LED, LCD TVs here today. And we're taking mini LED mainstream. We believe that backlight technology is critical for backlight control. And so we've got the mini LED from our U6 Edge Premium all the way up to our U8K, which is being evaluated here in the Shootout. And so we have brought mini LED down to an affordable price point for the consumer and added it all the way up the line. Not only that, but we're adding QLED quantum dot, all of those sets as well. In addition, 144 native refresh panels, so higher refresh rate panels with HDMI 2.1 and 144 hertz 4K. So from a gaming perspective, PC gaming is a tremendous value. So the consumer is using television sets not just to watch television, but they're streaming lots of content. They're gaming. To Peter's point, HDR. We support every major format of HDR. And so those, in addition, we're future-proofing our TVs. Our U7 and U8 series have a next-gen TV ATSC 3.0 tuners, as well as Wi-Fi 6E. And so we're adding some of these technologies in to support the consumer, future-proof the television set so that they're not obsoleted in just a short period of time. So the trend to mini LED backlight. The next one we'll talk about is micro LED, and that's coming, in the near future. But right now, we think that mini LED is important. We bring it down the line in all three of them. Remember that 1 second. Hisense show, because it looks like elbow to elbow. We both believe in it. Thank you. Thank you.
Just had one little thing, and we talked about mini LED and backlighting and stuff like that. I remember, you probably do too, 2000 or so, we had the first I can think of, a very high-end LED. And it had at the time 535 seconds. We were all, moving about it. But it's still a lot of booming issues and things like that. And we've come to learn over time that more important is having control of those.
Thank you.
And man, we have seen some TVs these days that might not be really controlled very well. They're really more things like all that fun stuff. So it's probably like to talk about it.
So in terms of trends, what we've seen with I think the most interesting over the last couple of years is because of the pandemic, there was an initial shift away from going to the movies. As a response, you have companies that started to stream a lot of content. You had some day-and-date release ideas. It's very, different kind of concepts for how consumers were going to enjoy content. But now we're most not seeing. Reality is content that is graded and created for movie theater is different than content created and graded for home use. And so Sony content creator with some pictures and some data, also building devices like the BBM, whether it's the 310 here or the new 3110 consumer sets. We have a laser focus on delivering the creative intent behind those, behind the different ultimately a lot of televisions, and I think both of you gentlemen mentioned it, a lot of televisions have inside of them very similar components and technologies, like actual panels. There's only a few manufacturers that make power supplies. It's just the nature of the beast. What really starts to set televisions apart one from another is how well those disparate technologies and parts can be brought together and work toward a cohesive, kind of vision. And so that's really Sony's focus is processing as well as delivering that creative intent. So I think Robert's probably going to bring someone a question. Though.
Just to add to that, I'll never forget, I was on the Sony Dealer Council where we advised them on enhancements and upgrades and the future of what we're looking for. And I go to one of the meetings and one of the top engineers comes over to me and we're talking about what differentiates Sony. And he says, you know what? You take any car and you put a better engine in it and it's a faster and better car. And we focus on the engine, the processing. So I thought that was so well explained and so well said as to how they feel. They're software developers. They don't build panels. They buy the best panel to integrate into there. Their engineers pick the best panels, but they develop the firmware, software that drives the panels to make them exceed as much as they can. I just want to add that this is my lifetime passion and hobby. Since I'm a young child, this is my hobby. And for me to be involved for the last 20 years in creating and running and sponsoring these events and to see the advancements every year, it's like this is such a match for me to be involved in this and be in the inner circle of producing and creating this event every year. I cannot tell you how excited and happy I am to see the advancements in technology and how hard I push each company to make things the best that they can. And the best thing, in my opinion, that comes out of the TV Shootout every year is that we put all these panels next to each other, the very best of them. We invite the manufacturers. We show them what's different about each one. And each company strives to win each year the TV Shootout and makes nice upgrades and enhancements. So to me, although it's for the public to help select the best TV for them, I like that we push the manufacturers to enhance their TVs so that they can compete and hopefully win next year. And every brand has won more than 1 year, every single brand. It's not the same brand every year. It is whatever is the best is, and it's the judges that decide. So this is a lot of fun, a lot of work, but a lot of fun for me as well. And I'm excited to be involved in it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well said. Well said. Definitely as a consumer myself, it's kind of interesting to hear that, you know, because you think that it's maybe more on the other end. But I guess kind of like bouncing that question off, and, you know, each of you are here from such renowned brands from across the planet. You know, just looking at these TVs side by side here today, it can kind of be easy to sometimes tell like some of those real distinguishing features that you can notice right off the bat. What, in your point of view, in your perspective, what is the one aspect maybe, or maybe the highest aspect of looking at a TV that consumers are really concerned about? Is it color accuracy, refresh rates, brightness? What would you say in your mind is what consumers are looking for the most?
Well, if I may start by saying it's how deep the blacks are seem to be the single most important element. And that is what the human visual system likes the most. And I think that might be because we probably came out of a cave. So our creator has made us to see in low ambient light and deep, rich blacks. But contrast in general is the most important element that I think the public enjoys and sees the most. But followed closely by color accuracy and motion resolution, scaling and up conversion of low resolution so you can see the image in 4K quality. Those are certainly important elements as well. Sorry if I took the action away.
No, I'm just going to keep on going. You know, I want to just jump on real quick what you said, Robert. When it comes to kind of the hierarchy of picture quality in terms of the most impact to the human visual system, you're right. Contrast is king. After contrast comes color, and after color comes clarity, whether it's just standard resolution or motion clarity. So certainly that's what any consumer can look at if they're trying to find, you know, what's the best picture quality. But I think the challenge really that you mentioned is for each customer, their needs are going to be different. Yes. I always find it's a little difficult when I try to answer the question, what's best in general? I can give you my opinion, but I think ultimately my advice would be, if you're looking for a television, you should ask yourself, you know, what kind of content do you enjoy watching? Right. In what condition are you primarily watching content? How much content is coming over the internet? We get the convenience of streaming, but we pay the price for low bandwidth, high compression. And so I would argue that processing is more important in those cases than, you know, native quality content. And you can identify some of the pain points that you currently have with your current television or your current viewing habits. And that probably is my advice to what your guiding star, I'll mention before I pass this on, is because of somewhat the pressure, because of the shootout. The good news is this: there are a lot of fantastic options for customers, and they don't just say Sony on the box, right? The customer ultimately is the winner when it comes to events like the shootout, when it comes to, you know, Sharp wanting to come back in a big way that requires a big splash and a lot of effort and a lot of money and patience and love and all of those things from a manufacturing perspective. So the good news is, from a consumer perspective, no matter what your budget is, no matter what your specific needs are, there is an option for you that you can find that's going to work out and you'll be thrilled with.
I'll just add two quick things. We talk about contrast, and 1,000,000% right. That's the most important thing. But we're also seeing TVs now that can resolve shadow details better than we've ever seen before. So we're getting the really good black levels, but we're also keeping the resolution of the image when it comes to shadow detail really well preserved. And that's been a big deal for us from a calibration standpoint. From a connectivity standpoint, which is also super important to our company, you know, HDMI 2.1, it's just all over the place. More features are being unlocked by the manufacturers. A lot of them are really geared towards the gamers right now. They're being able to take advantage of like low latency modes and things like that. But I'm excited to see some of these HDMI 2.1 features being sort of integrated more with like cinema and TV shows and stuff like that. But that's all I got on that one.
I have to echo, what's been said. To me, it's all about details, not just image details, the shadow detail that Jason mentioned. Our example is our new flagship UX, 2500 nits brightness, 5,000 local dimming zones. But we give you the brightness when you need it, not all the time. We can give you the blacks where you need it because of the backlight control with the number of dimming zones. It's that shadow detail in between that we believe strongly is what the consumers, because you want to see everything that the director or the producer wants you to see. And if you lose the shadow detail, you're losing a tremendous amount of the picture. And so you're missing out on what they want to show you in certain places. And so I truly believe that shadow detail and brightness and black levels are the things that make the TV contrast, overall contrast, which is certainly what consumer can see. But the ability to see those fine details is critical. And again, by the increasing the dimming zones, and Jason said it earlier, it's that control of those dimming zones that makes the picture pop.
I think I'm going to slow down and go backwards a little bit. We were talking about trends and the different things that were going on there. And when you mentioned the question, I was like, I don't really know what to say. But one of the things to really think about is you brought up engineering and getting real engineering facts to consumers, because the consumers are confused. You can see different things and learn about different technologies and have people talk to you about it. But if you can't see it and you don't know how it pertains to you and all these things matter, then it really doesn't matter. And the community has been changing so much because you have so many great people that are here, like Cecil's over there, Fumble's over here, that are really giving good information to the consumers where they can make better decisions. And that same information is hitting the product people, and they're making products that really stick out. Like you brought up the 2.1 stuff and gaming on a large television at 144 hertz. It took me 6 months to care what the difference was, or even learn the difference between the frequencies and knowing that I was experiencing more. But I think that's it. It's features in the television that can appeal to individual consumers. Like, not everyone has to want the same thing, but you can find what you want and then find it in one of these televisions. I think that's the beautiful point.
That was just absolutely well said and highly relevant. I'm not sure what to add, but I think the question was, what is the one area that a consumer should look for when they're buying a new TV? And I'm going to say a couple of things. Number one, they need to look at some reviews and be smart enough about who's doing the reviews would be important. Okay. Number two, you have to find, I'm just doing this customer centric. You want me to talk about the color gamut? No. But number two, I would suggest it's critically important. Robert, you get yourself strapped in. Brand is the refuge of the ignorant. What does that mean? Robert, I'm going to fly you to Japan right now. Do you want me to put a triple dip boop engine on, or would you prefer me to put the GE engine on the plane? Right, so there's, to your point about confusion, our job as a manufacturer, as a brand, as a retailer, is confusion diffusion. It's to take someone, allow them to juxtapose and build an accord on this grotto that we call all these different speeds and feeds and OLED and PP and micro and mini and cine. They don't know. Just like I wouldn't know what kind of fuel system I should put in my car. So one of the things we forget is the power of the independent channel, the power of someone like Value Electronics. I'm sorry, Robert, no one paid me to say it, but I know Robert, I've been to his place of, I'll call it the consumer place of worship. You go in there and he's got subject matter experts, which, by the way, amplifies the Sonys and amplifies the Hisense and Sharp. And they can actually take you through. And here's the real point. Questions are the answers. Your team will ask the questions. What room are you putting it in? What do you currently have in the room? What are you going to be watching? Movies, football? What is it that you want to do? What is your experience with these brands? Well, I've had Sharp before. I've got a Sharp calculator, a Sharp microwave. See, I'll plug in that. Sorry. Sharp built-in kitchen appliances, and I have a Sharp Aquas Quatron from years ago. But the point is, this is what it's all about. Consumers are confused. It's delicious to be in this room with everyone today, but consumers really don't know. And what they do is they kind of go brand, price point. It looks pretty good. So my viewpoint is we need to promulgate consumers and help them more. But shame on any retailer that doesn't grab a consumer and have the kindness and gentility to help them through that process, because a lot of places don't do it, like Value Electronics. Thank you very much. That was a commercial. No, I'm only kidding.
Thank you. And I just want to add to that. When customers come in and they have not made up their decision and they're asking us for advice, we have an interview process that we go through. And it's budget, it's viewing distance, it's the size of the wall, it's what content you watch, what the ambient light is in your room. So we have an interview. And then at the end of that interview process, we'll recommend several choices for them that are best matched to their use case. And that reminds me, whatever is the winner here today and crowned the king of TV may not be the best choice for your use case. So use the results of the ballot to figure out your use case, what's most important. You have all the elements of picture quality there. If contrast is most important to you, look at the who did best in contrast. If color is most important or motion resolution, look at those elements that match your interest in your use case and use the results of this event to pick your TV that may or may not be the winner of the event. So thank you, and I'll review all of that at the end of this as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Great answers. I have to agree. I think that, a lot of times, consumers do rely on kind of those alternate channel stuff that isn't, a commercial that you see on TV or something like that, or, and the name brand can definitely take you so far. But it really is kind of events like this that, really help consumers from almost a high level really kind of understand these products. So I'm curious to kind of know what really sets this TV show apart from maybe other ones that you've been to, around the country, around the world. What makes this one different just from your perspective, as well as maybe from a consumer standpoint as well?
I'll pass the mic on.
I was going to say, he can't.
I would sound like I'm too full.
He can't answer that question.
If I answered that one.
I'll answer for you. And for me, when I think of an event like this, what I really like is that there's a kind of a brand kind of agnostic approach. This is really about the technology. We're putting, the televisions in their most kind of objective position to be evaluated, so we can look at specific kind of elements and then make some determinations in terms of their relative performance. It's easy to cherry pick, right? It's almost, any one television with any specific piece of content can be made to look a particular way. And I think with this event, for me, it's a great way to cut through a lot of that and ultimately get to kind of what the heart of really is key. And what I mentioned earlier, with, we'll crown, a king here, but the reason the consumer is the beneficiary of that is the technology that, all the manufacturers pour into our flagship televisions. We don't just abandon that technology. It starts to then filter down as it's replaced by new flagship technology. So what you're seeing here today that is going to be cutting edge and is going to be kind of state of the art in a couple years becomes kind of commonplace and becomes mid-tier and is accessible by, the vast majority of consumers. So ultimately consumers, again, end up being the true kings of television, every year.
Well said.
Yeah, Jason will pass it to me because I'm going to give these guys accolades. I think what really sets this apart, and I really appreciate Robert putting this together every year. I think what sets this apart is the detail that these world-class calibrators go to make sure that these TVs are on a level playing field from a measurement standpoint. They take the TVs and put them through, you'll see it, multiple tests and measurements. And they set it up so that each manufacturer is on that level playing field, and so that the evaluations are fair and usually very right on. And so that's what I think that this event brings us is the level of expertise in calibration to give the consumer all of the information that they need to make a decision.
One thing I really love about this event specifically is the manufacturers are here with us, right? So when we come up with our notes, Dwayne and Cecil and I and John, we come up with a bunch of notes for the manufacturers. How can we make this better? And having everybody in the same room, passing notes with each other. Hey, you guys do really good at this. We could probably do a little bit of improvement over here, but overall, so they take these notes back to their teams and say, hey, here's what the calibrators and people were saying at the shootout. We could even move the menu into a different place on the screen. Just little things like that helps the calibrators out there do the job as efficiently as possible. So I love that they take the feedback so seriously, and every year we're seeing the products better and better and easier to calibrate too.
I think that's the other part. It's that you created a community. Like everyone here is kind of family. I guess you guys on the camera can't. I mean, Jason's here. This is the Bible of calibration person. Like nothing's gonna go on in the world without him.
Dr. Bible, 1, 2, please.
But Jason also brought up some other people. Like it's the family of people that really care about what they're doing, and everyone's got different opinions of what they like or what they want to do. But it's that kind of communication. So I think this is different because you like, and you treat everybody like family. This is different because you're pushing the industry to be as enthusiastic about it as you are. And that's huge. Like you give so much back to everyone else, and that's a thing.
I'm like the cleanup guy here. So I would say that with economy of language, not to take up too much time, that what I love about this environment together is that, number one, manufacturers can sit and stand in a room together. Number two, the dignity of knowledge is just so critically important. The dignity of knowledge of having subject matter experts, super calibrators, super evaluators in a room together. And I noticed this, Robert stayed off to the side. He did not try to influence or talk to any of the judges or any of the calibrators. He sat back there and I'm like, why is he sitting there? And it was clear to me, right? So separation of church and state. But finally, I have to tell you, we all have two lives, whether you like it or not. And that life is the same at home as it is in business. You have a life of creativity and you have a life of relevancy. That's it. Okay? If you're highly creative and you're not relevant, you're out. If you're highly relevant but you're not creative, you're out. So what I really like about the organization that you've built here, Robert, is that it's a very highly creative group of people, highly creative eye bites of technology, but very relevant to the consumers. So the consumers understand that it is the dignity of knowledge that will separate them and set them to make the right decision for their home life, where it's creativity and relevancy, and their business lives. Thank you very much.
And one more thing to add. But other than I love this, we run it like a government science lab. Everything is the latest and the highest end in technology in the distribution, thanks to Jason and your very fine company, Meridio and Pro, for participating and being involved every year and helping us create this event. But I'll remember one day in particular, and please forgive me for this little shout out, but I was talking to a customer doing the interview of figuring out what's the best TV for their particular use case. And at the end, I recommended the TV that matched them the best. After we hung up the phone, one of my technicians was listening in and said to me, why didn't you recommend the one with the bigger markup? I said, because I can't lie. That's why. Whatever the truth is what I say. I'm not the best business guy, that's for sure. I'm a hobbyist and an engineer by background, a video engineer by background. And my interest is, this is my hobby, this is my love, and I want to spread the good word of premium audio and video so you get that experience of entertainment in your house of the way the creator invented you to see it. My wife likes comedy romance. When we watch a romantic movie and we have a world-class setup, she can't help herself. She moves close and puts her arm around me. You feel the love. And I want everybody to have that experience in their house. This is the best entertainment in your home. Hollywood Come on. So I want you to see and hear it the way that Kenneth created you to see it. I want you to see it the way he saw it in your home. And this is the most fun. People call me up all the time thanking me for their investment in the home audio and video systems because how it's enhanced their lives. So what more could I say? What a great industry. This is a good match for me, that's for sure. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much again. It's the perfect fit makes all the difference, right? And sometimes it's just those little things, that make a difference. And sometimes it sounds like it can even be the omission of things that can make the difference and make it better if it's something that you don't need.
That's right.
Looking towards the future as both retailers and, key manufacturers, how can customers stay up to date with emerging technologies in a way that fits best for them? How can they stay most informed either through the resources that you as a manufacturer are putting out or through doing their own research? How can you stay on top of those trends before it's too late?
Well, there's a lot of good user forums out there, and there's a lot of Facebook groups that are specialized in different video algorithms and interest. But also, it's very good to keep your firmware updated all the time because we fight with the manufacturers for enhancements and fixes and to make the product better. And we get firmware updates, and we got to keep the firmware updates up to date on your TVs. So that's a good tip of the day. And every year we get nice incremental improvements. Some years are bigger than others. This is another one of the very big upgrade years in performance. Some years it's very moderate. Some years it's much bigger. The technology moves quickly. It's only once a year that we get the new TVs, and it's the end of the summer of every year. And again, another big applaud to all the manufacturers. What a great year. So there you go. Thank you.
It's a great question. I think my suggestion would be for consumers is to have a wide and diverse assortment of information resources,
yes.
So that you can kind of cut through a lot of the jargon. It's something that I when I'm speaking to media or we're doing events like this, I try not to use Sony specific language. I want to talk more general about what's happening, but I think that can be very beneficial. And I appreciate that you mentioned firmware updates.
Yes.
If you have not done so, please go into your television settings, auto firmware update, so it will download automatically.
I fight for them. Please do.
Right.
Please, please.
Not just from a picture quality, but also new features, new performance, as things are discovered with television. I'm sure that holds true for all manufacturers as well. And the last thing I would say is this: sometimes I think because I get this question every year, I'm sure you do as well. Here's the King of TV Shootout. It's in September, almost October. Here's the best television, but CES will announce new TVs, and that's like in 3 months. So should I just wait?
But those don't come out for another 6 or 8 months after that.
Right, but I think the question ultimately comes is you could ask yourself that question every year indefinitely, right? And just because there's a new king of television this year, if you bought a flagship TV last year, your TV did not get worse overnight. Right, you did not get shorter just because someone taller walked into the room, and ultimately that again really is what the benefit to the customer is. So if you're asking yourself, is now a great time to jump into purchasing a new TV, a new sound system, a new whatever? The answer is always going to be yes. The technology is wonderfully advanced. It's always at the cutting edge right now. That edge, of course, moves, but today is always a great day to look at a television, to look at a solution and see if it's a great fit for what your specific needs are.
When I was coming up in this fun little universe we live in, we were restricted, might be the right or wrong word here, but we had a few magazines to pick from and for reviewers and things like that, and specs and things like that. And nowadays, you go on YouTube even for free, not subscription to a magazine, and read gazillions of reviews. The one tip I'll give to the consumers when they're trying to figure this stuff out, find some reviewers online that do a very good job and have a very good reputation. Because as we said before, there's a lot of bad info out there. I'll give Caleb a shameless plug from Digital Trends, Brian who's here, FOMO who's here, Cecil's got a great channel, and there's lots of others. They just happen to be in the room. Want to give them some love. But yeah, just find somebody who you kind of trust and feel good about, and has a reputation for good information and not trying to, blow smoke.
Yeah, read. Educate yourself across a spectrum of sources. The expert reviews is a perfect way to start. Consumer reviews. See what your peers are saying. As a manufacturer, our job is to show you the benefits, not just tell you what the features are, but give you the benefits. How do we create these great shadow details? How do we reproduce that color? And what is the benefit to you? In addition, go find someone that's educated in the industry. When you want, and you're in a purchase decision, go to a place like Value Electronics, go to those retailers who can take the time to explain to you what the differences are and how they fit into your use case. And so you've got there's a great many sources, from expert reviews to consumer reviews, to in-person demonstrations, that can give you a great deal of information. And again, as a manufacturer, our job is to explain to you what those benefits are so that you can make an informed decision.
One tiny thing, sorry to steal it from you there, Ken, but try not to buy a TV based on what it looks like in a big box store, because it's not what you're going to experience at home at all. So, and I've seen this plenty of times over the years where there's, a person or a couple standing there looking at the giant wall and they go, oh, that one looks good, let's get that one. Just be really careful with doing things like that. And I normally wouldn't say this for a lot of things, but I think TVs apply here. Don't be afraid to buy a TV that you haven't actually seen yet, because it goes back to what we just said about buying a TV based on how it looks in the store. You're not going to really know how good it actually looks until it's in your room and you're in your seat and the lighting's the way you want it and it's tuned even a little bit. Turning off energy savings and things like that make a massive difference. So, don't just go blindly buy a TV based on how it looks in a big box store. Do some research and you'll find the one you like.
I agree. Everything that you said. I think it's important to see it at home and see what it's about, because as a consumer, you can get overwhelmed with all the details of the technology. And unless you do it every day, and unless that's really your thing, you may never get to understand what that's about. But you can get to understand what it feels like when you watch a show, like how you want that to feel, how you want it to look. And I think that's the important thing. Maybe for consumers, don't get so hung up on all the technology and the latest and greatest, because all of these TVs look fantastic. And how fantastic you want them to look is going to be how much money you want to spend on them. But if you go for the highest price point and for all the bang and you can't see all of what it does, then that doesn't matter either. So it's really just about that fun. I think take your time, go through the various YouTubers, see which ones resonate with you, like how you feel, because there is so much misinformation, and just make sure you're having fun with it. Never gets to the point where it's stress.
And let me do a summary of what everyone said. No, but my view is all of us, I said earlier that we have two lives, creativity and relevancy. There's actually, if you take the two parabolic curves of creativity and relevancy, the cynosure of that is what? We're investment bankers. We are. We invest in a TV. We invest in a car. We invest in a home. We invest at work. We decide which technology we're going to put in. And Sony's got a great, shiny, refulgent position on best of breed technology, as many of us also do, including Sharp. I can't say Sony without saying Sharp. So the point here is that if you're an investment banker, right, you go and you find someone who's going to invest your money, because you don't really know a lot about investing money, right? If you're an investment banker, like you said, in the old days, we had something called word of mouth. Remember that? Word of mouth, and all these studies, more people listen to word of mouth than they do to what an advertisement would say. And now we live in, but now we live in a world where the internet is Darwin on speed. The internet's Darwin on speed. We can reach out to France and come back in a nanosecond. We can do the same thing. So those that are real investment bankers who understand price over value equals the real cost to a consumer, as price comes down, it doesn't necessarily mean the value went up. But if the value is articulated the way Robert, I've seen you do it with a consumer, the price becomes innocuous. It's less important. Yeah, I want that. Yeah, I want that. I want that. So Literally everyone's an investment banker. The consumer has to stop and realize that I'm investing in something that's going to give dreams to my family. It's going to make me have my wife wrap her arm around me during a romance because it's so perfectly pictured. And in an investment banker, the best way to do it is to find the sagacity of a subject matter expert like who? Robert Zohn, Value Electronics. Drop the mic.
We're going to get you a shirt.
Oh, one last thing, if you can hear me. I gotta do this because you brought up big box. A couple of people did. So I went to a big box retailer and I asked the difference between two different products. And you know what they said to me? The person who was the salesperson, they said, no. Take out your phone, go up to the barcode, click on the barcode. It'll take you to our website. Scroll up to the product and look to find out if our products do this and that. And then you can compare them. No, I'm at the last 3 feet of the sale. Can't you just give me the answer? But it's a true story. So that's why the independent channel can so well better exercise, articulate, navigate, and build relevancy and creativity for our brand and products that we work so hard to bring to the marketplace as investment bankers of our own technology to make and take a market. Thank you very much. Wow, how to say.
And one last thing is the independent retailer is priced exactly the same as Amazon, Best Buy, all the big box stores are the same price. And in fact, at Value Electronics, you can do much better. So give us a call.
Great. Well, thank you guys so much for your answer. We're running out of time here, so just real quick, I think it would be a huge oversight if we didn't ask this question. 4K or 8K, is it worth it to go 8K? What are your thoughts? Super quick.
So that's a longer story than we have time for. And I am a proponent of 8K for several good reasons. One time, Joel Silver, and most people know who that is, says to me, 8K is not about the resolution. It's about you can stand back and you see a circle of the sun setting and you see that circle perfectly because it has 400% more pixels that are 1/4 of the size or more densely packed together, and it makes the circle better. It's not jagged. So it's not just the resolution we have to get close up to see. On top of that, 400% more pixels, more red, green, blue, better color saturation, better color volume, brighter because it has more luminance, because it has more pixels. So and in my case, I brought with me a native 8K mirrorless SLR camera with the lens, professional grade, retail list price $2,500. If you like photography like I do, and you get an 8K TV, get an 8K native camera. You can even have a Samsung flip phone and it's native 8K on their cell phones. And I got to tell you, I shot my son's wedding 3 years ago, COVID style, in our backyard with a native 8K mirrorless SLR. I showed it back on an 8K TV. I thought I belonged in Hollywood. It was stunning. It was ridiculous how stunning it was. So create your own content as well as what's available. One last thing is, please forgive me for plugging Amazon Prime, but they recently joined the 8K Association, spent a lot of money to join. They didn't do that for no reason. So there is a future for 8K. People said the same thing to me about 4K when it came out. There's no content. It's coming. So it'll future-proof you. It'll give you a better experience today. And get an 8K camera if you have it.
I'm going to do something unexpected.
Wow. So just to let you know how much I appreciate that. We all are huge Sony fans, as I know we're huge Sharp fans and Hisense fans and LG and others, and Samsung. But I do want to say this. We brought 3 years ago to CES. We had a 25,000 square foot area, and we brought 8K to the floor. And that 8K, to mimic what you're saying, is we had an 8K camera, mirrorless 8K camera. We had 8K servers because we know how fat it is, how fat the content is. 8K, and one of the greatest applications for 8K is what you were mentioning, B2B. We were showing applications for a doctor who's in France, who's an open heart specialist in France, actually operating on a person in New Jersey, because when they went up to the 8K screen, they could move their hand on it, right? And they could actually go and open up the heart this wide if they want with perfect pixelation. So that's an amazing process. And the same with security cameras. The giant stadium, you want to see if someone's doing something bad, use an 8K camera with an 8K screen, and you can go right into the crowd and look at that person and say, hey, he's got something in his pocket right there. So there's a lot of power with 8K, but for consumers, the conundrum is, and which is why we stopped our whole K run. I mean, we had big investments. We still have 8K, still a powerhouse in 8K, I think. But the point was there's no content. So the conundrum is we need content, and that's why I'm so glad you handed it to me. Sony, please, as a provider, right, bimodal between devices and content and engineering and speeds and feeds and content back again, you got to lead the charge. You got to bring 8K content to the world and show it by example, and I think it's a huge weapon for you. 8K cameras, 8K displays, but 8K content, because people don't realize how wonderful it is. And to your point about 4K, don't you all remember when we were upscaling 1080p to 4K? Upscale, you're going to upscale. And everyone's like, oh, is it really better? Is it not really? So on 8K or 4K, today, 4K makes a ton of sense because one, 8K is not very affordable for consumers. So let's get down to that. Number two, 8K is 4 times the resolution, of course, of 4K. But if you don't have the content provisions, then you're going to have the largest museum of failed products like we did with 3D, unfortunately, because there was no content for 3D. And that's why the consumers never embraced it. I'm going to turn it back over to my friend from Sony. I'd like to hear your comments. Thank you, Rob.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. So, it's a fantastic question. I actually have gotten this question, many times per day. And I want to go back to, content, because a lot of it is kind of content driven. So first, before I get into that, Sony does manufacture both 8K and 4K televisions, for the market. We think there's a place for both of those. I think what's changed in the market since switching over from high definition to 4K is really this. Back at that time, largely you could watch the same kind of content through multiple distribution platforms. So platforms competed with each other based on quality of service. But those days are gone. Now platforms compete on IP. Now we're in the streaming wars. I can't watch something from Paramount outside of Paramount, right? Or Disney or Hulu or Netflix. And so because most of the investment money is being spent on IP acquisition, it's not necessarily being spent on improving quality right now. My prediction is this. Once the wars are over, and we look back fondly at the time when we had to change in the middle of the season, Ally McBeal season 1 was on streaming service A and season 2 was on streaming service B. When those days are gone, I think we'll get back to distributors having to compete on quality of service, in which case investments in resolution, in better HDR, in better audio, in more efficient compression is going to come, and you'll then get kind of the sweet spot of this next evolution of television, which can be based on resolution. So that's my prediction. I think we are waiting to get through the streaming wars before those investments are being made.
Really well said.
One of the hats I wear is I co-chair with Joel Silver a couple of these CEDIA working groups. And the one we're working on right now is called Immersive Video Design for Entertainment Spaces. And the one way we're going to be able to achieve these screen sizes with the viewing angles that we're recommending, that are also recommended by SMPTE and others, we're not just making them up. If we want to have these giant screens and sit in the right viewing angle, we need 8K. I mean, it is what it is. And there's no content. We have this conversation every year when we do these panels, and we've had them every time there's a format change. But don't forget, guys, HDMI 2.1 goes to 10K. So this is a format that there's a format that we're going to grow into. So, people who are like, this is going to be obsolete or this is never going to happen. Guys, the spec is written. We're thinking on this new spec for HDMI 2.1. We're hoping for 20 years. So, this whole 8K conversation, you want to sit close, you want to go big, you want to have an immersive theater, then you need 8K. And the upscaling is the other conversation, but I don't want to beat a dead horse on that.
Yeah, listen, it's clearly content. Hisense invests in 8K. At CES last year, we showed 110-inch LED 8K. We showed a 8K ultra short throw projector. So we continue to invest in 8K globally. but content in the United States is still obviously very lacking. Even 4K content is now, from a streaming perspective, just starting to proliferate the major streaming platforms. And so we're creating tremendous values in 4K TVs for consumers today. Peter said it, 8K it's a tremendous resolution, but it's a expensive consumer product today. Whereas the 4K values that we're creating for the consumer with all of these great displays you see behind me, is giving us the saturation of 4K. 8K is coming, no doubt, but we just need the content, and that's up to Jason wants to say nothing.
I just want to add one
No
thing,
problem.
because we're a manufacturer of connectivity equipment and distribution equipment and test equipment. And I'll just just to kind of give you guys a general perspective on this with this whole 8K conversation, we changed our line from 4K to 8K for our test equipment 2 years ago. So from a manufacturer standpoint, manufacturers are using our tools, and it's all 8K at this point. The video distribution that we're using today is 8K capable. So as a manufacturer of these types of devices, we kind of have to stay ahead of the game. And right now, we're cranking out a lot of 8K stuff, and it's doing very well. And we're waiting for the content, of course, and things like that. But the industry and the infrastructure of the way your home might be wired, we're already there.
Yeah, I think the 8K thing is just, it's a dangerous thing for consumers, right? It was a dangerous thing for us to move from 1080 to 4K. And then there's a lot of places where a lot of content is still 1080. And then we start getting into this 4K thing. I can say about the 8K and consumers, if you can afford it, it's the densest image that you can get on a monitor. And that in itself, you talked about resolving distance and things like that. When you're looking at landscape shots, helicopter shots flying over mountains at 8K, the pixels are so dense that sometimes, even as a calibrator or an engineer or whatever it is that I am, I wonder if I'm looking at HDR. Like I'm just seeing something that reminds me maybe like the first truck that I worked on for the Olympics, where it was 4K and we looked at the monitors and thought we were looking out a window, and 8K is that, and it will be that, so it's a great thing to look for.
Well said. Again, no, I've done mine. I just, well, 2 times he brought it up, HDMI 2.1. I like that comment. Each one of our both OLED Aquas Sharp TVs and our xled Sharp TVs Aquas have 4 HDMI 2.1 slots. So we're trying to keep up, which kind of safe proofs the consumers, but really well said.
I would like to add something to Jason's. One of the things we've seen with the transition of resolutions, half-life of the resolution, any resolution, gets shorter and shorter and shorter. When we had 50 years of 385, 480, whatever you want to call it, we had 720, 1080p in the early 2000s, late 90s, and that held us to about 2010. About 2015, 2016, we really started seeing 4K become something, and that something's already becoming We're 1080, we got 10 years of good before it became And I think the problem we're fighting, and from the consumer standpoint as well, is yes, the content's getting there. Yes, the TVs can do it. Can the creative side keep up? Because the is getting shorter and shorter to that point.
One word to add, because we really got to wrap it up and get going. But it's very important to tune in tomorrow for our 8K TV shootout, where this will be discussed in much more detail with a lot of new information and new native 8K content nobody has ever seen before will be displayed here tomorrow, and some special presentations on 8K. So please tune in tomorrow, because this subject will be very detailed and very well discussed tomorrow.
Jump in on something?
Okay, because we got to end it right now.
Okay, okay. Fine.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Bring us later.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Cool.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, we're good. I'm so sorry.
That's
about
okay.
That. Thank
You know
you
what?
so much.
It
for
happens. It happens.
Well, I appreciate your patience. So thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Oh my gosh.
You should.
I'll snatch that from you. Thank you very much.
Way too much on skids.
thing we're doing
Check.
here is
Check.
we're
Check, 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 check,
this time,
check, 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 check. Hand it to him.
It might highlight any existing motion issues, but we're skipping the wedge pattern and stuff like that and going straight to the baby driver pattern that we saw before. Thank you for the mic. Anyway, Jason, Phil, also YouTubers, are you ready to not show this? You guys are off of the.
Good.
All right, we're good. Yep.
You guys tell me when you're ready.
Ready.
I think we're good. Are you ready?
So 4K HDR.
No Kevin's making jokes.
I was trying not to say that. I'm glad you said it for us.
Say that louder, Todd, Caleb.
I request that we quickly see the stock tickers after this.
That's easy.
So, and with the sky. Really.
Oh, sorry. What was that? Sounds like.
I watched TV.
And then by.
It's really sick.
You can check it out.
Fly towards the baby driver. So baby
What? It's on.
Oh, James, 005.
No, it's not completely off.
Whoa.
Just to make a statement compared to how it's the same.
Right. Now it's juggling. Now the Samsung has juggling. Why not? Because it just like and now it's like it's 160 hertz.
So the LG has the real cinema, and real cinema, make sure it's 24 hours. For Samsung, you have to have it at 00. For Sony, no, and if you don't have that on, it's going to 60 hertz, yeah, 60. So why put it in 60 hertz? Go ahead, put it back to 00. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
And how was it set up for the HD test? During the it was 00. So
Again, about 30 seconds left on this clip.
And then per David's request, we're going back to stock ticker. Is that correct, Jason? Yeah.
You can do it anytime. All right, so I can move to the other kind of.
Not just yet. I'll let you know when the baby driver clip is done.
All right, stock tickers incoming.
Perfect. 976 or 24? 976.
And go.
Okay, YouTubers. Do you hear me? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure, guys.
Samsung LCD is always the back. Oh, I see. No.
All right, Jason. It's going to need to be.
Next, we're going to move on to.
Yep. So the cool part about this is that we've gone through a lot of this stuff already. We're just now going through the 4K HDR version of it. So we're moving on to panel uniformity and grayscale stuff again.
Well, yeah.
There's a blue light above, that's dramatic. Okay, Jason.
Let's do it. This is gonna be a 3% full field.
I didn't see the HDR bug come up on most of the TVs. Is there a reason for? Oh, we were already in HDR, right? Oh, okay, duh. That's why, Caleb. You said we're at 3%.
We're at 3% now.
All right. Well, we have a few technical difficulties going on. Hey, YouTubers, do you feel talked down to? Do you feel condescended upon?
It's as if you're not a YouTuber.
Yeah, it's as if I'm not even a YouTuber. I should probably. Oh, shush it. No, for anybody who is joining this stream more recently, we already went through the whole YouTubers joke. So I suppose that somebody who is who's come in more recently might think that I was being a jerkhead. But oh well, I think there's some comments to that effect actually. I just don't, you know what? I do not want any misunderstanding. You know what's up. But do our viewers, our valued viewers, yeah, so I think you guys probably already mentioned it, but we put the started doing the grayscale patterns, and we started down at 3%, and the reference monitors weren't showing anything. So yeah, we're trying to figure that out, get that sorted out. This is an area where I do not envy Jason, because if something goes awry, it's all on him. And you feel that too, you know, like everybody knows we're running behind already. Like having that added little bit of tension is not fun. Drive a man a drink.
Monitors all 4K.
Should we offer Jason some tequila? Do you think?
I don't know if his preference.
I'm gonna go full white.
We could just guess. Wow. Okay, I'm glad I'm not standing in front of the TVs right now. Good gravy.
Correct.
I'm gonna stop blinding you here.
It's something with the chain back there.
It's not.
Do you want to go to the Security Council?
I hear chuckling, and since they're ironing out technical issues, I figured now is a good time to come around and what kind of
Origin story brought YouTube TV reviews to digital trends. You had to convince them to go YouTube.
yeah, that was not easy. I mean, this was before Marquez Brownlee had started doing tech reviews on YouTube, just to kind of put a timestamp on it, right? Like YouTube had just gotten kind of started. And I felt like there was a value to doing reviews on video, because I felt like, you know, already we were moving into a place where people were reading less and just watching more in general. Yeah, and this was before YouTube even took off. So I thought, you know, it'd be good to have video, you know, of this stuff. And like, I don't care what kind of creator you are. Like, if you're big into appearing on video, there's some narcissistic tendency. Look, you just have to want it, right? You have to want to do it to put yourself out there like that, you know? And I think that was part of the deal, was like, I felt like, you know, there was a future in it, and I wanted to try and get good at it. So I wanted to practice it, but I couldn't practice it unless we were doing it for a business. And so, yeah, that's how it kind of came together. And in my early videos, like I was shooting with a little tiny like Canon handy camcorder. They were terrible. Oh, they are so bad. So bad. But you know, you got to start somewhere, I guess.
And now Canon's no longer a possibility to ask to be a sponsor.
Oh yeah, is that right?
I gotta go to Sony. Oh, she's right there.
No, that wasn't staged at all.
She's like, I'm not allowed to come on. I'm just telling people to stop.
I'd probably be vlogging this right now if I had a certain Sony ZV-E1.
Yeah, she's hired specifically to stop Rob from talking. My goal is to get Mara on a stream at some point. Like just photo stream her. She's like, no.
Mara, I do have a camera request that I want to, you know, get your help with later, though. Yeah, we'll chat.
We're having too much fun. Okay, I figured we got to put ourselves because they can barely see anything. Let's see, what are they doing over here? Nah, see,
No, they're still working on getting the technical.
The way we're talking, next thing you know, there's a movie and that gets shut down.
Yeah, sure.
You know, I don't think a lot of people realize. I mean, we're trying to put some big fat content through multiple narrow pipes and through switchers and all kinds of stuff, and it's not easy. And actually, I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised that we've made it this far without any major pickups.
Yes, sit down.
So, I'm good. I don't actually want to sit. I feel like
Caleb's actually this tall.
if I sit down, I will not be able to get back up. I'm pretty sure of it.
Squats. You know, we're all senior citizens. We just don't look at it. It's all that YouTube AI filter numbers.
It's just the behind the scenes. It's kind of like the blast shield is an 85-inch TV.
Yeah, I need some of that like Star Trek level soft focus filter action. At my age, I think. Yeah.
And it's like, wait, I thought I was talking to Phil Holland. This looks like Dr. Spock.
We making any progress? I'm just wondering if we were making any progress on the technical issue. Not that I'm in a hurry to like get up and move. It's just
You are the man. That's tempoing. We have no control. So if it's going too long, it's this guy. Like it feels like, come on, man. Get him.
somebody says I look like their old French teacher.
Phil. Come here.
I don't speak any French. Yeah, hand that to Phil. I'll come back and get it in a moment.
Phil, you're a judge.
I am.
Why are you here? Like, no, why are you here and not judging? Or do you already?
There's a technical difficulty that we're getting through at the moment, which is why I'm sitting right here.
So real quick.
Yeah.
Phil Holland, cinematographer, producer, director, creator. Okay.
Yes, sir.
With that in mind, they're not going to hear you right now. Who's in the lead in your mind? Not necessarily predicting the winner, but in the lead.
I think the safest thing I can say is there's a clear difference between the two major technology types here, which in this test, when people watch it, is the TVs up top and the TVs down below. And in most situations, the TVs down below are more modern display technologies. Yeah, so not LCD. And more or less, I do think they're performing better.
So get on back over here if you don't mind.
Back to the salt mines, Phil.
We ironed out the technical issue. The funny thing is, it's just a gray slide, so it's not immediately apparent that anything was fixed. But guys, don't forget to be right on angle with this stuff, please. Yeah, where are we at now?
Yep. We're gonna put it back to 5.
We're going back to 5 and then we'll proceed from there. I just received word. Oz has spoken. Okay. Yes, cast your judgments off, Mr. Holland, and start over. Shout out Jason Dustle for fixing that. And Cecil, did you also help fix it? Or were you just giving moral support?
Next slide.
Yeah.
Buying decision.
I mean, you know, get out there. It's fine. So Cecil, should we expect to see anything dramatically different than what we saw in SDR? Yeah, so yeah, specifically once we get to the brighter areas, that's where we really expect to see some difference. So maybe we can move that direction a little bit faster. We're going to jump ahead a little bit. Since all the meaningful difference is going to be at the higher luminance levels, we're going straight there. So we already have we have all the SDR information. Now we're just piling on the HDR info.
I would like that. Caleb.
Yes.
On this full field white in HDR, you're going to be dealing with ABL circuitry, and also grayscale tracking will skew the longer the pattern is up. That's just I know. It's still going to do it, unfortunately. It's just the nature of consumer technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand that. This is, wow, really? Okay.
Is 75%.
That's a whack difference. Break it up. It's ABL, right? Out of curiosity, press up on the BD player remote to bring up all the menu. Didn't change. All right, thank you. Press down, put it down twice through. Thanks. Looks like you want.
So if there's color shift, what's that coming from?
The panel.
Okay. So even like 2 or 3 seconds is too long, right? Well, I don't know about you guys, but I watch stuff like this at home all the time. So I just record blizzards on my phone and watch them back.
What you can really see here basically is 1,000 net white versus 300 net full field versus 700 net full field, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, exactly.
For some of these TVs within the optimal viewing distance, seeing the off-axis color shift.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
We're burning out.
Grayscale lamps, sure. People feel that 100% so much better.
Well, I mean, it's not an OLED, and I don't think it's employing dimming. I mean, it looked very similar to me to the QN95C, which so it's kind of in line with that.
Right. But aren't these sort of like RGB, like QLED panels, similar to that, or not really? Or the 310? Is that an OLED?
That's a good question. I thought it was dual layer, but maybe it's not. I'll find out.
Sure.
What is the panel technology for the BVM? Is it dual layer?
It's a dual layer.
Yeah. It's what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's the deal. It's the BVM that we're using today is a dual layer IPS LCD panel.
Got it. Okay, that
right.
Okay.
Yeah. But even I haven't looked at the RGB OLED ones in a long time, but even those may not have as aggressive brightness limiter, depending on like how it's been set up for content, production. I think the protection circuitry is really for people who watch wacky stuff at home, where they have less control over how it's used, and that's why protection needs to be employed.
So it's not really going to shoot hard. So, but right now, on the Sony, it's flipping fast.
Well, actually, on the Sony,
the reference one.
the Recommon's from the Hearts at 1,000.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So is this this is static tone mapping, right? There's no tone mapping at all. Okay.
Nothing we're judging on other than, we're still looking on uniformity right now.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Well, what we're trying to look for here is look at the stuff to see if you see any discoloration. Again, I know it's difficult because of the ABL and everything, but on this pattern, that's really what you're going to be looking for, to see if there's any coloration in these steps.
Maybe even more specific than that, like, is there any significant difference between what we saw in the SDR uniformity and what we're seeing in HDR uniformity? If the added luminance were to bring something new to the table, that's what we would want to be noting.
Did you guys measure the white noise on these by any chance?
Every single one of them.
They're calibrated the same, but what's the white point? You want the XY coordinates? I just wonder which one you're looking at. This is an interesting one. Well, the LG is, I think the party was 3124Y3274, something like that.
That one, I don't know what that one specifically is. BBM's, of course, the T65. On the nose.
The LG seems to be greener than
Yes.
correct. That is probably.
I would be a fan of moving on to the next clip at this point.
Next one.
Yes, please. Like at this point, like ABL is just, wreaking its havoc. So are we sticking with Spears and Munsell, or are we on to Baby Driver? Okay.
Is this for uniform?
This is grayscale, upper end of the grayscale.
Seasonal.
Yep.
Displays the bus and better. You use the 10.
I really don't. Okay, yeah. I'm not being critical. I'm just like. I think the mount I would like to see longer. Yeah, I'd rather see the mount for longer than split the difference with this thing.
I can change over to the mount.
Let's change it up. And then that'll be. Okay, are we doing these? I'm sorry. No.
Black and white contact.
I think that's maybe more valuable than.
It was only going to be one scene anyway. I crossed off the other two.
Yeah.
So
This is all the displays, right?
Should be. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Oh, no, this has to. There's optimization on not right.
Okay. And like.
Something's not.
So what's your
Reset. Can I make a comment? You guys, one of the funnest things to kind of bear witness to here, because it's very rare that you have this many like experts assembled in a room all together all at once. Like when there's a technical issue with like the delivery of the content to the different screens that we have. And we'll use what just happened as a scenario. Some of the panels were not getting 10-bit color information. Some of them it dropped down to 8. And again, this has to do with like it's probably the distribution network. But we had experts notice that immediately. So it wasn't like what's my point here? The point is it wasn't like there was any shot that the TV was going to get knocked because its performance wasn't up to snuff. And that's a misunderstanding, right? Like it had nothing to do with the TV's performance. It had to do with the information the TV was receiving. That could have gotten overlooked in, a less professional environment where people don't know what they're doing. And they're like, well, no, that's 8-bit instead of 10-bit. And it's so cool to just have people with those kind of eyes can immediately identify that and call it out.
You know how hard it is to troubleshoot when the image goes back source, cable,
yeah,
HDMI, ports.
I mean, for us, for what we're doing, for our content, it's already convoluted enough. Now, imagine just how convoluted when you involve this much, the switchers and the multiple source, because you have source switching and then you have output switching as well. And there's all of the handshaking and what a nightmare. I'm so glad I don't have to handle any of that crap.
You look at the equipment behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Realize that you're actually a professional entertainer out there. You can
Where is this coming from?
Maybe Caleb could finish this joke. Skeleton walked into a bar and asked the bartender, "Give me a beer and a mop." Now, can you finish that?
No, I can't.
On the spot.
I mean, like my brain is so. I'm carrying like 4 different things in my head right now.
Not to mention you were circling or waiting to land. I mean, blood affecting your
Yeah, I definitely was spent a little extra time in the air yesterday. A little more time in the airports than I really wanted to. Oh, and I have to fly back tomorrow too. This trip is too fast.
Even tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow evening. Yeah, like I gotta ditch it like 4:30 or something like that. Sure. Yeah. You may have to pull up that whole skeleton mop thing again later. It is. I don't have time to think about it right now, but it is gonna be stuck in my head.
So along the way from Stacy, we were just like, basically have a conversation. The end of it's
we're making sure that so that's really important to creators.
Is there something in there to think that it's kind of SDR?
Yep, I've got 10-bit HDR.
Oh.
Let me switch.
Try the other Because the switch is just meant to, the switch doesn't do any video processing.
Zero.
It's just meant to pipe up the signal.
It literally switches from inputs to outputs.
So some sort of.
Copy the EDIT from 2 different displays at this point. I've got 10-bit HDR on, 3840 by 2060 at the moment.
It says HDR 10 plus.
Okay, hang on.
HDR 10.
We go to the 1000.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, what was the skeleton thing? I'm sorry. Yay, congratulations. Looks like we got content up on the screen.
Give me a drink in a mouth.
I switched.
Really? That's it, isn't it? That's all there is to it. There's no punchline. That is the joke. Is that the deal? I think that's it. I think the idea. Is there a Spears and Munsell for this joke? I don't know. I mean, I feel like what's that one? I'll ruin it if I don't think of the correct one. A cleaning cloth. So they're still working. They're still working on things. What are we laughing about?
Price to you too, right? So they want to know.
Yes.
Okay.
Last pattern for grayscale. We have arrived. This feels like a very big moment for us. Are we gonna run the driver or no? Or the Schindler? Okay. Yeah.
Did you say? Right, yeah, sure. Yeah. Very much.
Scale it up.
Hmm. Since we're a bunch of nerds here, right? So how about a nerd joke? 2 hydrogen atoms walk into a bar. One of them says, I think I've lost an electron. And the other one says, are you sure? And the first one says, yeah, I'm positive. I'll be handing out Tums for that one later. Or Rolaids, your pick. I mean, when you really think about it, it's absolutely terrible. It is objectively terrible. I mean, I'm so sorry. I apologize to the live streamers. They deserve better than what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Yes.
They're asking, do you want to chat here? And we're saying, no, not really. We're interested in here chatting and talking, but would you rather be a church next door or be running back and forth hosting?
I mean, I would be honored to be selected as a judge, but I enjoy the hosting thing a lot. And I think there are a lot of, look, I spend all year judging. You know what I mean? And I feel like to a certain extent there's kind of some inherent bias that comes along with that. And I would rather just leave that behind. I think that, the experts that we have here are definitely folks who understand what the content should look like. They make content, they see things that, we don't see, and they're uniquely qualified. So. And
Shadow detail and low luminance color. Low luminance.
And are we starting?
Right now, this is just a blank pattern. So this is right.
Which pattern are we starting with again?
This is called dynamic range.
Ah, that's right. This is the same content for which I had to become door bouncer and lock it down, if I remember correctly. Something's not right. Right?
That's local dimming.
Okay. Are we okay? So it's.
Can we see dynamic range low as well? Since there's one that starts, because you can't see below 64.
That's how it is. That's it. On the new disc, this is the new disc. The old disc is. Goes to the
I'm
low.
sure they have. I'm sure it's on their side.
I wanted it to look.
We've been looking for
The gradient one, I swear, is the one.
it all stays. Still like to fix it.
Ready for this time.
Anyone spot the typo on one? Okay, good.
Yeah, need it for a few more seconds, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're.
This is kind of a hairy thing.
I'm sorry.
And when you're looking at the LG, it's hard to see.
Right.
And yeah, when it's look out. I think you should turn off. Maybe the TV. Yeah, what do you think?
We can touch the LCD. I know what the hisense is like falling around.
Yeah, maybe you turn off the LCDs.
Yeah.
Jason, can you do that?
Do what?
Can you turn off the LCDs?
They'll just nice. They'll just show. What's everyone? Is everyone? Yeah. I'm gonna pull the power. So you'll be correct.
I see.
Just not visible. There's 65 on this, 0.00001.
It's just.
17 digital. Trying to detect.
You know, the issue's all, it's still getting about. You can go to it. Oh. But I was doing for about 8 years.
Man, I tell you what, like, first of all, nobody in the live stream can see anything what's happening right now. Is what's on the screens is so incredibly dim, but that whole dynamic range low test pattern is absolutely wreaking havoc on the local dimming systems of the LCDs. And no, it's just that depending on how you have the local dimming set, like it either over dims, and so you're missing almost everything, or it doesn't do much dimming at all. To preserve detail, to preserve low luminance detail, but then you probably get some blooming and stuff like that. But even the BVMs seem to struggle with this particular pattern. Like, there's only one TV that looks like it's making everything visible, but from what I'm seeing on the BVMs, like, not everything should be visible. Yeah, it's a torture test, but also if you don't know what you're supposed to see and what you're not supposed to see, that could be very confusing. So I noticed on the BVMs that they seem to be struggling with this pattern as well.
Not necessarily.
No.
Space when it's supposed to be the light output of it. So say for instance 65 in measurement terms for nits should be 0.0001 nits. In reality, you can't really see that. So think of it, the BVM goes the black level is 0.0005 or somewhere in that range. So add 1 to that. Would you be able to distinguish between that and 5? No. So, and as it comes up, it's just slowly stepping out. It's actually correct. It's just people are not used to. They're expecting it to ramp up really quickly. It doesn't work like that.
So what did you think of the S95C, what it was doing with that pattern just now?
The S95C is very close to the BVM. What I saw though is that it's coming out of black a little fast. None of these consumer displays can get this perfect. I mean, in all honesty, and it also varies unit to unit. So I would not really critically judge any of these consumer displays for this particular pattern because it's very, very hard for a manufacturer to put this out in the consumer world correctly.
Can we jump to the next one?
Yeah, we gotta move it along, guys.
Wait, which one is that?
Here it is.
Oh.
Yes, this is the one thing we got started.
So extra important to look at the BBMs and. Yeah, we're kind of morphing out of shadow detailing into low luminance color. I don't believe that we're shadow detail, low luminance color, yeah. But is this the last one for that? Yeah.
On to other stuff. So
Sorry.
we're moving. We're gonna load up the next one.
Yeah, we have to. We just don't have a choice. Wait. The BVMs are getting settled. Okay.
Is the hisense working?
Is the hisense back on?
Not yet.
I've got that hisense service remote over here.
No, I got it.
Okay.
It's great.
Jason, if that hisense service remote disappears, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, yeah. That's Do we have any live action for shadow detail?
Yeah, we're getting there. Yep.
The shootout mode.
All good down there?
All good?
Well, the hisense is back up, so let's just give it a couple of seconds.
It's the whole testing area. And also it moves. You get
All right, everybody seen what they need to see off the hisense since it was off for a while? Okay, next pattern, please. And are we going to real content now?
Yes. The actual demo of Spears and Runs Away.
Oh, got it. Okay. I was just thinking about what Brian.
So my logo actually is a test target.
Where? Oh, really?
Yeah, when that screen pops up, it'll tell you if there's any thing.
So I need to know.
It's been a really strange about time. Considering how simple it is. Yeah, even on the YouTube. So it actually the YouTube quality is decent of signal coming in.
Right.
TVs don't provide the right signal or it's additional image processing.
Right. I don't know how many times I've had to just stop what I was doing and force it to the highest resolution because in auto mode it won't go there.
Yep. Price for free.
This is good for customization in the sky and shadow detail up front.
Okay. So judges, this is good for shadow detail towards the front, but also posterization in the sky.
There, but they're-
That's probably a guarantee.
I'm not supposed to be looking. Looks like we need to give it just a little bit longer, guys.
Suddenly, this so far is the most difficult one to judge because with each one of these test patterns, like the strengths and weaknesses change drastically.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see something in that may affect a later category, keep that.
Yeah, no, I'm making notes, making notes too.
I wish we had iPads or something right on.
Oh,
We could just, yeah.
23, you got one, right? It's like all day.
I like how you know in your pants. I'm wearing shorts tomorrow.
When I get up in the morning, I do not put in pockets. I refuse to do that. It's color as well. That's what's so consistent.
And later, if you see something in a later scene that affects what you saw in an earlier category.
Yeah, I've had to
cross
test
out and redo it.
Yeah.
All right, we just went to Oppo screensaver, which I take as a sign. Next. Yes, that was it, right? That was the end of the,
We're going to that Seattle scene on
which is still shadow detail and, okay.
Just, I think, yeah.
Okay, FOMO, Brian? I think this is a turn the camera off type situation, please.
Oh, boy. Oh, this is HDR10 plus, really?
Yeah, you must be getting these heated.
So, yeah, we might need.
So for those of you who have this type of memory, remember how this looked in SDR as well.
Do we need to?
He's gonna change the heated, so it's not.
Oh, okay.
You know, this is too dissimilar to how we actually shoot these scenes. You know, take one, take two.
Really?
You know, the key thing though is white text. It shows you the importance of not having a light source behind your TV. Right. For something like this. There we go. This.
Hey, you guys are leaving. Mhm. Um, yeah.
So here, that's one. This is like the worst scene for us. So. Oh, both of them behind that. All the film. Chalk. Whereas the space is shadow.
So this is actually an interesting one, Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
This is a specific test compared to our test images that we just had.
Right.
You know, charts, all that. Due to the performance on those color charts, it's informing how this is being received. And some of the things that we're doing things technically wrong are actually resulting in a prettier picture,
Right.
which is an interesting thing in this category.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like we have to talk about that constantly, that test patterns can tell you one thing and then content tells you something else. I mean, and at the end of the day, people are at home watching content. So, but I always struggle with that, you know. Fortunately, I feel like we have a panel of judges who can kind of handle that information, and yeah, it's a dangerous situation if you don't understand like how the performance on a test pattern changes when you bring real content to the table.
Yeah. It's crazy because we just spent all those time, you know, all that time looking at all those charts, which gave us a lot of information. But this alone, just in a few minutes here looking at this, just told us a lot more.
Yeah. Which, I mean, maybe, you know, that's something that we take, that feedback we take to the planning for the next time around. Maybe we cut the number of test patterns and
make a different chart, make one chart that does more.
right. And then hurry up and get to the actual content, which, let's be honest, is a lot more fun to watch.
That's true. It's insane how it just looks like there's a diffusion filter.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't even look close to how it should.
Not just the usual LCD problems.
Well, when we talk about quote unquote creative intent, this is butchering creative intent.
Well, yeah, but if we change the local dimming setting on, that it would look very different.
Yeah.
But also,
Yeah, I don't know.
blue teal. This is purpley blue.
Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
This is actually an interesting argument for this particular film and this scene that the SDR does look better than the HDR.
Mm.
On all displays?
No, on this particular
this
display.
one, yeah.
No, not on all displays.
Have we, are we good with this particular clip? Yeah, let's move to the next one, please.
So make sure you watch this set right in front of the timestamp was a little bit off. So just yeah. Let go. Yep. And then we might have to move it. Yes.
Oh, okay. What is this? Look at how red the room is.
What's seen? 1917 still?
No, I think we've moved on from that. It does look like it would be street. It's not John Wick, is it? Yes, that's it. Sorry. Yeah. Wow. Bloody good. I like that. That's appropriate for Monster Hunter. Speaking of bloody good, that reminds me, I've got a new joke.
Wait. Told Caleb. Walk to a bra.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
My goodness, that's great. Gotta hand it to you, man. I don't even feel like telling my joke now. Also, apparently my high-pitched voice is annoying. Did you catch that one? Oh, guys, I'm really sorry. I don't feel like I have a high-pitched voice, though. Yeah, see. All right, that's fair. All right. Yep, we're back to Spears and Munsell here. Yeah, just for the record, no, I do not want to leave. I'm actually enjoying myself a great deal, but sometimes people need to be moved along, urged, progress. That can be a tense situation. So, if there are folks that are assuming that because I sound terse that I want to leave, that is a false assumption. Feel free to ask, though. If you want information about how I'm feeling, I'm happy to tell you. Just ask. All you have to do is ask. You don't have to assume. No, tension. Definitely feel a little tension. Have you noticed that? Oh no, and in this room. In this room. The chat is all good, I'm sure. And I appreciate it too. Okay. I'll try not to bring too much of it to this side of the shield. That's fair.
Still just 4 times sharp. That's 4K. Proving you again. In the room when it happened.
There's one more scene in this category, so let me know when you guys are going to move on. Someone else still need the skin tones?
Yeah, just a second though.
60 seconds. So what are you telling me? I was working my ass off to make it work. A little bit of freestyle.
He was describing how that would be used.
All I know is once we get to the elements, we lost about 5 minutes. Whatever I said, it's like right after this moment. I like doing shooting days like this where it's much more social.
15 seconds.
I think we literally did so 20 shots.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody okay?
Yep, next. So this could be a pretty revealing clip, folks. This is the opening sequence from the demo material of the starts from dark and it feeds into the with the mountain scene, right? And so as it brightens up, the color will change. Keep an eye on the BPMs for what it should do. Well, here we go. Woo! This is gonna repeat for a few goes here.
This top middle thing is about.
So they want to look to see how smooth it breaks up.
Where's the sharp remote?
The AB thing?
No.
Oh, standby. The sharp remote. Anybody?
How are we feeling, guys? Keep a couple more times.
Yeah. We're just more. That's my perspective.
Moving on. Yep. And we're going back to copyrighted content now.
Copyright?
One more, not quite yet.
There's almost like a depth level to some. Right. It's very hard to describe. Like if someone was doing YouTube, they would put this on. Know what we're supposed to. That also is hot. Oh, why the BBMs slipping? Is this the 1000 version of the sequence?
Yes.
The BBM should be. Just do me a favor. Cut off the just 1000 version.
Jason, is this the, can you make sure it's the 1000 nit per?
Yep, we're checking now.
Oh, you have to play first. 10,000.
There we go. Where'd your sidekick go, dude? What happened?
He got lonely. Was looking for you.
Oh, wait. Oh.
You left.
Oh, really? What did I do wrong?
See, Caleb's voice was melodious.
Hmm.
Caleb got me started to technology. Stop banging on Caleb. He's easy host. Let's give him some love.
Oh, that's really sweet. I appreciate that. But hopefully I didn't give the wrong impression that I was like butthurt or anything like that. Sorry, that's a bad term. Can I say that on the stream? No, I understand that. Thank
We got
you.
a lot of we're all friends here, so
Mhm.
you know, we know how.
Yeah.
Is it time?
Almost. Well, I don't know. It comes with disadvantages.
We're ready for movie content if you're ready. We're ready.
Yep. I think we're all very ready. There we go. I'm kind of looking forward to coming back this one. It is, yes. Now's the time. Sure.
Oops. Were any CMS controls used in the Zohn? Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. No, it's this is such a good scene for this. It's got like literally a worst case scenario.
Whoa.
So you like
Yeah.
I can switch anytime.
Well, there's a lot
The
of
scene is still going.
there's a lot of enjoyment for this one, but
I think the other thing to note, if anyone's looking for a comment, the HDR variance versus the SDR variance is insane.
Mhm.
It's just striking. A lot, the bottom sets, the top sets have similarities from categories. Now we're in a different world.
now that we're into HDR, it's a whole different ballgame between the OLED and the LCD.
Yeah, and differences among them are broader.
Mhm.
It's wild.
Yeah. Whoa. Good gravy. We're trucking along now.
This one, I've been using this movie like constantly lately.
Jason?
Yeah, see, once in a while, I peek around and see something I think's cool. I've been using this movie a ton lately.
Stress tester.
Yeah, it's just fun. I like all the dots in the video game. It's really cool. It's cute.
Those are two cool worlds.
Mm. Sorry, guys. I got to look every once in a while myself. I know it's not my job today, but can't help it. Yeah,
People can hear what you're saying.
that's true, but like I was saying earlier, I judge these all year long, and so I feel like
Yeah.
it's probably better that I'm not acting as a judge for this particular event.
I don't know what to call it. I mean, I've tested a few of these myself, but like difference, contrast on this,
Mhm.
in the type of depth you get from an image. And also having the reference display is nice, but like
Yeah.
this also might be a situation. Which image of this batch do you have?
Yeah. What's your preference? And that's the thing, is you get to vote on your preference. Hey guys, let's move to the next one, please. The next one's also a Mario movie. Is that correct?
No, we're gonna.
Oh.
That's it for Mario.
Okay. So we're actually into the next category, right? All right, guys, just want to announce that we're making a category change. We just finished the color accuracy section, and now we're going into high APL luminance and color.
All good?
Yeah.
And FOMO, we're back on Spears and Muzzle.
Yes. So this is a BT
2020 gamut.
Yeah, this is the BT 2020 color gamut slide from the Spears and Munsell disc.
This is your 2020, correct?
Yep.
Super Mario Brothers. We're looking at it.
That's good.
When you get to the averages, it could go a little bit further. So the colors might show a little more shade, not necessarily saturation.
Cecil? So being fairly familiar with this target, the purity of red is kind of an important factor here.
Yeah.
Amongst other colors. Well, nothing that.
What? Oh, yeah.
You know, this is a common spectrum test that we all do, and I think one of the more interesting things that will lead to the variation of the technology being used is purity of red. And where we're landing, you'll see more pink, more orange, but there's definitely a clear, to my eye, a clear red on display here, at least for two screens.
Which two? Not doing all your homework, except for standing over there.
I mean, is it fair to say that like until last year / this year, there was a certain red target that was not being hit by TVs at all, period. Like any TVs. Yeah, it just wasn't being hit. So what we're talking about is a new introduction of capability that we have not seen in the past. It's not like what we're seeing right now is for failures and 2 successes. It's just like we finally had an advancement in technology that can get into that particular purity niche. So TVs, yes.
It's kind of measured that percentage, but sometimes you never talk about the percentage leaning in different primaries and secondaries. And this is one of those situations where, like, yeah, red's been kind of an unexplored territory until very recently.
Mm-hmm.
I can switch anytime, guys.
Yeah, I think it's about that time. We got some 2020 color in the Mario movie as well, I believe. That was pushing boundaries too. That was also stuff that we didn't get to see at home before, and now we do. Yeah, how? That's not what we're trying to show, though, Cecil. Is it?
So the reference.
Yeah.
You gotta stay in the front. If you're off to the side, you can't see it. Sit in front.
Instead of point there, because it can go without its full field, whereas everything else.
Does it have a time on there?
No. Well, where they're not.
Well, we tell you, let's say, hey. So they need all the generally the public.
Yeah.
There's reasons. You use a lot to here, but you got something else entirely. So if you're shooting something that's high to low, yeah, right. But even Godfather's got specific things.
All right. That it's dimming now.
All right, we're going to movie content.
Oh, we are. Okay. FOMO, turn off the.
Movie time?
Good showman.
Thank you. Was that a question?
Oh, we are ready.
Okay.
So yes, go ahead.
Do you have a favorite right now? So ask the kid. Do you have a favorite?
You know what? I'm 100% uncomfortable saying that right now because we don't know because I haven't gotten to look at everything. I have been off angle almost the entire time, and I haven't been able. I'm not a judge, in this event. I cannot stress that enough. Well, hi, welcome back. You all right? So Brian's going to take over. I still have that joke. No, I've got a new one. Let's see. One of these is mine.
Take it when you like.
I just want to make sure I'm drinking my actual one.
I think I went the Greatest Showman for a while.
Yeah, and in a couple of other movie clips. So you've got a moment. I can't. I wish I could. Yeah. Sorry.
I want to don't shot to be closer up the screen. Walk. Oh my gosh. Rewind that, please.
Yeah, we should have started the clip from there, but it's gonna keep being right.
Okay, slow mo or pause?
Yeah, keep it back on. It's the closest. It's actually a great team.
All right.
Can you press down?
Oh,
it was way after like 5 seconds.
It's real. It's real. Yes. Yes. This is one of those. Learn from them.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. It is so close. That's cheap. That was a little. Yes, that's true. It's like that.
Take a look.
That is really nice.
It says probably limit on the.
Yeah, it's probably time to move along. Go ahead. Either press play or go to the next clip would be my recommendation.
So we're in this part. Contrast. Part of this too. Right. Colors. Ready to switch. Ready to switch.
Stand by. Alright, switching.
Nice.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they all think it was actually.
Yeah.
You want to pause where?
Anywhere we get like
Flames? Probably
Like right upstairs.
right here too. Okay.
Yeah.
Dave McKenzie. Can I do slow-mo and A&B's? Good? Yeah. Okay, and I was switching to just hold it.
It's so nice to see these guys. I don't know if you heard what it's like, but during this service, there's clearly a difference. So it's been, top shelf, bottom shelf. There's a lot of similarities. It's high ups. It is? Yeah, there's stuff that's better than that.
Okay, scene change.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's important. It's great. Like if you were not doing it. Yeah, it's free. Come on, these things are good. For rectangle. Yeah. No, I know. I was considering it's great. And it always makes me big.
I think he does his own stuff.
Years ago, OLEDs were they basically are where they need to be. It's so hard to find a high APL scene that trips.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are we still pressed for time?
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Feeling like we gotta, there's left for HDR. And then, let's go guys.
I mean, we're running out of time for the precedents too. Yeah.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna step back. This is Brian. We do There's nothing really being said. So, Foma, how's the audio? Foma, how's the? Do you hear me? All right, so, I know you guys can't see it. We're looking at transformers. And I'm going to wander. All right, I'm going to wander through. So, coming across the TVs. Walking through. And from what we can see, the three OLEDs on the bottom, S95C, A95F, LG G3. So what we're looking to do is they're panning through junkyard spot towards the end of the film. Reference monitor still on. So we're still not into the preference part of it yet. The preference part of it will be when the BVM is off. And that'll be the content that most of you guys are more interested in. I'm sitting with Chirag from Samsung Displays. How are you, Chirag?
I'm doing well. How's everyone doing?
Oh, they're good. They're good. But we got a little quiet time, so I come over to you.
Sure.
What do you see so far?
I think for me, the real highlight being the one is the color accuracy, but more importantly, the low gray shadow details that we're starting to see on TVs. And I think together with color uniformity, that as we push those boundaries along with the shadow details, it's going to be for a great cinematic home experience. Pretty exciting stuff.
Well, so those of you guys that don't know, Chirag is from Samsung Displays. Tell us what you do for Samsung.
Sure. So I'm with Samsung Display. I used to be in Seoul, leading the QDOLED go-to-market team, but I've recently moved to San Jose, and here I'm leading the marketing team. Here in the Bay Area, and look forward to catching up with you guys at such events.
So I met Chirag at CES and saw all the QDOLEDs and Samsung. So you're basically responsible for the A95L and the S95C.
So the two products that use the QDOLED panel. That's right.
So I gotta tell you guys how cool it is to chill with Chirag looking at these TVs. And any parting shots while we're sitting here, Chirag? In the future, forward to be back here. But I think for us, looking at the clear delineation between LEDs and OLEDs is pretty astonishing when you see them together.
That's I totally agree with you. I think that's it's a tectonic shift moving from the LED LCD to the OLED world. And overall, I think all the brands are really putting their best foot forward. I think it's great for consumers. There's great stuff out there to suit every budget and every performance that one wants. And I'm really thrilled to see what we had over here, like the three of the best TVs. And again, it's just amazing to see that you can get this kind of experience sitting at home. I mean, back in the days, that would never have been possible. So,
well, Chirag, honestly, I'm a big LED fan. However, I think in these conditions, darkroom, the contrast ratio, micro contrast of these OLEDs, especially QD-OLEDs and MLA OLED, and without, I think, the light on, they don't stand a chance. I mean, they really do. You guys know in the chat that I love LEDs, but if you could see how LEDs look in comparison to these OLEDs, it's not close.
That's true. That's true. And I think, the micro contrast that you mentioned, I think also brings out the finer details. It's almost like you have a 3D experience without it being 3D. So you kind of notice and you feel more like the whole experience seems more immersive with that edge contrast that you have over here with the OLEDs.
Do you feel, Chirag, if the LEDs were alone, you would see less of that? You think if they were just by themselves compared, they might look better without that comparison?
I mean, everything is relative, so any one of these TVs by itself would look great.
That's the challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's basically what consumers are asking us, that hey, when everything is good, what is better?
Yeah.
And we're trying to help them make that right choice. That A lot of folks would watch one of the TVs, but then they go back work on their laptops, which is not necessarily one of these screens.
True. Yeah, very true.
So it's not that they miss it, but I think if you want to have the best experience, we have something here.
Yeah. Well, I think too, Shra, with qdoled and even MLA OLED, the misconception, not the misconception, but the thoughts of them being too dim at one time, it's gone.
Oh,
And there's just nowhere else to go as far as to pick on them and say, look, they're too dim. You can't watch them in a bright room. You can't do this, you can't do that. In reality, yeah, you can.
Absolutely. I mean, now you're beyond that, where it's about, low luminance. I mean, I think that's gone through.
Shrock, thank you so much for
Hey,
talking.
thanks, Brian.
Should have been doing that the whole time.
Oh.
What's up, Phil?
So I do have some questions in mind.
Yes.
That's why I was saying.
Oh, good. This is what I've been wanting to do for the last 4 hours.
Oh, wow. Okay. Scariest mangling of Condor Blue.
It's like, what the?
Bonzi, Condor Blue. What else is going on? Let's get you a small mic stand.
I had a mic stand that disappeared. Something's
Get the
happened.
mic under there so it doesn't tip.
Yeah. Like, actually, not originally. That's why.
The mic is like transforming.
You start talking. So this is Phil Holland. He's going to give us his impressions of TVs. Go ahead.
So we're kind of close to the end of the day of testing the 4K televisions in SDR and HDR. And something that's just hot on my mind after this little last round of comparisons of charts and real world content is we're now seeing the biggest differences between the TVs here. In SDR, we have basically two rows, the TVs up top, the TVs down low. In their unique sort of zone of technology, they were similar to each other in SDR. My old mic. Okay. But now that we've gone to HDR, it is insane the difference between all of the models.
So you felt they were closer in SDR, or they were
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly. And some of the pros and cons and sort of even artifacts in tricky situations are being revealed much more in HDR. And also where some of the big performance gains are.
Just a little bit so I can actually get in the conversation.
Yeah. But yeah, that was actually probably the coolest part of this test. And I think it's highlighting that HDR is the emerging sort of thing that's stressing modern television technology.
You thought that was in
Yeah.
terms of color or specular highlights? Where did that pop for you most?
So the interesting thing, we have a lot of color accuracy, tests and things listed on this piece of paper. One of the things I keep pointing out is the tonal response, and contrast in your tone curve can certainly have an impact on a few things. Your saturation, the natural responsive image. Some of these TVs have a very lifted black level, and some have a very crunchy black level. And there's this interesting sweet spot where you want to land in that provides almost like a three-dimensional pop to the image. And that's already segregating like TVs I would even consider buying or not, at least for me personally.
Did you ever introduce yourself to the crew before we got started?
No, I did not.
So guys, this is Phil Holland.
Yeah.
Tell them exactly what you do, just because I know it's hard to say.
The incredible bridge story is I'm a director and cinematographer. And the most interesting, probably relevance here in this show, or comparison, whatever we're calling this thing, is a lot of the TV manufacturers here, I've produced content for their TVs. Sharp is here. I produced the content for the Oculus 4K when it launched, their 8K when that launched. Samsung when the Q series launched, and 8K we had a huge event in New York.
Yeah.
LG, if you've ever seen a Z TV of any sort, Z123.
Best TVs ever.
Yeah. We did a whole reel for this.
Yeah.
So if you've seen the 88 in person, you've probably seen my content on that.
Well, we watched it a couple of years ago, 2 years ago. We watched it here.
Exactly.
Yeah. The guy with the bald head on the beach. We've seen the reflection.
See some of that. I brought
Reflection in his eyes. Maybe he
Yeah.
was trying to point it out. That was interesting.
now that I've had last year was so last minute to get things on memory cards.
Yeah.
You're going to see that content probably the best you've ever seen it today or tomorrow when we do that part.
So tomorrow our interactions will be much different, but I love talking about to Phil because Phil's been filming 8K for years. We talk about what 8K may be, and it's much different than what we see on TVs. But back to you being at the Shootout for many years now.
Yeah.
You see just a stark difference between LEDs. It's because the OLEDs are also much better now. You think just the extra color, the extra brightness, or the LEDs
I mean,
don't have much of a shot?
I think it's very, like, if you look at the core technology trends that we've seen big advancements from this year, if we're talking just pure OLED, the existence of MLA changed the game in terms of peak brightness. So that's good. I think the other square thing we have to acknowledge is quantum dots have had a massive impact on vibrancy and purity of color. We just had a slide there where all of the TVs except for two were not presenting red. So two of the TVs were like, red is right here.
Legit, like not mimicking it.
Red 2020, that looks right.
Well, and also the difference, I think, a quantum dot OLED versus a quantum dot mini LED. It's an OLED is able to really be a quantum dot instead of it kind of not faking, mimicking it. You actually seeing the real color volume there.
Yeah.
And that's a big difference. But for me, I love mini LEDs. I love bright TVs, but I feel like they're just they almost appear to wash that in comparison to brighter OLEDs. At least back in the day, LEDs, you saw they were brighter.
Yeah.
And like a plasma would look dim, but look better. Now you're like, this looks better on every aspect of it.
I think the other thing is, these are all TVs that we have calibrated.
Yes.
We have people who have worked really hard to get them to a point, and there's a lot of by eye, and there's also just, I don't know if they use Kalman or whatever they did this time around, but something noticeable, as always, is HDR is still kind of the Wild West when it comes down to it.
Most definitely.
Colors, saturation above a certain brightness level kind of are just, we don't have a standard because all of the technologies perform so differently. And there is a question mark right now on like, what do people prefer?
Yeah.
And some manufacturers will certainly say we're so vibrant, which is totally valid. And I think some other manufacturers will be like, this is a much more naturalistic take on what it should be.
Well, we talked a few years ago about HDR when they first kind of sold it on TVs. It was like a dynamic contrast. Remember they would show the slider? Like, this one looks like it's got vivid on. And then when we saw it on 4K Blu-ray, you're like, wait, is that dark? Is it dark? It's much darker.
Yeah.
So you speak on shooting in HDR yourself. Like, what is it you aim for? Do you aim for that more vibrant or you aim for the more natural when you shoot yourself? Don't give away any secrets now.
No, it's actually really funny because I'm about a decade into mastering HDR, and the early days the manufacturers just wanted to show the whiz bang boom of what these things could do,
like shoot the sun,
make it bright, like go nuts. And then I was one of the first directly to companies just going like, this isn't how people watch content. So I pushed really hard to start doing basically cinematic content. So we shot short film content, stuff like you've seen where it's someone in a scene in a dark room or a bright room, and finding what works or not. In the earlier days of HDR, I think we were going really far to make a really punchy image, and I think it's much more about color nuance and intensity. And you and I have spoken about what brightness things should be at. I think inside a common home, 1,000 to 4,000 nits is probably a really good target for modern displays for the next several years. 10,000 nits in the home, cool, but like that's nuts.
Yeah.
But if you have a specular that's hitting there and you grade it a certain way, it'll still be very pleasing.
Well, I think about when like Batman versus Superman, when that movie first came out, like, oh, the red flame, that's HDR because it was so bright. And then you looked at the shot you were showing me in the helicopter, that purple, the sun going down, like that saturation. In my opinion, that's become more HDR than what I thought HDR was when it first released. That it was just the bright red of an image. What do you define as HDR yourself?
For me, what I like about HDR is you have the ability to show tonal nuance. Some of the content I'll be showing tomorrow legitimately will be showing 21 stops of capture dynamic range, and I'm presenting it in a certain way for HDR mastering. So what I like is a transition from a really well exposed highlight to a really well exposed shadow detail. And when when it all works right, I'm not saying for every movie, every scene, a lot of people are still trying to emulate a print film look, which is really 13, 15 stops at most. And most people identify it as like, it's only 6 stops, but you have a roll off, the head and the tail. But exploring HDR further, there are some people who are behind the efforts of HDR who are really trying to recreate reality. Like, we just want it to look like you and I sitting here, which there's definitely a validity to that. But from a filmmaking perspective, and even for crafting artistry, display of even sports events and things like that, that's maybe not the goal.
Yeah.
It's
Or
more
it's
about
wasted,
making a
maybe.
pleasing image.
Oh yeah, it could be
and
wasted if
guiding
it's
it.
too real.
Yeah,
exactly. So when you say something with that many stops, how often do you see that kind of stuff in real content that you're not shooting? You see that in films or movies, or not as much?
When you're shooting something scripted and under extremely controlled conditions, you have the ability to crush a shadow or lift some detail up and shoot it the best way possible. And on the flip side, even in a room like this where we have this big room set up and there's, black TVs everywhere, people wearing dark pants, arguably there's probably 30 plus stops of dynamic range, and I'm not even getting into the specular highlights of these lamps.
You're breaking down the room.
Oh no, I do this type of imaging that we use in VFX called high dynamic range, spherical high dynamic range imaging. So I measure all my HDRs, so I do actually think that way.
Oh, that's amazing.
Well, with those lights, that's probably close to like.
So Phil, for
40
the audience real quick that
stops.
doesn't know you, where can we see your content right now? We talk about Apple.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work for Apple, LG, Samsung. What is currently going on right now?
So in Apple now, Apple TV, something goes
Apple
with
TV,
screensaver. That's
Mac
a lot of
OS.
your content is there, right?
Yep. Yeah, big aerial content. And the cool thing about that is, at least for Apple TV, the box, that's an SDR and HDR experience, and you can kind of choose what you'd like there.
I do like the flexibility with that.
And I guess going with the history of that, when we started Aerial, there was a specific year where suddenly we turned on Dolby Vision globally. So suddenly, overnight, in 150 countries, people had HDR content in the homes. It was the widest, and I still think the widest HDR release to date. And there's a lot of learning things on my side as well as technology. We just seeing people's response to it, everything. So a lot of note taking, and that's informed how I proceed now for sure. But even also working closely with the display manufacturers, sometimes I get a TV sent to me early, like a year before it comes out, to just like, how do you make something look the best on this? And that happened much more in the earlier days of HDR.
So speaking on that, between HDR 10 Plus, Dolby Vision, and just HDR 10, you see much difference when you film in Dolby Vision? Do you one you prefer?
There are differences. I think when it comes down to like the real nerd stuff for specific color spaces and gammas, whatever you're doing with 1000 nits is really more about, are you showing it in Rec 2020 or P3D65? And strangely, I've even actually done 1000 nit Rec 709. That's actually something that happens every now and again. But there's differences. It's more about the technology strategy and metadata. I master for everything. That's the hard truth.
Is there one that you prefer a look? Is one more natural to you, or is it just more the implementation of how you
No,
film
because
it?
I'll make it look the way it should. Yeah, it's not like that.
Okay.
If it was like that, we would be having a different conversation,
Oh,
because I'd be
okay.
like, damn, why doesn't this look this way? Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, to the point of that, so when I master out content for various companies and studios, we're not just converting HDR to SDR or vice versa, which is actually really common. At least the way I do it is we do unique versions. And sometimes you get away with like almost a straight conversion sort of look. But typically, the problem with filmmakers is they're thinking about what they want to make in one way. But now with HDR and various forms of HDR and SDR, plus display variants, how do you make, say, any theatrical release look similar in HDR versus SDR? And that comes down to tweaking highlight saturation, maybe contrast a bit, because these HDR TVs get pretty contrasty.
Yeah. Well, we talk about that in comparison to the highest end projectors and how much people love projectors, and then their inability to really do HDR the right way. Do you see filmmakers?
And before we let you go, let us know which TV you would buy.
So I was just going to ask that, Phil. So your tendency, what you've liked in the past TV, are you a projector guy or are you a TV guy?
Ooh, such a hard conversation. Well, there's a lot of validity to projection. My career has spanned since the late 90s, so I have seen the introduction of digital projection. I've also used some of the more bleeding edge digital projection, like even the 8-key stuff from JVC, which almost no one uses. I think you get a better overall image quality from a large TV. If you want a deep black and a pristine highlight and things like that, you're not shooting light onto a medium. You have emissive technology versus incident based. So for me personally, I'm more about having a TV, and TVs work better in mixed lighting conditions. If I had a theater projection, I would probably be more, okay, let's go. But if you look at things like the Samsung Onyx or the Sony CLEDs, those big panels, some of the best looking stuff I've seen in a theatrical setting has been on emissive technology.
Okay.
So in terms of this room, I think my safest thing to say is all of the TVs I'm interested in buying are on the bottom. The three on the bottom are night and day versus the TVs on top.
Yes. So I always thought that we should go forward if we're going to do an LED. I think we should have an LED shootout alone.
Yeah.
And just because I just think that they have different advantages. But you say about projectors, I love the filmic look of a projector and a filmic film.
Yeah.
So even something that's very grainy, I always think looks better on a projector. But that contrast ratio is even harder in like Dolby theaters. It's because they keep the lights on now.
Yep.
But so
the Dolby Reference Theater on Vine in Hollywood.
Okay.
They have a dual 4K Barco setup, and for HDR at max peak brightness, it's only 306 nits.
That's crazy.
But it's because you're in a pitch black room, and if you went hotter than that. But the other problem is when you have a bright, like if you have a black wall being projected with a white circle, just by the fact that you're shooting white, it's just going to bounce. Something's going to happen. And there's some new projecting material that they've been using for backdrops, but like, you just have to question what you're doing at that point. And I think that's why we're seeing things like crazy 120-inch TVs and,
Yeah, they are kind of encroaching on each other, but it's the contrast ratio I can't let go of. The blacks, they live within everything.
There's a smoothness about projection, though. There's something nice about your eye does a lot of adapting. In your brain, once you start watching something, you can start tuning things out. We're doing a side-by-side projection here, or comparison here, but a few of these differences wouldn't bother you if you weren't doing side-by-sides. A couple of these TVs, they wouldn't even be in this comparison if it was up to me. It's just, they don't deserve to be here. It's the quality control of the screen is, for how I would present an image to an audience, I wouldn't do it that way.
Now, for you being somebody who films, do you see the motion of a projector feel more like what you film? Because obviously they interpolate motion different TVs. Do you feel the projector motion is more what you film? Or is that not translated anymore to TVs?
So I think the safe way of putting it, in my opinion, is the theatrical experience is still the best way to watch a movie. It's tied to having a dedicated space, a big screen, and an optimal viewing distance. And actually, one thing I am going to be talking about tomorrow is the importance of optimal viewing distances. Way back in the day, I did a lot of R&D with THX before they were bought out. And, we came up with a roadmap that a lot of people use as a measurement
Definitely
guide.
seen it, no doubt.
I just recently updated my tool with even more information about what resolution, what viewing distance, and it even pays attention to aspect ratio of your content. And it's a free tool, so I don't make any money off of it. I'm not trying to sell anyone on anything. But the biggest revelation after years of doing these resolution tests, side-by-side, double-blind tests, 4K, 8K, 1080p, is there were themes that were worth testing that were coming out of these tests. And something that even started applying to people's home viewing, I found people were sitting way too far from their TVs. And if you're an enthusiast about your content, there's probably something in a range that's way better. And it really depends. If you're looking for a super casual experience to watch some cooking show, you probably don't care if it's immersive.
Yeah, I mean, probably what you were talking about with THX is that, that was 1080p, a certain footage away. It wouldn't matter if it was 720p and vice versa, the further you were away.
Yeah.
Now, but that would bring 8K back into the conversation, even with 4K footage. Correct?
Yeah.
The pixel density would help it, in theory.
It's a little rough because a lot of our data that have led to graphics that are widely used were based on really old tests or not great tests. You got to keep in mind that like proper 8K filming and finishing didn't really happen until about 2016, maybe 15. And I've been doing work for bigger exhibition displays with camera arrays, so we do 20K, 30K.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing about 8K photography was like, oh no, that's there, I can see it. And the minute we started moving, so in your discovery now, the update, is it push us much closer?
So
screen, you think?
I'll use a hand gesture.
All right.
On the new tool, there's what I call the minimum resolution requirement.
Okay.
And then I have a maximum, meaning higher resolution than this, you're not going to be able to detect this.
Gotcha.
There might be some nice reasons, if you want to get up close or something, but from a certain viewing distance beyond this resolution I'm stating, and then there's this middle ground resolution. In the most revelatory thing, while I was coming up with this whole theory and how it's applied to tests, so I'm talking like several thousand people over years now, is minimum, maximum. I found that most people prefer slightly beyond the middle.
Okay.
That's an interesting thing.
And what was that factor? It would hurt their eyes, or they felt it was too...
They saw an improvement in the image quality, straight up.
Interesting, okay.
And that started inviting some interesting nightmarish thoughts to me about why don't we have 6K TVs? We have some 6K monitors, because 6K kind of in some of those areas fits in that category.
Yeah, I thought about that with 1440p. We went from 1080p to 4K. I was like, oh, that might have been a cool resolution for movies.
Yeah.
But I think about we do sitting distance. If you're sitting in a gaming chair at 8 feet, then you lean back on your couch and you take a measuring tape where your stomach is and your head, like, oh, that's like 3 feet. And then the TV is too small.
Yeah.
So for me, if I'm 11 feet from a 77-inch TV, that's too far for me.
Yeah.
But I game 6 feet from an 83-inch.
Yeah.
So I'm probably too close at that point.
So tomorrow at some point, I brought some tape and a tape measure.
Oh, I can't wait for that. We gotta shoot that.
I'm going to ask people, where do you like watching this from?
Yeah.
Like straight up, just give people choices. And you'll find in this room, we have enough people here where you're going to see some people prefer further back or closer up. And there's going to be some interesting stuff about that, like their age, if they're wearing corrective vision, like glasses. It's so interesting, the layers of the variables. And I think the most interesting aspect of it was also when HD started, the first recommended viewing distances were way far away.
And people in our chat still hold on to that. They're like, no, I heard 1080p, I gotta be 25 feet away.
It just depends on what you're trying to do. So I've worked on projects that are shown in IMAX.
Yep.
And IMAX theaters, proper IMAX theaters, are designed in a certain way to keep you sitting in a very specific zone.
Yep.
And
Real IMAX you're talking about.
Real IMAX, yeah. And it's one of those things where it's a designed experience, and beyond that, too close, it's awful. Everyone knows that. If you've been to a movie theater and it's so close, we've all seen memes of like, look at Christian Bale at this angle or whatever.
When we were kids, we would watch like a pixelated Mario Bros. I thought it was a good idea to put that large. No, it doesn't.
No.
So speaking about 8K and 4K though, Phil, I think what really confused people was that we saw the 88-inch 8K Z series. We really hadn't had larger 4K TVs at that point. They maxed.
Well, that was an 8K.
Yeah, it was 8K. 88 was 8K. But once we got to 85-inch 4K, then we jumped to 98-inch QN90A, and I think people were very confused. Why are we doing large 4K TVs?
So
does that have to do with viewing distance for you? Is that cost? So what do you think? Because people are saying if I have a 100-inch 4K TV, why do I need 8K if that's good enough? We were always told.
It's one of those question marks, and
Or have you spent time with 4K TVs that large?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And what's your take on that?
I think the way I look at this, so when this was much more of a vibrant war, there was a world not long ago where I had to be on stage at NAB or even CES talking about the validity of 4K versus 1080p. And I knew for a fact that 1080p was just never enough for most modern displays of reasonable size. And I think the industry has now understood that. We're seeing a lot more adoption to 4K. It's a slow boat to get there, but we're moving there. For me, whatever screen, if you got a 40-inch to beyond, if you go with 4K, you're going to be a happy person. I don't have any HD screens anymore.
You told me that before.
Yeah. My two main monitors in my office are both 32-inch 4K screens. And most of the monitors in my office are 4K, except for two 8Ks. And it's because I produce 8K content. And then also in my living room, I have an 8K television.
But I feel, does it work the opposite way, where if we get 55, 40, where 8K doesn't mean anything?
So it's all about the viewing distance.
Okay.
So I always like to bring it back to photography. If anyone's ever printed a photograph, you know about 150 DPI, 300 DPI, 600 DPI. It's kind of how it works for TVs. How far are you sitting from it? What type of detail are you going to see? And some people like sitting really close to TVs.
I do.
Yeah. And if the content's suitable for it, it works.
It's bad. Watching Columbo up close is not great. Yeah. But Phil, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to see that tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil Holland. Dude, that was great. Appreciate it. Talk all day. Let me give him back the microphone. Let me give him the content. All right, guys, we are going to be looking at HDR impact. So what we're doing now is looking at college football. So I know you guys can't see it, but I want to give you some context of what we're seeing. Again, we have the three. Below the three, we have the S95C, Sony A95L. Oh, we're back to some patterns real quick. Oh, okay. Now we're looking at a Travis Kelce commercial. So what we've seen in the last, throughout the day, is, again, clear delineation from LEDs to OLEDs. For those of you that are in the chat that are like me and love LEDs, they would be much better if we were fighting in a bright room with some windows. I think you'd see a big difference. But now, actually, looking at football, to be honest, what I'm seeing is that the QN95C looks quite good. The XLED looks pretty washed out, and the UAK is kind of in the middle. But we are looking at SDR, and you heard what Phil had said earlier, the real jump was when HDR was enabled. I will tell you the A95L looks ridiculous right now.
In frame rate and dynamic range matching.
FOMO, real quick, A95L looks nice.
Oh my gosh.
But as Phil was saying with the SDR, it's not as different.
Get on angle.
Yeah, let me go check out. So we're going to run real quick. Excuse me, guys. So running across. What's up, fellas? So running across, now looking at the G3 head-on. And looking at the A95L head-on. So we are with Apple TV. But I would say the S95C G3 and the A95L are all very close. And our guy Shirag we were just talking to from Samsung Display, his kids are here. They're the A95L and the S95C. That's two TVs he's definitely representing here. The Sharp XLED is very cool. It's got like a very bright white, but I think it hurts the image. It makes it very pale. Hope you guys enjoy the conversation with Phil Holland. And this kind of commentary is something that we wanted to do the entire time. So since the conversation has changed, we'll just take over from here. Now, hopefully next year, this time, we'll be able to show you this content instead of us having to turn away. But now looking at SDR college football, very bright image.
It's amazing they all look pretty good. I would say the XLED almost seems like it can't get dim, like it almost is saying max brightness the whole time. So it gives it a very washed out look. UAK looks pretty good here, but the QN95C is on another level as far as the LEDs. It's clearly the best TV up here. And the A95L, I feel like splits the difference between the S95C and the G3. Like I feel like it's a good compromise between the two. It doesn't have the whites of the G3. It just hits that middle spot. So for me, the A95L so far has been the winner today. You okay, man? Want some?
Yeah, so we thought that some folks at home might be concerned about how bright the room was, since we're doing this sort of daytime viewing situation. And as a matter of fact, we still have all the curtains pulled and everything. And Phil Holland did a measurement and says that it's averaging around 100 lux or so
You did that by eye.
in this room. Good old Phil. How are you doing?
I'm good, brother.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, we talked about the difference between SDR and HDR, that these looked more similar a minute ago, as long as we're not off angle.
Mm-hmm.
But the clearness between the qdoleds and the MLA versus the LEDs has pulled away so much over since last year.
Yeah.
It's not really close at all.
No.
And I love LEDs, but Jesus.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame. And you can kind of feel the judges are like, they're getting kind of comfortable with their decision.
Just looking straight down?
Yeah, I mean, well, they've seen a lot at this point.
Yeah.
And you don't need to be as scrutinizing piece by piece by piece anymore because you've already gathered tons and tons of
Most
data.
definitely. Absolutely. But it just shows you that the brightness of the mini LEDs doesn't really help them at all.
Yeah.
Unless we were in a sun-drenched room, but I don't see where there's any advantage at all to them.
No, not anymore. Anyway, do you want the mic?
Sure. Walk around, talk to people.
Yeah. Man on the street style?
Gotta be afraid. All right, guys, as we're walking through. Dwayne Davis.
Yes. How can I help you, sir?
Well, so it's some commentary from Dwayne. So calibrating these 6 TVs. What was challenging? Anything challenging about a specific one? Was Samsung a little easier these days? Not as they used to be? How were they getting all 6 of these in order for you?
Well, the most challenging part of this calibration process for this year was some of these displays, the interaction of 20-point grayscale controls with real content. There are some displays here where we could not use the 20-point grayscale controls or 22-point grayscale controls simply because they were interfering with the actual picture quality where they create artifacts or desaturation in colors or banding, et cetera, et cetera.
So I'm going to guess that would be the Sharp and the Hisense.
It's more than that.
Okay. All right.
But those are the 2 primaries.
So how was it for you calibrating actually Sharp for the first time, I would imagine, and the Hisense for the first time? Or have you calibrated them before?
I've calibrated Hisense before. The Sharp was brand new. That's a new one. What I would say is, yes, with the Sharp, you cannot use the 20-point controls right now. They don't work properly. So just the 2-point high and low is the best you can do on the grayscale. And just going from there, making sure you do the local dimming correctly.
Well, a lot of their settings were not self-explanatory in Sharps.
Well, they don't.
Like
for me,
mapping, I couldn't even find it when I first looked at it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I can translate some of this stuff because I've been doing this for so long. But I
worked with their stuff before too.
For a consumer,
it almost
yes.
had like Panasonic.
Yeah,
the tools on the remote. I'm like, oh snap, here we go.
Yeah. So for just for the average consumer, it's because they don't have any like help menus for the actual settings. Yeah. Like little notes, that should be appropriate for them to add to that. But I mean, other than that,
That was probably the most difficult. The most tedious, of course, is when I'm creating a 3D LUT for the LGs to get the color right in the SDR mode. You know, I did a 9800 point unique color set point that I use for post-production for this event also, so that the colors are pretty much spot on to what the client monitors in the post-production bays are aligned from what I do. So yeah, that right there, just running those 9800 points over 4 hours just for measurements, just for that. After that, it's processing it, you know, tweaking it, et cetera, et cetera. So that was the longest. But other than that, for me, the easiest was the Sony. But that's
is that a Master Series thing, Dwayne, or are they getting that close now?
No, that's just a Sony display engineering thing. They've been doing that for years across their entire product line, from, you know, their LCDs to even their projectors. I mean, they just do color right, I guess.
Now, what have you thought about the XR Clear that you've seen some of the upscaling?
I haven't.
Finish with the XR Clear part. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, because you're only doing the good shit.
Right.
Good stuff.
No, not that. It's more so, you know, the XR Clear stuff is going to be more subjective.
Yeah, a little bit, really.
Right.
Upscaling.
Right.
So
for
did
me,
you-
I'm a purist. So if it's garbage coming in, yes, I like it cleaned up. But there's almost polishing you can do to garbage.
Yeah, if you're watching MASH, it's
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna look
Just
like
it's right. Get a. If you're watching MASH that was 480i or what, just go ahead and find a CRT and watch it, and you'll have the best resolution and quality picture ever for MASH.
I got you.
Yeah.
So Fomo's question was,
Yeah.
did the A95L lose any brightness after calibration?
No. The light output was right around 1300 nits post calibration. So from the one that I saw that was basically was using engineering firmware a month and a half ago, same thing.
Now, what do you think between the A95L and the A95K that you've seen between this year and last year?
Just the brightness difference. There's
Is it
some
evident for you though? Kind of right away?
Not really. If I'm looking at a pattern, like a 10% window pattern at 100%, oh yeah, I can see the brightness difference. But with regular content, not really.
That's always what hurts us, isn't it?
Yeah. The biggest thing that I've seen this year with the A95L compared to the A95K is menu structure and how easy it is to navigate through it. They've made some changes to it that I'm not, one, familiar with, and then number two, comfortable with at this
Well,
point.
they kept it the same for so many years, right? I mean,
Well, no, they upgraded it 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just they made some additional changes. Like for instance, and if you're in a specific setting, you can go from left to right, from off to auto or whatever. They reversed it.
Oh,
so,
gotcha, yeah. I used to like to go around the horn. Maybe we have to go all the way back. Yeah.
Just do a merry-go-round, you know, and call it that. Yeah. That's really what
I
should
like
happen.
going from high to
Right.
low or off versus high, medium, low again. But
Right. So that's one of the things. Another thing is just little bugs and quirks in the new software that will be resolved, of course. That's just different from here. But picture quality wise, I'm not really seeing a difference with the A95K and A95L with the majority of content we've been watching.
So being true, Wayne, I know you tell the truth.
Yes.
If you're looking to make a purchase right now, would you spring for an 85L? Or if you were just buying something at, say, 65, because there's no 77, 85K, would you then, knowing the TVs as well as you do, just grab an A95K for $1,000 less?
I would.
Okay.
Right. If you're looking at it like that, absolutely. Or I mean, if you want to splurge, of course, always have the best of the best. But the A95K at this point is tried and true. You know, there's no quirks and problems in any of its in the actual menu system or anything like that. So I would just do the A95K. I'm just being honest. You know?
And that's why I like Dwayne's take, because we talked about this with the G2.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, I know the G3 in this aspect is this, but, you know, when I'm rocking regular content, it's so, but we chase that number.
Right.
You know, so much, but
yeah, it basically is the $1,000 worth the paying for it? For me, no. Yeah.
Now, speaking of the G3, I know you have like the cleanest G3 in history. How have you liked using it at home?
In all honesty, I don't use the G3 anymore at home. I went back to the G2 because of some of the issues that I have found with, the A9 Gen 6 processing. It's just, for me, it's a step backwards with a lot of content that I watch. For instance, the overshoot, what the internet calls, where the white subpixel is not basically being regulated properly.
Oh, it's just firing too much to.
It's firing too much, too low in the wrong spots here and there.
It must be hard as hell to watch a movie with you. You're like, hold on, pause.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I don't want to be that guy.
No, I know.
So for me, going back to the G2 allowed me not to be that guy.
No, I hear you.
So that's what I've done.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
hopefully with the G4, they correct what they misstepped in the G3, I guess.
Well, speaking of LG, these guys
Yeah.
here was like them to be more proactive versus reactive. As
Right.
far as trying to get MLA maybe out a couple years ago versus waiting for qdoled to push them to do it.
Right.
Maybe they can refine it a bit more.
Well, I don't think it's actually the MLA technology that's the issue. I think the MLA technology is just amplifying the issues that had already existed.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yep.
So, in that respect, it's not that particular piece of technology. It's just the processing that just needs to be improved. And they're highly receptive to feedback, and they are working on it. They're fully aware of it. I'm not the only one who's pointed things out to them. I'll put it to you like that.
You're not afraid to point it out.
No, not at all. The great thing about me is I purchase all of my stuff, so I don't have to worry about any type of power struggle from receiving, samples here and there.
I hear you. Well, Dwayne, what are you doing these days? You doing a lot of calibrating all over?
I am very busy doing calibrations and consultant work.
All over the country?
All over the country. Mainly right now I'm doing a lot of projection systems in home theaters and doing consultant work for ultra high-end projector companies.
How are you liking projectors?
I'll put it to you like this. Prior to this year, you could not give me a projector and use. Now that I've been dealing with projectors and I've actually seen the God projectors, I want one. Oh no, I'll put it to you like this. Imagine having a qdoled on a 300 plus diagonal inch screen.
This is in his house?
You can get that in front projection.
Nice.
Via Christie Digital.
Okay, so these are beyond JVC.
Oh yeah,
$200,000.
Yeah, you can buy a house.
Where's your house? That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I know we're not going by D-Nice anymore, are we?
No, D-Nice has been retired because D-Nice was the monkey that I created for AVS forums. Now that I'm not really participating in the forums because it's just been so unorganized. I understand, the user base. You always have your challenging individuals, but for me, it's not them. It's just, for me, I'm just gonna say it's just mismanaged.
So what are we going by now? I know
Just
it's
Dwayne. Yes.
Legit.
Hey.
And what's the company now? Tell me the name of the company.
AV Fidelity. That's my company, man.
Boy, all right.
15 years strong.
Nice. Dwayne Davis, thank you for your time, brother.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, guys. So you guys are here. Phil Holland, you heard Sharad.
You're doing real content. What do you think?
I will.
Classy came to tell me specifically that in SDR Bright Sports, all the TVs have the same brightness. Did you see that?
I mean, well, they're the same brightness. They just the contrast ratio is still better. So the problem is the LEDs would be very bright, but they would wash
they're
out.
asking, when you say LEDs, do you mean LCD TVs? Because there's a big confusion. I told them because they all have mini LEDs.
Yeah, they're mini LEDs. They're not. Yeah, they're not. It's weird to say. The class, you want to speak on that?
No. So, go. Do your observations. You and Caleb can talk about
I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence right now.
Bright Room. Go, Bright Room. They want to know. HDR Bright Room. Real content.
Please stop it. All right, guys. HDR brightness, bright room. Phil, how bright are we in here? You did it by eye, right?
No, I measured it, but it was.
Did you really measure it?
Yeah, it's 100 lux. I would say it's a pretty average viewing condition.
So Phil Holland again telling us how bright the room is for our bright room.
Yeah, it's about 100 lux. I would say it's an average living room lighting scenario. The only downside for us looking at it right now is we do have some pin lights above us, so we got to keep those out of our field of view.
So we're like mid-afternoon would be we're simulating here?
Yeah, windows closed, lights on in the house, you know, maybe no direct light shooting through the room.
Okay, so we're still not in the sunshine.
No. Like, we'd have to open up some windows.
All right, we're looking at Rogue One.
Yep. Is this still HDR?
Yes. This is all this.
Oh, all of this.
All right, guys, so we're looking at Rogue One. We're looking at the Darth Vader scene when he enters the ship.
We started with the Star Wars. Once we got off of sports, that was the beginning of HDR.
So we're seeing the scene where Darth Vader enters. The LEDs need to be seen direct. They cannot be off angle at all. Now in this scene, definitely off the sharp, off angle is almost invisible. It's smeary. So you need to be definitely on angle for it, which we'll do right now.
All right, go ahead. Keep it right there. Are they all red? Do you know what color this should be?
It's a memory color, folks. Well, this surpasses.
So again, Rogue One, Star Wars, Darth Vader coming in, lightsaber. And he's got his approach. We're looking at specular highlights from each gun, lightsaber. What the judges are looking at is HDR impact. BVM is off for this. So this is more of your preference versus what's accurate. And what they're looking for is delineation of the lightsaber, the sparks, and the color of the lightsaber being red. We all know what color it's supposed to be. Now again, the LEDs are clearly, as we mentioned before, I think if they were alone, it would be much closer, though I do favor the QN95C here over the other two. G3 looks very good. But something about the A95L and the S95C just has a different look to them. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, the G3 looks very nice, but the specular highlights. So here, guys, we talk about mini LEDs, higher peak brightness. It doesn't really serve it if it doesn't show up in the content, meaning that the LEDs tend to look brighter just for the sake of being brighter. You don't really see the pop from the brighter 2000 nits of a TV. You're seeing the contrast ratio and the sparks are much more defined on all the OLEDs, which is obvious. But what's different about the qdoleds now in the MLA is there's no crush. Everything, the shadow detail is in place. So again, brighter LEDs, what's the advantage? And what we've seen is it's primarily an advantage in a very bright room, but there's no advantage in this particular bright room. So we're not bright enough to really bring it forward. Greatest Showman is what we're seeing now. And now the xled just has a very washed out look to it. It seems like the brightness can't be turned off, but as you mentioned, it's a newer TV, so they may have more work to do on it. But the three OLEDs are just on another planet. So again, our competitors are the UAK, top right. I know you guys can't see them. Sharp XLED is in the middle, and the QN95C. So for me, I am seriously looking at the 85-inch QN95C, but that's more of a gaming option for me. Tomorrow you're going to see the X95 and the UX from Hisense. Now, I would love to be able to show you when we're looking at Chirag from Samsung Displays, LG guys, the Samsung guys, all watching this. It's pretty cool. Again, it's like they're like worried parents. But the A95L, nice. It's very nice. The G3 is holding its own, and the S95C. Also, they've come so far with processing on the Samsungs. So moving past the TVs now. Excuse me. Now for me, sometimes I prefer having the BVM off because then you really kind of look and see things the way you would like to see them. Caleb.
So we're sure how much of them are uncalibrated, nothing got carried over by accident?
I reset some of them to make sure.
Awesome.
So we're out of calibration. Now, Caleb, the Rogue One was a pretty telling scene as far as the mini LEDs not really, the brightness didn't really help them at all.
There was one scene in particular, like the focused explosion from like when you're looking down on the planet, where the QN95C actually had more punch in that highlight than the others did.
All combined or just the LEDs?
Just that one, or all combined.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Ready for the next one? Ready?
I do like having the BVM off though, when we're watching movies to really take a look at it.
Yeah.
To see, trust your eyes versus looking at the monitor.
Well, it's interesting too to just see them in their just regular movie modes doing what they do.
Classy, we're in movie for everything.
Movie/cinema or whatever the equivalent.
Whatever the
naming is.
equivalent, yeah.
So.
Oh, on the Sony, are we in cinema or custom?
Cinema.
So in Sony, we're in cinema. Classy, I'll have class. Give me the presets for everything that we're in. Will Spider-Man be on the Spider-Verse?
Yeah, Into the Spider-Verse. So pretty much all of them are in their movies or cinema or whatever each brand calls that type of mode. And then the SDR brightness was maxed out. The motion is left to whatever that default is.
So these are the out-of-box.
Yeah, pretty much you buy it, you put it in a cinema, living room type mode. You don't touch it. That's pretty much what this is.
So even like the local dimming typically ships in medium for those. We left them like that.
Yep, and the tone mapping is active or on the LG, etc.
Now, what are you seeing from what?
I'm seeing all these OLEDs being brighter and punchier than every one of the LCDs, except that one scene where the QN was brighter.
Okay. Everyone wants to know, before and after calibration, did calibration lower the brightness of any of these TVs?
That is a misconception for all TVs, pretty much. HDR, you almost never lose brightness. You almost always gain a little bit because you usually add green and blue quite a bit.
So you guys hear that?
Pretty much your peak brightness does not change.
So you heard it here first, folks. So Classy, on record also saying that, for probably the first time since we've been following TVs, that the OLEDs all appear brighter.
Even when they were all calibrated and we were doing the high APL scenes, I was saying somebody like 2 years ago, all of these scenes would have been dimmer on the OLEDs.
By far.
And they all matched the reference monitor for those high APL scenes.
Yeah.
The only thing is like Spears among the horses.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's...
When you can push it to that many nits. Well, what's interesting is back in the day, we'd look at plasma versus LCD. Plasma looked better by itself, but LCD just was brighter but not accurate. Now these OLEDs are doing both, brighter and more accurate.
And everyone is seeing local dimming is hurting all of the LCDs by trying to suppress the blooming. And especially dark scenes, it's a crapshoot. Like, it's not working.
But if they left it free, they would suffer in a different way than they would suffer with the blooming.
Yeah, so like in HDR, where you need the local dimming on high to get it bright, it's the dark scenes that just get crushed so hard on all these that they just can't do it.
Now, you think if we had a 65-inch X95L, you'd feel different?
It would show more detail for sure, but you are going to have the lift in the shadows. Even on the 85-inch, we looked at some stuff yesterday, and while it's the best LCD, there is still a lift that is not on par with an OLED when it comes to critical
It's
viewing.
impossible.
It's, yeah.
But the fact that they're brighter is insane.
But in a moderately lit room, at least, the X95L, no problem.
Yeah. Do you need to wait
But
for
any
that?
bright room, there's no reason to say you need an LCD for a bright room. Even with the sports, all of them maxed out, they were all the same.
Very cool. So Kevin is in the house. You been on the mic yet?
I have not.
Can you introduce yourself since everybody already knows who you are? Tell them who you are.
I am Kevin. I also known as High Def News, and I'm enjoying this so far.
For a little bit rate stuff.
So you guys have seen High Def News because we all know High Def News. Basically, you're dropping the knowledge before we can even report on it. So I get my news from you.
I try.
But this is your first time being at the Shootout, right, Kevin?
It is, yeah. I'm loving it. I will say though, I'm going to drop a groundbreaking statement. OLEDs are beautiful.
But as we were saying, though, Kev, is that in class, you just alluded to it. Years past, at least the LEDs were winning the brightness battle. And you were like, okay, well, they're brighter. They don't look better, but they're brighter. And you don't see that here.
No, not at all. In fact, to be honest,
it's not just contrast ratio.
No, it's not just contrast ratio. Even in watching SDR sports, the gap is completely closed, in my opinion. I guess there are some scenes, very high level, full APL scenes are going to still happen. But when it comes to average scenes, even football games, absolutely beautiful. And what I'm more amazed by is that there's now a growing gap between the LCDs, mini LED LCDs, and the OLEDs as far as SDR at the low end. Because once you calibrate them to specification and to standards, the LCDs really start falling behind, and the OLEDs just fly at that point in time.
Well, again, it would be back in the plasma day that you would see them as too dark, but they look better. They were dark. Now it's like they're brighter, they look better, they're more accurate, and they're brighter, and they're better, and they're more accurate.
Particularly when you get to those low-end scenes, too. Like
we're in one right now?
Yeah, exactly, right now. And
so we're in a House of Dragons right now, I believe.
And when you're in a scene like this, what's really amazing to me is on the QDOLEDs, the contrast is just makes everything takes it up to that next level. When you look at the mini LEDs, they're still good, but you're starting to see where they really fall apart because the black floor is so raised that it just takes away that dynamic range that the QDOLEDs can just go with.
Well, and several people have said that it's gone from not considering LEDs anymore, period. That they've seen comparisons this way.
Yeah, I can understand that completely. I mean, I think there's probably still a use case for them, but it is getting to a point where it's harder and harder to recommend something like that.
Well, and the use case for them actually is 85.
Yes.
It's just going large.
Exactly right.
Well, Kev, High Def, thanks for talking. Look
Pleasure.
for them in the comments, man.
Thank you, brother.
All right, guys, we're talking about reflection handling of all 6 TVs. You guys want to know in the comments? So starting with the right, which would be the U8K, reflection handling is decent. Off angle, it does fall apart, but the reflection handling itself can look a little muddy on the U8K. Right now it's above the G3, which can be a mirror, but not nearly as bad as you think. We're not in a very, very bright room where it would be a mirror, but the U8K is okay. I would say the Sharp, has a very muddy anti-reflective, so unless you're directly on it, its reflection handling smears the image. A95L, there's no reflections really on it. And OLED's a big weakness was always reflection handling. I don't see that here. Now, as far as the S95C, there's not direct sunlight on it, so its reflection handling is fine. And by far, the Samsung QN95C's reflection handling is the best out of all the LEDs.
Well, this is very, very low bit rate.
And what's interesting about the QN95C is it does handle the reflections, but doesn't seem to lose any contrast or any color. So the QN95C, for me, out of the LEDs, is by far the best one. But the others, between the U8K and the the XLED, trying to give you that smeary reflection handling, not helpful here. I do imagine in a bright room, that's where you see the LEDs all pull away, even with the smeary reflection handling I'm alluding to. I think you'd be better off. But in these conditions, the LEDs don't look very good. And this is House of the Dragon, so it's very, that dim, kind of muddy look to it anyway. Yeah.
It only seems that it wasn't.
So in short, we're talking about LEDs. Really, the biggest advantage is of size and price. But it's really hard to argue now that these OLEDs are so bright and so colorful. They don't have the disadvantage of being too dim. And as far as ABSL, things aren't dimming. It looks good.
I like that. All right. Good. I like that. Okay.
How we doing?
Why don't we comment on the X90L? Even though we're at the shootout, A80L and X90L came up in the questions a lot, and I highly recommend the A80L for first-time OLED owners because you don't know what you're missing in OLED, and A80L represents it so well this year. And if you're upgrading from an older TV, you don't have an OLED, the X90L is a good step up for larger size, I believe.
Well, in the X90L, we mentioned it. Even when it went against the UAK, in my comparisons against the TCL with you, there's just a clarity that the X90L has, even if the local dimming's not as good. There's only how many zones? 12 zones or something like that. But its clarity is there. So again, the XR Clear, the clarity is much cleaner than the others. Just that the blacks aren't as good. If you're a big black bar fan, it's not the TV for you in that regard. But again, if you're just upgrading, you might enjoy it. We got almost 700 in the chat.
I know, you guys are awesome.
You guys are killing it. See, you've got more engagement.
Well, I told them that you're going to go in there, you're going to rumble, and you know what? You're going to get your microphone.
Do okay?
Look at you. Hey, Ahmad, thank you. He wants to know a video about calibration tools for people who don't have a calibration service in their region or want to do it themselves.
Here's the most.
But they need an actual meter. Classy and Jason Dustle are the one. Jason actually sells the equipment, Jason Dustle. And Classy can start you on a beginner kit, meaning, what's a good entry-level kit to get started. And, if you want to continue, you can always upgrade your kit. But start small, know the system, and then work your way up. Because
Jason said that too. Jason said that, no, continue. But Jason had said that I think the intimidation of calibration is the price. You can start very small, light meters, things like that, and then work your way into it. So a lot of people stay away from it because of price, but I'm sure those guys would advise you, but start small and then start to get the discs and then play with it.
And I think it's not too early to start talking about who we think are going to win, because this is literally the last test.
Yeah.
They're going to go into scoring. Judging is almost done. And so we have seen these TVs in their best after calibration, after all firmware, and we have our favorites. Now, we're not judges, but we have our favorites. Doesn't mean our favorites will win. So, Brian, why don't you share with them your impression of each TV, their strengths and weaknesses, going down in whatever order you want?
I mean, unfortunately, I think when we view TVs, and from when I've discussed this, we view them alone, we have a certain feeling for them. When they're filmed alone, we worth them alone, and then we see them compared to the other TVs. As I mentioned just recently, the LEDs are clearly at a huge disadvantage, more than they ever have been, where again in the past, they were clearly brighter. Whether it was effective didn't matter, they were brighter. Now they're not brighter, and it's not serving them to be brighter other than washing them out. So I would say the QN95C is my favorite LED of the group. Probably then UAK, then XLED by this group of TVs. Love the G3, love the S95C, but the A95L just has something going on in it as far as its clarity of image. Just to me is probably the clear winner for me, would be this on the A95L.
Why? I mean,
it's just the clarity. So it just has they're all so close, but there's just a clarity to it that
was there any scene that said?
I mean, even the Rogue One scene, it just seemed like. You're trying to. It's the Darth Vader scene when he's coming out, but you're trying to watch all three at the same time. but you can lose with, especially the two QDOLEDs. Let's just be realistic. But there's something about the clarity of the A95L. Again, you're splitting hairs. I could probably take all 3 TVs and move them around.
Great question. This one, people want to know.
They do, KG. I mean, I like both TVs a lot, especially the UAK and the Sharp I like a lot. But something about this Sharp looks different than when I saw it. It just seems very bright, and
because it's next to amazing TVs.
No, I mean, I feel like even the one that we had at the store looked different the next time I saw it. It just seems like it can't turn the brightness off. It almost has a pale look to it. And when I compared it to the QN95C, it still looked that way. Here, it just has a haze to it. The UAK, I'm glad it's here. But yeah, they do seem KG. The QN95C is clearly better than the two of them.
Now, you've seen the A80L, you've seen the S95C, which at a 77-inch is very similar to the S90C. Do you feel the A80L is the winner based on value?
Is it same price as the S90C?
It's slightly more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard.
At the 65-inch. At the 77-inch,
okay,
it's still a little bit more expensive.
I like the A80L way more than anybody else. I just think it's a TV that bored people. But I think that the A80L...
Without them seeing it. It bored them because it doesn't have any hardware.
Yeah, and I think people just they're tired of the WRGB OLEDs. But again, XR clear processing.
That's it. You get it for the XR clear.
Yeah, so if you want Sony's processing, as you saw Mr. Rob Brennan sit down behind me. Where'd you go, baby?
Oh,
what?
Look at him.
Rob?
Wait, are you coming here to hear who the winner is? Rob from
now I have my...
Cheese and milk platters.
So I just had Rob Brennan on talking about the A80L and the new A70. Oh, here he comes. But what we're saying is,
Rob, it's too early. We haven't declared a winner. What are you acting as if you won?
No. I looked for you.
Oh my God, my man went for a walk.
Wait. So here's the question. I think it's relevant. Is A80L the winner based on value? Now, this person may have asked a question before they discovered the A75L. Okay. If we're just talking image quality, I think since the A75L also has the XR clear, which I love, and they don't care about audio, they don't care about in-TV microphone, and the stand options, right? I think the A75L is the value leader for Sony because the image quality is the same as the A80L, right?
Well, and Rob can talk about how before the A75 launches that right now the A80 was at a sale. So people were confused after our interview that they were close in price, if not a little more expensive. The question here was the A90, the S90C versus the A80. And we were kind of saying, if you want that Sony processing, then the A80 is well worth it. I know you've compared them yourself.
Right. Yeah. And I can talk a little bit about that, but obviously it's you got to take it with a grain of salt. I mean, obviously I work for Sony. You do? I'm when I compare those TVs, I'm looking for certain things. Yeah, I'm looking.
I had to have this word. Where's my Sony shirt?
But I understand the reason to want to draw that comparison. From an MSRP, they're close, right? Yep. And you have the S90C is called qdoled versus WRGB, and so it's like, well, what's the relative difference between the two? And again, I would say it depends on what it is that you're looking for. When it comes to image processing, when it comes to recovering details that are missing from low bitrate content, when it comes to like kind of HDR remastering, then processing plays a much larger role than just kind of the native platform, right? There's a disparity between the importance of those two kind of factors. But yeah, I think that if the A80 or the A75 had been here, I don't think they beat the QDOLEDs that are kind of the cutting edge Gen 2, all that kind of stuff. But can they come in, right behind those? Absolutely. They absolutely could.
Well, I think what you're saying, Rob, too, I mean, the LEDs I've never seen be so far away in terms of...
Well, I think part of the challenge with the LED televisions, to be perfectly honest, is in this environment, as much as we tell people you need to be on axis, you need to sit in front of them and evaluate them side by side, it's hard to forget what you just saw when you were off by like 15 degrees to the left and 15 degrees to the right. They look like they're in completely different picture modes. Only when you walk back and you're now 90 degrees perpendicular then they become close to each other.
Well, what killed me is even looking at Rogue One, we were looking at the lightsaber scene with Vader at the end, that the HDR impact wasn't there as far as the lightsaber, it wasn't just the perception. The qdoleds and the MLE are brighter.
Yeah, and again, part of that has to do with, because it's lightsaber specifically, it's high brightness, usually surrounded by something that's not as bright. It's not always the Rogue One Darth Vader emerges from the shadow, right? But because of the relative brightness of something like a lightsaber to the surrounding area, if you have a television that's tuned to be very sensitive to blooming, it can arbitrarily darken the image enough to pull back some of the impact. And an OLED's not going to do that.
And that was what Classy was saying, that they felt that all three LEDs were actually crippling themselves with local dimming.
Well, again, I can't speak so much to the hisense and the Sharp that are relatively kind of new technologies. It is something we've seen from the other mini LED that's here, and that is one of the things that are different about the Sony. While we certainly do care about reducing and controlling blooming as much as possible, we will accept a certain amount of blooming to maintain the HDR impact, to maintain the shadow detail. So it's just, that's our priority, is what's the HDR impact, what's the shadow detail that we desire to get, and we'll accept the blooming that comes with it. And other manufacturers have a different calculus. Now, I'm not here to say one is right and one is wrong. They are different approaches. I would say that I feel that Sony's approach is more accurate to the creative intent, but because LCD is not OLED, that means you're going to accept and have some blooming, mostly only seen in extreme situations.
We're hearing Sony's hogging it up. We're going to have LG come in. I mean, we've had
But real quick, what we just said though, real quick, I think though by the LEDs doing that, maybe you were not playing into OLED's hands, but the OLEDs are brighter now, so you can't afford to lose the brightness.
I think that's true. I think ultimately you need to allow, especially from Sony's perspective, I won't speak to other manufacturers, but because we operate both qdoled and OLED and MiniLED, we can push each of these technologies to their kind of highest levels of performance. And if there are any deficiencies, we have other technologies that are different. If someone says, hey, the worst thing in my mind, besides people who don't use their turn indicator is blooming, well then we have an OLED for you. But if we didn't have that as a backup, we would be in a tougher position.
Yeah, it's just been obvious that seeing them dim like that when there's a bright OLED, it just doesn't seem to work.
Yeah, it's a tough ask in this environment.
Well, thanks for hanging out.
Oh, my pleasure.
Because you disappeared on me for
Well,
Grab that. Hold on. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Sam. Lost my LG guy. I lost my LG guy. Must go in the bathroom. Well, Sam just vanished. Dude, he vanished. My boy vanished.
Rob Brennan took to
Rob
intimidated the competition.
Rob's too big a guy. He blocked everybody. I thought you were going to whisper in my ear and be like, yo, cut him out. So I think Sam just ran to the bathroom. My bad. I lost our LG opportunity. Well, if I was big, he seemed like black. We got somebody got guys from Samsung out?
Oh, actually, let's bring him.
Kenny?
Bring the guy in the dreads.
Kenny.
Judge.
Oh. Kenny. Hey, Kenny.
Kenny.
You want to come hang out?
Okay.
You want to introduce yourself?
Kenny is one of our judges. Please introduce yourself. And we love Kenny. And the reason we love Kenny is he goes up and goes, wait a minute, Samsung's my reference monitor. I'm like, what?
That was a couple of years ago.
That was a couple of years ago.
Go ahead, Kenny. Introduce yourself for the audience, please, Kenny.
What is you do and the TVs you have now, and then in the judging,
Yeah.
I think it's literally all of this.
Yeah, my name's Kenny Alnestica. I've been working in broadcast television and audio for quite some time. I'm an ISF level 3 calibrator.
Who are you with now?
Paramount Brand Creative. Yeah. And just been involved in a lot of different things, like all over the industry, like, you know, constantly changing to whatever I needed to do to make sure I was still working. So like a kind of varied experience. You know.
How many years have you been at the Shootout? This is your
This might be the fifth.
fifth year?
Yeah, this might be the fifth. A good friend of mine, coworker years ago, made me come to the Javits Center for that Shootout, and that was the first one. So I think I've been at every one since then. And
I love how you break it down, though, Kenny.
Yeah.
Kenny pulls you aside. He's like,
Let's break it down.
Yeah.
For context, the TVs you have, the TVs you have now, and your background, what makes you feel like that kind of TV?
I think the TVs I've had, I think I've purchased everything on the market because, you know, I'm purchasing them from other people or projects and things. So there's always what I prefer for home, you know, for me, and how much I want to spend.
Okay.
Like for me, I'm kind of cheap personally. You know, yeah. I don't know.
Our viewers are like, how much is that thing's $100?
Aspirational consumer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, for me, it's who's the other streamer? It's bang for the buck.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah. Well,
Kenny, you got that.
no. I've actually just
The
you.
camera was down his face too. He's like,
I've purchased 3 or 4 hisense for people, and they love them, and they absolutely love them.
In your thoughts, Kenny?
Well, when you're comparing them with all the TVs, like the people in this world, you guys these are the people that move the industry, right? You guys are all the people who do it. The TVs are all brought to a point where they could be judged equally.
Absolutely.
You know, and that being said, they're going to do different things.
You have to ask him what you want to film the press conference. Is that
Is there anything to get a camera out there?
Where is the press conference?
It's either going to be in the outdoor balcony. I want to hear who you voted.
Okay. Yeah. So I think the biggest thing is all the televisions were brought to a neutral place, to like a center, you know, so that you can judge them all. And when you do that, they do different things. So like the LEDs kind of really fell apart.
more so than in recent years, though?
Way more than recent.
Even less?
Yeah, way more than recent years. But that being said, that's because they were all brought to a place where they could be judged together. It doesn't mean that you can't take one of those LEDs that fell apart here today, take them home, calibrate it, do contrast and brightness for your environment, do a day mode, a night mode, a game mode, and won't get good results for them. It just means that in this placement that we judged them in, they didn't do it. They might not have done as great or looked as great.
So, Kenny, we wheel these TVs outside to that atrium. We having a different conversation? We wheel these TVs outside out here where the windows are. We having a different conversation, or do you think that the OLED's going to overpower the sun out there?
So I'm not sure about that, but the way this was so far, this has been the best setup. Some people were complaining about LEDs being with the OLEDs and it not being fair and all these other things, but it was very interesting to see things with the Samsung LED on top of the Samsung OLED, where
really good conversation right
where according to specs, the LCD was going to do a higher nit value, but when you saw them next to each other, didn't matter. You know, like you weren't seeing that.
You saw that with the 900C 8K against the S95C. I was shocked at all content. The S95C, the qdoled was brighter.
Yeah, and
Which
that
was never the case before.
No. So it's different. But going on to the atrium, I think things might look a little different. But this year, for some reason, the overall brightness, it took me a long time to move to OLED, and have that be my thing.
Now, when you did move to OLED, Kenny, was it because I know for me, it wasn't just the burn-in, they never seemed bright enough.
I moved to OLED because everybody told me to.
How long ago? When did you join?
I did the S95. So, yeah.
Kenny just got there. You mean it sounded like you went there 10 years ago?
No. I did it, and it's really only after completing completing all the ISF stuff.
Okay.
And having these guys go at me, yeah, you should really just do it. You guys, like, it was.
So FOMO, listen to this. So Kenny was just saying, he goes, look, it took me a while to move over to OLED. So I'm like, oh, what was it? Because they were too dim. When did you move over? He's like, S95. I'm like, last year? He made it sound like it was 10 years ago. It was like, no, it was yesterday. I bought it yesterday.
Yeah, not only that.
Because he just cut our.
And you said it's affordable too.
Hey, you know what? Fist bump for value.
I mean, it was that.
Are you loving it?
I love it. It was also part of an ecosystem. So because I use Samsung phones and the trade-in and stuff, like I think I bought a 65 for like $1,100.
Yeah, people were doing that with what, AAA? They're like, I got AAA. I got Allstate insurance. I got it for free. They give me money.
Yeah. Called up the chat, man. Give me another 10%.
Yeah, give me 10 exactly.
Yeah, so the value was really great. I went in kind of deep into the gaming thing to look at the 144 hertz stuff, and that took me.
And what did you think of that? Because I mean, I'm a big PC gaming, obviously.
Yeah, it took me a bit to learn, so of course I had to go in deep, like 4090, like go.
Cost more than TV.
Yeah, I had to go big or go home.
By the way, 4090 was I think 2K, and your TV was 1200. Nice. There you go.
Yeah, plus building the machine and dealing with driver updates and all that kind of stuff. So so for me, it was really big. Like a lot of times I'll get into something because someone pushes me, and I might call bullshit, but then not know what I'm talking about. So then I have to go and look at it closer. So high frame rate gaming or high hertz gaming was something that I didn't understand. So I had to watch a bunch of videos.
Now, did you feel the 144? I can feel 120 over 60 like it's a big difference. Do you feel 144 is a big difference?
I think you have to learn, and you have to be willing to learn. If you didn't know it before, it's a new thing.
Okay.
Right? So you've got to get a real system. Using the console may not be the way to go about it.
Okay. Was that Sam? Yeah. Okay. Quickly before Kenny, when you talk about, let's just say you're doing gaming and you got deep dive into gaming. Now that you've gotten high frame rate gaming, and you like picture quality, now the A95 doesn't have 144 hertz.
No.
Is that something that, for me, gaming, it keeps me with Samsung or LG?
Yeah.
For you, would that give you pause? Even if the picture quality is better for, say, a Sony, would you stay with Samsung for the gaming alone?
Sony gives me a pause because of the price.
He's like, it's expensive, I ain't getting that.
Yeah, Sony gives me a pause just because of
gaming?
the price, regardless of the rest. Interestingly enough, I also have the Alienware monitor, the OLED thing.
Are you liking it?
I like it, and at 174 hertz, 172 hertz, when you can drive it that fast, it's amazing. Once you get into it, once you can see the difference, once you can feel the difference, once you get into all the low latency stuff, the high hertz, the high refresh rate stuff is incredible.
What's crazy?
And even that being said, that on an OLED with the response time is a whole nother game.
Us both having 4090s, for those of you who don't have a 4090, it's even funny that how hard it is to get anything to play at that high frame rate.
At high resolution,
Without a DLSS or anything like that. You're like, wait a second, am I really doing it?
And I am a fan of DLSS.
Oh, so am I.
Yeah, like I think it's absolutely necessary, and it's a difference.
Clearly, it's necessary.
We.
I was running Cyberpunk the other day. I'm like, damn, wait, 40 frames per second. With a 4090. Well, Kenny, any parting shots for the crew?
I don't know. No, I don't know what people are saying or what they're talking about.
But so anyway, you can't share your thoughts, but you enjoyed the experience, enjoyed the shootout this year?
Absolutely. I think it's the best event that I've gone to. It's very holistic. It's very family related.
I can't wait to see you, brother.
It's nice sharing like ideas, changing my mind about things that I feel really strong about, and pushing myself to keep learning.
Absolutely.
The new things.
Well, and for us, guys like Kenny, we learned from him. I met Kenny 3 or 4 years ago. Always a pleasure seeing you, brother.
Yeah, and again, I remember the first time I met you. We
hung out. Yeah.
And where different people will say things or whatever else, and I'm like, these guys are committing time and effort to making sure that they're providing information to people, and you can do whatever you want with it. But you're providing a service for the family. Like you're helping people. Like regardless, somebody always has something to flame you. Flame someone about. Why'd you do this? Or what about this?
We're in here all day. I mean, but this is this is what we wanted to. I meant to bring this kind of thing throughout the entire shootout. We got stuck listening to some of the other stuff, but we wanted to do this throughout.
Yeah.
But when I would talk to a guy like Kenny, can you check the camera right here?
Yeah.
When I would talk to Kenny over the years, these are the conversations I wanted to bring to you.
Yeah.
But that would be a matter of me bringing out the camera, talking to you, and then like 10 days later, we got it up. But
we're sitting in a bar restaurant talking
dude, I
shit.
appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in, man. I can't wait to hear you. You tell me who won for you at the end.
I mean, yeah, I think I said it.
I think
the Sony, you know, it went hard. Not, you know, not.
Look at this. Find someone to look at you the way Brian looks at Kenny. Nah, see, they're not talking smack. That's a great comment.
Awesome. 144 hertz is mandatory.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
See? Awesome.
Way too much fun.
Yeah.
All right, pleasure, brother.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
See you later. All right.
Sam, come on over, my friend. You want to put Sam in the middle? You want to put Sam in the middle? Why don't you jump in the middle, Sam?
So I'm trying to convince Sam to polish his shelf for the award, but I didn't want to set him up for a disappointment either.
My shelf has been waiting for a while.
Sam, come on in. Introduce yourself.
Absolutely.
Let us know who you are. Good to see you again.
Absolutely. It's good to see you guys again. Another successful Value Electronics TV shootout. My name is Sam Ahn. I work with LG Electronics. I've been here several years now. I work on the called the CVE team, the Customer Value Enablement team. It's a really fancy word for we do a little bit of everything, you know. But we work a lot with the review side of things, as well as we work a lot between our R&D side in Korea, as well as the LGE US side. A lot of different hats we wear.
So, what are your thoughts? I'll keep this closer.
Oh, sure.
What are your thoughts this year in the shootout? What do you think about what you saw? You see your baby out there.
You know,
performing?
it's pretty crazy because, granted, I haven't been here every single year, but for the many years that I have attended TV shootout, it's amazing to see that gap close smaller and smaller. Granted, not amongst all the TVs, right? Because we have some LCD-based televisions as well as the OLED-based televisions, and to be honest, that gap between the OLED-based technology is getting really, really small, really, really tight, and super, super competitive. So we're seeing really the cream of the crop, right now. So I think it's a really great competition, and looking forward to see the results shortly.
So, MLA being such an exciting addition to LG this year.
Yeah.
I mean, for you guys as a company, that's how amped were you to bring that to market?
Oh, extremely.
Especially after last year with the qdoled kind of coming out of nowhere for LG to fire back.
Absolutely. You know, the MLA technology is something that, we're really excited about this year to introduce in our lineup. Obviously not the whole lineup, but in our G series. And we're really happy with the performance that it's giving too. I think, sorry.
Are you so happy that you're going to bring it to the 83?
Oh, that is the question.
Well, that and perhaps even the C series. I know that's a big question.
Are you so happy?
And I know that's a question for.
That is the question of the hour that I do not have the answer to, unfortunately, right now.
No, that's more of a Samsung Displays question.
Well,
or?
The
Or Samsung, I'm sorry, LG
LG,
displays,
right.
my
It's something that we'll be seeing shortly be announced. I don't have all the specific details on, where we will be seeing MLA for 2024. But
can we be optimistic that we'll see more of it?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Because we want brighter TVs, but we, as a company, we also want to do things properly, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to push panels beyond their limits where you have side effects like burn-in or image retention and things like that. So, we want to do it in the most, respectful manner to the panel, if you might say.
Well, Sam, I think more than MLA that I missed this year was Z3.
Oh, yes.
Now, there is a Z3 in Japan. There's a Z3. We saw it at CES. There was a Z3.
Right.
Why wouldn't that come to market this year?
I actually don't have the specifics. I don't work so much on that side of things, but again, I think that's something that we will be seeing, soon and shortly,
Because we're going to see
coming in the pipeline.
tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Yes, 77.
Right, that is correct. Yeah, I mean certainly OLED technology, whether we're pushing 4K and 8K, as well as getting brighter with MLA. These are all things in the future that we are moving towards. These things are not, this is not the end of the road, right? We are definitely moving that direction, and certainly this is not the end of 8K or brighter televisions.
So when I met Sam during a couple shootouts a couple of years ago, we saw the ZX.
Yes.
And I remember asking Sam, like, what special sauce was in the Z series? And then you had basically said that the 8K resolution had given it almost a further gradients.
Right.
Which enriched the image, which I had never heard before that. So I appreciate Sam gave us that information, that we thought it was maybe a better processor or there was something else happening. And
Right.
you thought maybe the 8K resolution was creating better gradients.
Pixels.
Right.
A different quality to get an
Right.
process.
Yeah.
It was a richer image in ways.
Yeah, correct. All these things, added together, results in, a much more aesthetic as well as accurate and, great looking image at the end of the day. And we like to think that the 8K panel, as well as our Alpha 9 processor, as well as everything else that goes into the whole package, builds a resulting great display at the end of the day.
Well, LG's been so, you guys have asked questions, so wanting to know what is missing. Gaming is something you guys will continue to be at the head of?
Definitely. I think gaming is one of those areas where we're starting to really tap into that and try to get the voice of the customer, of the gamers. And I personally am not a gamer myself, but it's something that comes across my radar a ton.
Well, the monitors we saw at CES were very impressive, and you guys are continuing pushing the envelope there.
Right.
Will MLA be in a lot of monitors and things like that? You think that be an option? I know we can't say. But.
Right. That, again, I'm not exactly sure of, but, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing things like that down the road. Yeah. Right.
Is it your goal to try to keep it on for next year? I mean, is 3.0 something that you can do next year?
That's an awfully good question that unfortunately I also cannot comment on at the moment, but things are constantly,
it's in flux.
Yes.
Yeah. I hear you.
As long as you guys are working on it, because we do have fans that bought the LG, the ones that they bought fine, but then moving forward,
right.
Brian, do you have comments about ATSC 3.0?
I don't. I mean, I think for me, it's something that checks a box that we're not using yet.
Yeah.
And I'm fairly certain from what I heard when it was first brought up was it might be able to be done with an adapter down the road anyway. So if a TV, say, doesn't have it, then there's an adapter that's $100, like say a Fire Stick, and then there's your adapter.
Right.
So I don't find it to be a make or break until the content is there, which is probably why it's not as big a concern.
Correct.
That's where I am at. Where are you on it with the
I'm very disappointed, not because of LG. I'm in Southern California, and it's an ATSC 3.0 container with 1.0 content. I'm not getting 4K. I'm not getting high frequency frame rates, right?
So you wouldn't chase it, is what you're saying?
I mean, there's no like 8K. There's no content. For me, I think the biggest use, and if anyone has influence, high frame rate sports. We see high motion resolution way better than an extra couple of pixels, right? I mean, give me 1080p in 120. Give me 720p in 120. 60, like all day long. And for those wondering, wait a minute, LG has ATSC, so there is a patent dispute that may take it off the market next year, but we don't know yet because next year is not here. So we're just seeing, 2024, will LG TVs have ATSC? And it may not be just LG. Other TV makers may also have to be involved. So, we're at the cutting edge, people. If you have an LG, don't worry about it, right? It's not going away if they have it, right? It's moving forward.
Real quick, Sam, what did you think about just the performance of the G3 in the shootout? Were you proud of it? Did you feel?
I was pretty happy, about the performance of the set. I feel like, the unit itself was great.
Because that's a big thing. They're not picked a certain way.
Correct. Yeah.
So every unit, we all talk about that.
Absolutely. You know, these are just samples pulled from Robert's stock, and you know, as they should be. And you know, nothing is special, or you know, these are just factory samples.
And
that
you were happy with what you saw?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. I feel that the uniformity of the TV was great. The light output was also great. I felt like it performed really competitively against the competitors, the other OLED technologies, the other competitors, and you know, I think you know it's gonna be a close race, and you know, we'll find out probably in minutes, you know, how we'll do, but you know.
Sam, I have one more question. I know you're not going to have an answer to, but I, for one, I love LG's lineup.
Sure.
But I told you I missed the Z series.
Yeah.
But I was a little disappointed at the QLED series, or QLED. Is that something that LG may get back into, LEDs, or in the future, or is it more OLEDs from here on out?
You know, that's an awfully good question. I also can't predict the future, but I will say that, you know, the technology is constantly improving and, you know, progressing. So even though we haven't necessarily given up on that technology, I think we are definitely looking forward to improving TV technology and making it better, as well as cost effective, right? We don't want to
put it out there just to put it out there.
Exactly, you know. So you know, QLEDs will continue to exist for a while, I think. But you know, we will see bigger and better things in the future. So
we talked about that earlier with, well, we all want 83.
Right.
I know the cost of developing 83 and then what the reality is, how many they sell.
Right, right.
Though I think that's a popular size, it's not.
Right.
So it's hard to make that investment if it's not going to return.
Correct, correct.
So I think that's always something that we don't think about much in the comments, but I know it's a reality. Same with adding it to the C series or into the smaller series.
Yeah, yeah.
And also I think the sound bars in tandem with the C series was very good this year, and the G series. That was a great thing that we didn't talk about a whole lot.
Right,
but,
right.
You know, that ecosystem is definitely at a new level, and I love the new UI with expression enhancer and picture wizard.
Yeah. Play with the wizard. I know with this cartoonish.
Well, the wizard, we went a little too. We were playing
Sure,
with it.
sure. Yeah, yeah.
But I thought the expression enhancer and those differences in the UI.
Okay, no one has that, so I use detail to fine-tune the contrast, and that's amazing because if I'm in a bright room, you know what? The detail doesn't matter. I need that bright. In a darker room, you really see it, and that's so when you guys say, "Oh, we improved this," it's actually that one setting that gives. I mean, okay, at this level. Every little bit, every little difference counts, and you guys did that. And I don't think, I mean, I'm partly, I don't mention it enough, I just have it on. But sometimes I have to turn it off because it gives LG an unfair advantage, so to speak.
Well, we do end up disabling a lot of that, but I think the AI learning felt like market speak 2 years ago was real this year.
Yeah,
It was something that, you know, that was, the processing is definitely caught up in, but I love the AI where it learns your preference, even though we went a little crazy with it. It was going by your preference.
We wanted to.
I was like, wow, I love blue. Apparently I'm an anime fan.
Right.
Everything was very cartoonish. Sam, thank you so much for taking the time.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate it. Good
Thank
luck.
you guys.
We'll see you shortly, all right?
Sounds great.
Awesome.
All right, thank you.
Scoring, go ahead.
All right, we'll check it out.
And based on that, maybe Brian can give him his prediction because we don't know. Okay, wait.
All right, so we got now we got 768 in the chat. See, now we need engagement. That's what I'm talking about.
I know. I'm predicting, maybe no shock.
You just sit on my lap for a minute. He was like, look at that, Daddy. Look at
I'm predicting S95C.
Oh my God, you pulling the upset?
And this is why, and I think I mentioned this in chat, in low light HDR, the A95L specular highlights was a little bit brighter. Oh, did you want to come and sit down? Oh, okay. Jason Dustle, one of the calibrators, and wait. You were in charge of doing all the switching. That is hard work.
So here's what I was gonna. Here's what I was gonna say to you guys. What I thought would be kind of
All right. Well, everybody knows who you are, but just reiterate who you are.
Jason Dustle. I'm with a company called AV Pro Global. We have a few different brands. AV Pro Edge, as you can see here. Mostly video distribution is what we really specialize in. HDMI matrix switches, extenders, all that fun stuff. And now we're doing really well with our AV over IP system. But you know, biggest goal when we're doing our connectivity products is picture quality.
Yep.
Our company has their roots with ISF, and we care about picture quality to the nth degree. So our extenders and matrix switches, we go crazy with them. Premium price, but a lot of cool features and their 10-year warranty and all the fun stuff. We also make HDMI cables under the Bullet Train label. We also make test equipment with the Meridio label, which is probably people who are watching this might know me from if they know me.
Everybody knows you.
And then we just purchased Audio Control, the home division.
I heard you say that.
Dude, I'm so excited about this because, I mean, I'm an audio guy in disguise, really. But the acquisition of Audio Control, we're insanely excited about it. We're really good. But what I was thinking...
So quickly, before
yeah.
before Jason talks, the maestro-ism of what he's doing back there as far as the switching and the equipment back there is in the pressure.
It's pretty intense.
And we talked about this before when one of the... Phil was up here talking, saying that... No, it was someone was saying that having these professionals in the room, they know when something's off.
Oh, yeah.
And Jason's like, hold on, I got it.
Yeah.
And it's about 8-bit or 10-bit. But the fact that you're back there in the dark, he has the headlamp. Where's your headlamp? He has the miner's headlamp on.
And with the red light, of course, so I don't blind everybody.
Yeah, so I mean,
and interfere with
I
that.
love the work. I mean, you're so amazing.
Thanks,
but
man.
now tell me what you want to come over and say something.
All I was going to say was, when you see like behind the scenes of a documentary or a movie or the behind the scenes of the Super Bowl broadcast, and that stuff's super interesting to me. Like, you guys should poke back there and film me.
Oh yeah, no
changing
doubt.
discs.
Oh
and
yeah, no doubt.
Just so you can see how crazy it is.
Well, and I mean, there's a million discs back there, and
it's nuts.
Maybe if you're gonna leave it like that, we're gonna leave it like that for tonight, right?
Yeah.
So tomorrow, make sure that you got to film Jason back there.
Oh, and we will.
Just so you can see how crazy it is.
I mean, because he was alluding to like the Super Bowl, behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
But Jason's got the headlamp on with the red light back there. But when he's professional, guys are like, Jason, is that 8-bit? He's like, well, hold on a minute. And then he shuts everything off. I mean, it's amazing.
What you guys aren't seeing back there is I have a little test monitor that has an analyzer built in, so I can see the signal that's going out to all the TVs.
And I saw the analyzer M-Wave. You're like, no, because you were checking the HDMI ports.
Yeah, and you get these weird issues where it's like, hey, why is that TV 1080p when it's supposed to be 4K? And I go, hey, let me grab my analyzer and
we did that with the Fire Stick. That's
read EDIDs and start trying to figure out what's going on, and you can find these problems super simply, which is the whole reason of the test equipment. For the average person who's like an enthusiast, that's probably overkill if I'm being honest. But our main customers are integrators, right?
Yeah.
So like we're selling equipment to the people installing things in homes and businesses.
We're going to have to wrap up, Jason.
Oh,
Because we're 10 minutes away from announcing. But before we announce, I wanted to bring in who I think is the star of the show.
Sure. Well, quickly with Jason and I have a video coming called Calibration Tools of the Trade from M-Wave. It's all about Jason calibrating. That's going to come out.
Okay, thanks guys. Good to see you.
A lot of them is coming in.
You want me to step out?
No.
Shirag was already, you guys heard Shirag on the mic before.
Yes. Saying hello to the streamer.
Either Sony Samsung S95C. Near those win, Shirag wins because Samsung Display provided both TVs with their panel technology. I know I had you on, but we're so excited to have you back because we're wrapping up a year. We knew it would be great, but it was very impressive. Your TVs.
And then qdoled.
qdoled,
the largest jump that we didn't think we saw when the S95B surprise dropped last year. FOMO and I have a very organic reaction when we unboxed it, and we were blown away by it. It was going against the A90J Master Series, and it was comical. The thumbnail has us like that was now being improved with the S95C and even the S90C and now the A95K and A95L. I mean, bravo to that entire squad. But I mean, speak a little bit. What are we looking for Shirag right now? You gonna congratulate him now, or what do you want to do?
Oh, no. I think
just kidding. He's waiting.
I mean, I think.
Come on over.
Of course, we do our best when it comes to the panels, but we share the credit with our brands, both Sony and Samsung Electronics. They do add their own special sauce, and
How many times do brands call you and say, Shirag, can I make it brighter without breaking it? Do they ever ask you that? Because I would. I go, how hard can I push this TV, Shirag?
Well, because we were at CES, we're like, Shirag, can I get that one in there that didn't have a body?
Okay, so
just leave the innards out.
Shirag has his own TV that he's showing off, that Samsung display, and it's really bright. And then Brian looks behind, and there's like no back.
There's like no back.
Fans, batteries, everything's connected. I'm like, okay, I want that
That's
one.
the one I want. I'll put a receiver on
So,
it.
what is your request for pushing it bright? Like, can you give us the context? Like, you work with the brands. How hard do they want to push your technology?
I would say both brands do their best to push the brightness to the level that they think is gonna be sustainable. I think we're getting to a point where all across the line, the concern of OLED burn-in is slightly dated. Yeah, you can burn in any TV that you want by, setting it up for failure. But from a normal user, and when I mean normal, I mean a heavy user of watching TV, news, whatever, I don't see that being a concern as such. Otherwise, we would have seen it. Like now, the qdoleds have been out for 2 years. So people have been using it, abusing it, but it sustains itself, and it's giving a greater picture quality, a better value, better experience. And I think I believe that the brand partners that we have, they do their best to kind of make sure that that's what they put forward.
Now, Shrag, are we chasing brightness and talking about qdoled more than color? What do you think is more prominent? Is it quantum dots, tandem? What is it about the qdoled that really does push it? Are we chasing brightness as the wrong thing, or what do you see? What do you think of or implement more than anything?
So I would say that at this point, the brightness is pretty good. I mean, as a consumer, I don't see it needing to go higher.
I can tell you're seeing them all together now.
Yes.
I don't see a reason to
Yeah.
go brighter. But then is it more color? Is it
Absolutely.
the quantum dots that you're seeing?
Yeah.
I know on the LCDs, LEDs, the quantum dots are truly quantum.
Yeah.
They're more of a backlight.
Exactly.
So are we talking about qdoled the wrong way?
So I would say there are three things that differentiates the qdoled experience. One, which I think a lot of people don't realize, but that's how you perceive it, is the edge contrast, edge color contrast. So a lot of times you just think of contrast as being black and white, but qdoled gives you that color contrast because we're all watching color HDR content, and when you have that color luminance and color contrast across the edge, there is a more immersive experience, and that's why it pops. The color is still accurate, but you can see the deep blacks or deep whatever on the edge of the colors, they stand out, and that gives you, because right now when I see you or I see FOMO, my vision has that deep contrast. Most technologies cannot recreate that on the screen, and qdoled with its higher color luminance is able to recreate that.
So it's more high color luminance than peak brightness per se.
Yes, it's about the color contrast that we don't talk about much, but that's one thing. And then the second thing is color uniformity. And when I say color uniformity, I mean across gray uniformity, black uniformity, white uniformity. So once again, what that does is that it just elevates the experience. So you have like a baseline of brightness, but adding these two elements really, and then the last thing that it does is it has a higher color volume. So what we don't realize is that when light falls on whatever I'm wearing or what you're wearing, it's actually black, right? But there's actually shades of black.
Yes.
It's not just deep black or it's not just 0005. There are some shades of black, and that's the color volume. That's what qdoled is able to bring alive. Once again, these three things, the color contrast, the color luminance, ability to have a better uniformity, and then this ability to have a wider color volume, being able to recreate that ensures that you feel it's more immersive, and that's not so easy to measure because there's no one measure that captures it all. One of the things we're trying to do is what we call like experience color range, which kind of tries to do that, but that's basically what it is. It's not, we're not robots. We're not, our minds don't have a nit meter. Our minds have a perceptual meter, and the way we perceive, I think the way the displays are coming, closer to being able to recreate and match that perceptual level, it's pretty amazing.
Well, and I asked right off camera, because we talk about our WRGB OLED, especially in gaming, KG's in the chat, with panning, 12%, 15% gray, we're talking about how WRGB OLEDs have that heavy banding. You're saying the color luminance helps the gradients from that extra bit the white is trying to do, creates maybe that banding that is showing the flaws of the panel. QD OLEDs, I don't have that issue with banding in gaming. Speak to me a little bit about out what you thought that the extra color was helping keeping the banding from materializing.
Yeah, so this is something that I heard from some of the experts at the SID, and what they pointed out to was that it's the difference between a 3-pixel structure and a white plus RGB pixel structure. So the truly additive RGB versus a non-additive RGB, you will experience some of that on the lower gray levels because it's trying to dither and mimic a like a triluminous display.
So HDR is because of the game. It just exasperates it. When I put that same thing on a S95, it disappeared. We saw it in the store.
Right.
So it just ends up being where its grading is almost perfect. I didn't see any. I haven't seen a bad uniformity on a Samsung.
The unique pixel structure, I disagree. The unique pixel structure of QD-OLED that Samsung Display developed. I mean, some people call it pentile structure, but it's not the straight RGB that you see in monitors or BGR or whatever in alternate. Your structure is unique to QD-OLED. Can you explain why you chose that structure? Because some people complain, well, it introduces a chromatic aberration, white against black, and there's a fringing. But I believe, well, there is a reason. If you can explain that reason and what advantages is from that pixel structure of QD-OLED.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, QD-OLED pixel structure is not pentile. Pentile would, share the neighboring pixel, but this is a true RGB, and 3840. So basically, there is 3840 RGB pixels. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that the pixel structure is, cannot be explained or kind of like. The reason behind it is kind of the overall experience, and that's what we try to optimize. As we look at, the fact is that we have a pass-through blue pixel, and then we have printed red and green. So every aspect of the design is built to give you the best experience. How does it compare with, a traditional OLED? And that's, you mentioned there's this edge issue, but that is, you will see in certain situations, even on a traditional OLED, especially where there's a yellow and a non-boundary, you will see a different kind of a pink tinge as opposed to the other one. So I think, but the most important thing is that if you were to look at it in a TV application, I see almost, like there were a bunch of test patterns that you guys selected. I couldn't find the pixel issue was not at all a problem on the TV. And then when you go to a monitor experience, there too, the fact is that even according to ratings.com, the text clarity of a QD-OLED, even with its existing pixel structure, is rated higher than the text clarity, wherein sometimes some people have an issue with the pixel thing. So that's where we are today. But hey, we're always happy to, think of the future and, appreciate that feedback.
Now, Shark, seeing the two different special sauces between the A95L and the S95C, can you see the differences yourself on what each manufacturer is doing a little bit different, or because they're calibrated, you don't really see that much different?
Excuse me. I would say that there are areas and moments where I could see some difference.
Okay.
But it is getting very close. But there are some, I would say, like there are some places where I can catch a little bit of a difference in how
Not necessarily better, but just the different.
Just different, and I think that's like one of the comments made today was that, hey, there is no one TV that's best for everyone. It's gonna be a little bit of your own personal choice on which experience you prefer. One of the things that I really was impressed by the QD-OLED today is even in a brightly lit room, the so-called LCDs and the mini LEDs kind of paled in terms of the overall color performance, which I'm really excited. Like, I think people had some concerns maybe a year back about, what about a bright lit room? But I was pretty impressed
So
by
the
how
only
it
time
kind
I've seen the
of.
S95 struggle is if it's direct sunlight, and I mean the sun has to be on it.
Sure.
To create that little haze.
Yeah.
Not behind it, but it has to be right on it. So
Yeah.
other than that one instance, quickly, are you excited to see the qdoled also going to more monitors and more applications for it than just TVs?
Absolutely. I think we're getting a lot of requests, by creators, by people who are at the front end of, creating what's the content we'll see tomorrow. And
Nothing. Mike, okay.
Let's try it again.
All right. So, Phil, we're talking about what you saw. You're saying strong showing from both QDOLEDs, both Samsung and Sony.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, so as the votes are being tallied up about, where everything lands, I think qdoled probably had the strongest showing here today. It does have that really nice rich level of contrast, both in SDR and HDR. The color reproduction was glaringly obvious when we were looking at HDR as well. Really
color
getting to
luminous is what Chirag was discussing.
Yeah, luminance,
bright and
purity of reds, just things that were popping up. And it's interesting to see how Sony is tapping into that technology versus Samsung. I do think there's almost a recurring pattern where Sony kind of comes late to the party because they're
Wait
either
to see what you do.
Well, no, I think they're just spending more time refining things. Like
Yeah.
the Sony is a little sharper.
Okay.
That's visible by my eye.
Okay. Now that's both all calibrated at even playing field.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is actually 2 years ago in 2021. It was the same story. Sony.
FOMO. Hold on.
Is this mic on?
I think there's going to be an upset.
Really?
I think so. I don't know. I have a funny feeling there's going to be an upset tonight.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Can anyone hear me? I feel like a monkey talking and shouting. Is YouTube taking the right mic? Testing 1 1 2. Hello.
It works. We can hear you. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
The sound, hold on. How much have you guys heard? All right, so
Yeah, we can start.
take 4. So
Okay.
Phil Holland is here. All right, Phil.
Okay.
We talked about seeing both QD-OLEDs, seeing them compared, both the Samsung and the Sony. Thought strong offerings from both of them.
Yeah.
Color, luminance, color, volume. Go.
Yeah. So, out of all the 6 displays here, as the votes are being tallied up, I think the underlying theme was QD-OLED had an incredibly strong showing. The richness of the contrast, the color response, just very strong. So I suspect one of those is going to be the winner. Now, I was just kind of mentioning that there's almost always a theme that Sony, even though they're using the same panel, Sony always comes to market a little bit later. I think genuinely Sony is tuning the DSP. They're processing the image slightly differently. Clearly, they're doing something to the sharpness that isn't over sharpened. It's just a slightly different draw to the image.
Because you would definitely, out of all people, you'd pick up on something that's got too much sharpness, or
Well, if it was too much, I'd be screaming right now. So, yeah, I mean, you
But
don't
I mean,
want
for
that.
context, the S95C was one of the first TVs released this year. A95L isn't actually officially out yet. I mean, it came out last week.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago. It was actually pushed the Shootout back to get it in. So to your point, it's had about 7 months extra time.
And I'll say an incredibly hot take. We have some TVs here that make you question that you're looking at a 4K image.
Okay.
And they're all 4K TVs, so there's something going on here where you have to ask yourself what is important to you. And, if you have some technology that's kind of hitting on SDR, HDR, hitting all those categories, are the skin tones nice? Generally speaking, especially when we have our nice, reference display. We have a Sony 310 here. I don't know if you guys have talked about that. So we are doing a little bit A/B comparison. But most interestingly enough, there's also areas where that 310 reference display doesn't do as well in some of the categories that the TV will do well in.
Have you seen that before, or you feel like that's...
Oh yeah, it's common. Reference displays are not designed to be something you enjoy content on.
I've always said that. I mean, they're like perfectly normal.
They're trying to do so many different things and have ultimate control over your image, and you're not throwing vector graphics with flutes and Siemens stars and things like that.
So
too
I guess
often.
you have your prediction for me.
I would say it's probably leaning towards the Sony A95L, and then it would not be an upsetting win for Samsung if that comes out in front. It would shock me, though, if any of the other 4 models beat them out.
Yeah, I would think that. Well, I would think that any of the top 3 would be impossible.
Yeah. LG had a lot going for it. There's just a couple weird things that everyone was making notes of, like there was some banding, which from a professional standpoint, banding is a non-entry point for me on any display technology. So
Yeah, we were talking also, Chirag was saying something about the 3-pixel structure where trying to be for something with the OLEDs, the OLEDs they struggle with, which I see banning in gaming with them, but I don't see QD-OLEDs. But did you see the G3 was a big jump from G2 last year as far as how it hung in there against the QD-OLEDs from last year?
Oh yeah, I'd say there's notable image quality increases, and I have a bunch of LG displays, so I'm a fan of OLED. I have no problem saying that. Fan of QD-OLED. I'm actually a big proponent for some of these newer technologies getting refined. And actually, since we're on that topic, and we talked about it earlier, that 32-inch new pixel structure QD-OLED in the Asus monitor, that comes out early next year. I can't wait to see that in a proper TV. Same structure, and maybe even scaling that up to 8K. That would be cool. Yeah. What else can I say? Good event this year. Good energy.
Wait for your stuff tomorrow, though.
Yeah, it'll be a fun day tomorrow. I'm curious to see how people respond to that.
Will we be able to film any of that tomorrow? A good amount of it, a little bit of it?
I'm gonna roll the dice on that this evening. Yeah, I mean, you probably can. I'm just making sure. I specifically chose specific shots.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it because I mean, seeing that real content, which obviously we can't show today, but the commentary with guys like this is the kind of commentary I wanted to bring since I met you a number of years ago. Instead of us being in the corner being like, "Yeah, what do you think?" "Oh, yeah, it's amazing." And like, I wish I was filming you this whole time. But,
It's an interesting thing, and it's kind of always been my journey in the film industry. Even shooting film, I was shooting film, then scanning it, and then finishing it and seeing it in the theater. I have that same experience with digital, so the camera technology is a whole other category.
Yeah.
But I do see the content all the way through and through, and I care deeply about the audience who's paying for that experience to get a good experience. That's why I'm a little frustrated today. There's two displays here where I just don't think they should be in the same room.
That said, though, when you now see what QD-OLED can do, are you feeling a more of appreciation for what you would film? I mean, are you going to see that tomorrow on a QD-OLED?
QD-OLED challenges a few things because they will market on the concept that it is so vibrant and can retain color and highlights and all that. All valid points. But there's certainly another side to that where it could be tuned to be more of a naturalistic look. And maybe that is something that QD-OLED goes to or not, depending on how other technology is advancing.
I guess what we said about HDR, it's hard to market and make someone want to buy HDR if you're saying, well, it's very natural.
Oh, yeah.
Or we're getting 12-bit panels. It's not the hot number.
I mentioned it earlier, when we turned on the HDR tests, the whole thing changed because the differences between all the TVs was just like huge.
When you said that, I went over and was talking about the SDR college football, and to your point, the differences were still there, but they melted away slightly.
Yeah.
And then when the commercial came on, they kind of came back, and then when HDR came on, the Rogue One scene, I was like, oh my god. So I was looking for the specular highlights for the lightsaber. I'm like, where the hell are they on the freaking LEDs? Like, please, I'm actually gonna go get a QD-OLED at 787 now.
Yeah,
instead of an 85 inch.
One of the LEDs desaturates the highlights like crazy too, and it's very bad looking, actually awful. But I think the funniest thing is when we had that low bit depth stuff, we had basically TV on a football game that also had commercials.
Yeah.
One of the commercials came up and had a bunch of icons that came up on screen. So you have a bunch of 4K TVs with an AI assisted upscaler or just a straight upscaler, however they're doing it. So they're showing a bunch of content and it's trying to do something and it's blocky and low res, and then as it freezes the stills with all the logos, there's one perfect circle one where it just tightens up and it's just a perfect circle and it looks like it's in 4K and you're like, that was so weird looking. Yeah, freaked me out a little bit. I'm not a big fan of upscaling in general, but seeing it actually do it in real time is like...
Well, especially a guy who works in 8K. I'm not a big fan of upscaling. I want the real... You like downsampling from 8K.
Oh, yeah. The film industry
up.
has always been sort of that, we never scale up. We always reduce down.
Which is so funny because we always hear about upscaling as far as not just upscaling low bitrate content, but upscaling being an advantage, when in reality, downsampling is when you get the better image, right? Squeezing it down to a lower resolution would yield better results.
I think it, to use a video term that is now all part of our lives through mobile phones and things, the concept of digital zooming shouldn't be what your entire project should rely on. So if you have to upscale your entire movie or whatever, you just have to think about it like you're not doing it the best way possible. And at least for the work I do, we always are like, how do we make this look better than anything else we've done before? And that sometimes is a weekly conversation. So it's, anything we can do that gives you a 1% increase, even, just find something. And actually tomorrow, to give anyone a preview who's going to be hanging out on the live stream, so I've prepared about 50 clips of 8K content of a variety of sorts. There's going to be a lot of landscape stuff, but there's humans, actual skin, different girls than we looked at today. Everyone was in love with those girls. Yeah, it was crazy. So that's going to be fun, and there's 3 generations of 8K cameras used in that material.
I was just going to ask the cameras that were used.
Yeah, all shot large format, VistaVision, the red format, across Dragon, Monstro, and Raptor bodies.
I love the names of those cameras, by the way.
It's their thing. It's good. It's good that you can separate them all. But you're going to see content that's also been finished in a variety of ways. So I have clients, for instance, who want extremely clean imagery. You're going to see extremely clean imagery. I also have clients, especially when I'm doing scripted work, where a little noise and texture is fine. So you're going to see that type of thing. So I'm hoping tomorrow there's vintage lenses, there's modern lenses, there's just a little bit of everything in there for people to just go, okay. Because I think one of the things that a lot of people don't understand about 4K or even 8K is it's really about getting a close reproduction of the image to the viewer. And that could be lens artifacts, chromatic aberration, a little bloom, whatever it is.
What makes me think about that, they're talking about very clean movies on 4K, and then like the Zack Snyder, like that the noise will put in a movie, which I think we talk about TV picture quality. Sometimes we'll say, does it resolve that or enhance it or make it worse? And sometimes that makes me crazy because it's a fake grain.
Yep.
But you have a lot of people ask you for that type of signature as well to make things look more grimy like that, or?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, in my earlier VFX days, one of the most common things we did, because our primary medium was film, anything we generated in CG, we had to add grain to match. Yeah. So that was the thing.
Early CG was so shiny, like a Species or something. You're like, what the heck is this, a cartoon?
And the weirdest thing is, fast forward to 2023, I see feature films shot on film right now that go through denoising processes. So you shoot on beautiful analog film that has a nice texture to it.
And they still strip it.
And I think a lot of people discover that film's a little bit noisier than they think it is.
Oh.
And it is. Digital's been cleaner for a very long time. But
well, I can't wait to see that content tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
I appreciate it, but
anytime.
I'll see you.
See you guys.
I give you my prediction.
Oh, you want John Reed from Model's prediction?
Okay, only if John's willing to take a position.
We have 800 in the chat.
And they're here to hear you take a prediction, and I want a prediction.
So we have John Reed from Model. You guys know John. John is our boy. John is, what's your title? Master, black belt, calibrator. What's your thing? But John worked very close. You know these panels very well. Seeing them, what's your prediction?
You know, it's
because he's not a judge.
It's possible we might have an upset today.
It's gonna be one of the LEDs.
The Samsung I think showed really well. I really did against the Sony and.
Specifically what? Like specifically.
The highlights, color balance, the skin tones. Again, in HDR we calibrated to BT 2020, made a huge difference, and just overall picture quality was better. I mean, motion was a little sketchy on all the TVs, you know what I'm saying? But it was, I just went back and looked at the Sony again against the Samsung, and it's just very hard to tell the difference. There's subtle differences between the two,
I said the same thing. So now there's 2. Did you ever make your prediction, Brian?
Yeah, I think there's Sony.
Okay, so it's 2-1.
Sony's picture processing makes the picture just a little sharper.
That's what I'm seeing. That's that little part that hangs. But you know what?
And that may give it an edge.
Coming from you, John notoriously knowing that Samsungs were hard to, because I know we were trying to calibrate the 900B a couple years ago. You're like, oh my god.
Okay, but here's the issue, and this is what I was saying. It gives Sony the edge, but if the reference monitor doesn't share the same edge, would they not mark Sony down for artifacts? Right?
That's true. That's true.
So what your prediction is?
It's it's going to be a toss up between the Sony and the Samsung. But all I'm saying is that the Samsung has.
It's going to be one of the two better ones.
The Samsung has got a good chance to win.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take your prediction as S95.
Maybe S95C. Maybe.
Oh, you needed me?
But the other thing I just want to mention was I think this year the content made a huge difference too, right? Because we showed different content that showed different aspects of picture quality.
Well, you guys had it very controlled, too,
Yeah,
knowing what was going to go. And, great job by John, Classy,
Classy,
Wayne,
yeah.
Jason, Classy getting all the work together, all the content together.
But yeah, he spent Classy spent a lot of time putting the content together and getting all the timestamps that we needed.
Is he over there?
He's over and help tabulating.
He's tabulating. Okay.
Like a brain trust over there. I don't know what they're doing. But.
All right, so
anyway, that's my prediction.
All right, so prediction from John Reformato is the Samsung S95C.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, you're fist bumping me still. All right, let's see what else we can get in the chat. How we doing, guys?
Tell Sean I'm going to ask Robert right now. How long before they announce?
Who's Sean? Sean, what's up, baby? Yeah, but Sean, you gotta stay awake, baby. FOMO, you got somebody else out there to send in or no? You got somebody else out there you want to send in a chat?
Sure, we're supposed to do the last one, then we do the announcement, but I haven't checked out. If we want to now,
The way they're acting, maybe it's hard.
They're still counting because it is. I'll be honest.
All right, so apparently we're still counting because it is razor close right now. So, Jason, have a seat. So, what are you saying? You're saying that it's tight.
I just went over there because I'm like, are you guys okay? Because normally it doesn't take this long to do it.
No, it's been a minute.
Last year, Leanne and I, Robert and Wendy's daughter, she works at the shop, we recounted the ballot like 3 times because it was so close. They're doing it. This is like Florida in 2000. They're doing recounts.
George Bush, baby. Are there any chads and holes or whatever they call these in the ballots?
Oh yeah.
Maybe they can't read the numbers.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Sam, you okay over there, bro?
Yeah. So it's just taken a little bit longer, but okay. I think it should because we want to make sure that the conclusions and the results are correct
So
and fair.
we've given our predictions. I got my prediction. John has. What's your prediction? Did you give yours yet?
It's hard for them to see.
I don't. It's hard.
Did you even see it?
I mean, I poked my head around the corner a couple times, so I didn't really get to see, unfortunately. But I know it's tight. I know it's tight.
They're using the new math to.
The new math like little kids use.
Math,
They put things in a chart next
to figure it out.
What's it called? The Common Core. They're doing Common Core.
My kids tell me you can't carry the numbers over. Like, just carry it over.
Yeah, like what's going on here? Yeah, no, that's funny. But yeah, no, stay tuned, guys. Sorry it's taking a little bit longer, but
and they made it's only 5. It's only 1 through 5, right? Not even 10, and there's no fractions, right?
And it's still this close.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it's just
All right.
It's nuts. So stay tuned, guys. We'll get there.
So I'm gonna do some heavy lifting. I'm right back.
Edgar's going to carry that 77-inch OLED to the other table so we can see the UX later. Edgar? All right, guys. You may have heard, but I heard it from the horse's mouth. And the horses said that it is so close. They want to make sure they double, triple, quadruple check their math because, as many of you predicted, this is probably the closest scoring ever among the Shootout TVs. And we'll find out exactly which TVs is making it so hard for all of them, which TV is making it so hard for all of them. But they are going to count one more time. We are no more than 1 minute away from the announcement. So I know that was a minute ago, right? But I just checked and Robert's like, okay, last count is so close. We just want to make sure we're not missing anything. So they're counting all the ballots again. Classy's there, and he will give you some insight why it was so close. So Classy's double checking the scores with Robert and the team, and it's going to be close. So what do you guys think? Is it really going to be the Sony? Maybe
So you want the UX to be
to be not on but shown later. Let me.
I'll move it to the edge.
Yeah. Just make sure it's plugged in and on and easy to be seen. 1 second, guys.
We lose by dangling chat.
I'm gonna be right at this door right here. Walk out. Man, so now she's on the steps screaming, oh my God, you broke my crying, my neighbors, all of you. I'm sorry. Are you going to dinner tomorrow night? We're going to dinner. I can't get over tonight. Yeah, they said they were going, but I changed
Is it time, Caleb?
All right, everyone's going to be walking in. It's time. I'm going to hand over the microphone to Brian, and he will give you the blow-by-blow, the shock, the surprise, the awe on everyone's faces.
Are you in time with this?
It's time for the announcement. Please take a seat.
Okay.
Come back.
Okay.
Come back.
Okay.
You get to do the blow-by-blow surprise, shock faces, tears maybe.
For what? What's that? What you want? You want?
The results are in.
All right, guys, we have the results coming in. Sure, I get comfortable.
Are we ready?
All right, guys, here we go.
I don't know if I'm ready.
Here we go.
Thank you guys for your patience. It took a while to crunch all the numbers and get all the data input, and huge thanks to the crew for your.
So what we're going to end up reading off is each.
Try to distill things down to the most important takeaways. Obviously, as usual, the results, including all of the data.
So I'm going to help you guys cut through it and just share with you who wins what category.
So that you can dive deep into all the different categories.
And also on the Value Electronics website, you'll see the actual scorecards.
With that said, excuse me, I'm going to start with the out-of-the-box winner, which I need to stress very clearly here. The out-of-the-box.
So out of the box, non-calibrated movie mode.
Or their cinema preset, and then just let them do what they did, no calibration. This particular section, thank you. This particular section does not count towards the King of the TV award, all right? It was a kind of a separate section, but we felt like it was an important inclusion for this particular year. So the winner of the out-of-the-box section was the Sony A95L for that particular section. The next big takeaway, yeah, give them a hand. The next big takeaway was that the OLEDs pretty much ran away with this, and it was extremely tight. With that said, the top LCD performer in this shootout was the Samsung QN95C. And then things got really tight, extremely tight. So I'm going to run down the top three for SDR contest, and then top three for the HDR contest, and then obviously we'll have our King of TV winner. So for the SDR section, coming in third was the Samsung S95C with an 8.1. Coming in second was the LG G3 at an 8.5, and coming in first for SDR was the Sony A95L at 9.0. It gets even closer. In HDR, we actually had to go out 2 decimal places to make to distinguish anything, which basically, like if you add it all up, more or less puts it a tie for second and third place. But under HDR, in third place this time LG G3 with 8.38. Second place, Samsung S95C with 8.41, and the top was the Sony A95L with 9.3, meaning that the Sony A95L is the 4K King of TV for this year. I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated, particularly our judges who must have strained their eyes and their minds and their mind's eyes today. We really, really appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Robert to make an award presentation.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Caleb, and everybody else. It's hard to express my gratitude to everybody that worked so hard to put this on. What a great event we had this year. Thank you all so very much. The calibrators, the judges, all the people that put all this together, Jason, of course, and Meridio and AV Pro that put all this together. And we do have a King of HD for the 4K event of Sony with the A95L. And if Rob would come up and accept the award on behalf of Sony. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're the new king of TV.
All right. You can put my name on it, I assume?
Of course.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is fantastic.
Thank
May
you.
I just wanted to say, thank you so much again for the event. It's always fantastic to be here. Obviously, the award is awesome, the recognition that goes in. Pablo, who always makes me come up here and do this, is one of our picture quality engineers, is really part of the magic behind the scene to make this kind of happen. It's the result of a lot of work, a lot of pressure from the competition. This is not something that's won by companies that are really to sit around on their laurels and just assume that it's going to happen. It's a lot of hard work. This was never clear to us. The competition is incredibly fierce. So again, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And we'll see you again next year, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
Pardon me? Yeah.
Robert, I'm sorry. Just one.
Thank you.
Picture of you guys.
Thank you.
Of course. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, all right.
Okay. Now we get the good looking people. Oh yeah, that was.
I didn't want good looking people. I wanted you.
All right, but Pablo has a hold of this time. So now we're going to do from the 80s.
Hey, all right.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Catch it. Thanks. Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
One more over here for Tony.
Okay.
Mara, you guys were totally close.
Did you pick the winner?
Thank you.
One more for.
One more because Mara has to keep.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Quit blinking.
I'll give Mara the.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Nice. Ready?
Yes.
2, 3.
Yay.
For safety. 1, 2, 3.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Well
so much.
deserved. Thank you. You're so well deserved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Tomorrow at Hisense's new UX flagship up against Sony's X95L. We're going to have them butt up against each other. We're going to do a quick little personal evaluation. The judges are welcome to do that as well. It's not part of a shootout, but it is the most popular question I get. So I want to be able to answer that question. This is the venue to do it at. And we can also put them next to the shootout wall as well. So tomorrow's another very big and important day here. So please tune in, and please, everybody that's here, come back. And if you're not coming back, take the gift bag with you. We made a real nice gift bags for everybody. So if you're not coming back tomorrow, take take it now, but I must tell you, tomorrow's gift bag is better. Tomorrow's gift bag is much better. Thank
One
you.
of the things Robert didn't say, it wasn't that many years ago when the spread of points was 15 and we thought about making it a tie because it was that close.
Now it's to the second decimal point.
We're 2 decimal points out.
Yeah. These are all winners. These are all winners, honest to God. Yep. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Such a good event.
Thank you. This was
Amazing.
great. We loved it.
I know how much hard work goes behind it. So, amazing.
I work on this all year. I work on this
I
all
wouldn't
year.
be surprised. This is crazy.
Yeah.
But, well done. Great.
The last 2 weeks we worked day and night on this.
Exactly.
Day and night. And with a lot of people.
Yes.
You know, just to get them all, we have to select the right samples.
I mean, just looking behind, you know,
Look
like
at this. Look at this. I know.
the complexity that goes behind this all.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's like a little studio back there.
Exactly.
Robert, again, nice to meet you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
You did great. You bet. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
You gonna be here tomorrow?
My son's getting married.
Okay, but don't forget the gift bag, please.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, tomorrow's is better.
All right, we're going to do the after show now. So give me a few minutes to set up for the after show. The link is up and we'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm going to move my FX30 camera so that we don't have any more overheating issues. And I'll see you guys at the after show. So, all right. Hey, thanks for enjoying the stream. Worked out smoothly. Let's move on to the after show. I'll give you guys the link right now. Right now. No, wait. Right. Here's the link. If you guys want to continue asking questions, we're going to interview calibrators, Class C guests, whoever you want. See you guys there. And until next time, stop the FOMO.